Hey everyone, tonight we're heading behind the scenes of the Gilded Age, not through the front doors of mansions but through the back halls and basement staircases. We're exploring the real history behind what life was like as a housemaid during one of America's most lavish and unequal eras. So before you get cozy, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you haven't already experienced the greatness here before. Also, please let us know what part of the world you're tuning in from and what time it is for you, as it's always fascinating to see how far we really are reaching. Now dim the lights as always, grab your blanket tightly and let's explore together, shall we? Picture yourself standing outside a towering Manhattan mansion in 1885, clutching a worn carpet bag and wearing your only decent dress. The marble steps stretch up like a mountain, but you're not headed that way. Your entrance is around back through a narrow door marked only by the constant stream of delivery boys and other working folks. Welcome to your new life as a housemaid in America's Gilded Age, where the rich got richer and you got to scrub their chamber pots. The servants' entrance opens into a different universe entirely. While the family upstairs lives surrounded by velvet drapes and crystal chandeliers, you're entering a maze of narrow hallways, steep staircases, and rooms that never see proper sunlight. The basement kitchen feels like a ship's galley, cramped, hot, and buzzing with activity. The downstairs is your world now, and it operates by rules as rigid as any royal court. Your first shock comes when the housekeeper, Mrs. Patterson, hands you a list of duties longer than your arm. Did you assume that housework only involved sweeping and dusting? Think again. You're responsible for everything from blackening the coal stoves before dawn to polishing door handles with such precision that the master of the house shouldn't see a single fingerprint. And that's just Monday. The uniform comes next, a grey wool dress that itches something fierce, covered by a white apron that must remain spotless, despite the fact that you'll be cleaning fireplaces, scrubbing floors, and hauling buckets of water up 3 flights of stairs. The little white cap perched on your head serves as both identification and humiliation. You're invisible until you're needed and needed until the job is perfect. Your bedroom is a closet-sized space under the eaves, shared with another maid named Sarah, who snores like a freight train. The single window faces an air shaft, offering a view of absolutely nothing except the brick wall of the house next door. But hey, at least you get your own chamber pot, though you'll be emptying everyone else's too. The pay sounds decent at first, maybe $8 a month plus room and board. But then you discover the board consists of whatever leftovers the family doesn't want, served at a wooden table in the kitchen after the family has finished their elaborate meals upstairs. You'll eat a lot of bread and gravy, and you'll be grateful for it because jobs are scarce, and this beats the factory work that's slowly killing your cousin back home. What nobody tells you is how the hierarchy works below stairs. The butler rules like a king, the housekeeper like a queen, and you're somewhere near the bottom of the pecking order with the scullery maid and the boot boy. Everyone has a boss and someone else bosses them around. It's like a pyramid scheme, except instead of selling overpriced vitamins, you're all selling your dignity one scrubbed floor at a time. The strangest part isn't the work, it's becoming a ghost in your life. You dust around the family as they eat breakfast, invisible as furniture. You change sheets while they're at the opera, erasing any sign that you exist. You know intimate details about their lives, who's having affairs, who's losing money at cards, who can't sleep without laudanum, but they couldn't pick you out of a police lineup. Yet somehow, in this strange netherworld between upstairs and downstairs, you'll find a community. The other servants become your family, sharing gossip over stolen moments and leftover cake. You'll discover that Mrs. Patterson isn't as stern as she seems, and that even the stuffy butler once sneaked you an extra blanket during a cold snap. Your hands will become rough and red, your back will ache from bending over scrub brushes, and you'll fall into bed each night exhausted. But you'll also develop muscles you never knew you had, learn skills that would impress any modern efficiency expert, and gain a perspective on wealth and privilege that few people ever get to see from the inside. 5 in the morning marks the start of your day, with the world still in darkness and the house enveloped in a quiet that echoes with every footstep. You've learned to dress by feel, fumbling for your uniform in the pitch black, because lighting a candle would wake Sarah, and a cranky roommate makes an already difficult day downright miserable. The first task is creeping downstairs like a burglar in your workplace. Those beautiful hardwood floors that the family walks on so elegantly become your enemy in the pre-dawn hours. Every board seems designed to creak at the worst possible moment. You've mapped out the quiet spots like a criminal planning a heist, stepping only where the floorboards meet the joists. Once you reach the kitchen, it's time for the morning miracle, bringing the house to life without anyone upstairs knowing how it happens. The coal stove needs to be cleaned out, fresh coal added, and the fire coaxed back to life. Your hands turn black within minutes, and you'll spend the rest of the day trying to scrub the evidence from under your fingernails. But this temperamental iron beast is your lifeline. No fire means no hot water, no cooking, and no heat for the family's morning comfort. While the stove heats up, you're racing against time to complete what servants call the invisible ballet. Every surface that the family might touch needs to be perfect before they wake up. Doorknobs become polished until they gleam, carpets become beaten free of yesterday's dust, and windows are cleaned with a mixture of vinegar and newspaper that leaves your hands smelling like a pickle factory. The state of the bathroom warrants a separate narrative. Indoor plumbing is still a luxury even in wealthy homes, so you're dealing with chamber pots, wash basins, and the occasional newfangled water closet that breaks down more often than it works. Emptying and cleaning chamber pots becomes as routine as brushing your teeth, though considerably less pleasant. You develop a technique that involves holding your breath and contemplating literally anything else. Breakfast preparation happens in controlled chaos. The cook maintains strict authority in the kitchen, wielding a wooden spoon with determination to ensure that anyone who obstructs her efforts is swiftly dealt with. You're responsible for setting the dining room table with military precision. Every fork exactly 1 inch from the edge of the plate, every napkin folded into perfect triangles. The family's breakfast must be delivered upstairs as if by magic, hot and impeccably arranged, while you hastily grab cold leftover biscuits and hope your stomach remains silent enough to go unnoticed. The washing routine would make a modern person weep. Everything is scrubbed by hand with lye soap that could strip paint from a barn door. Bedsheets are boiled in large copper tubs and stirred with wooden paddles, reminiscent of preparing an exceedingly tedious stew. Your hands develop calluses in places you didn't know could grow blisters, and the constant moisture makes your skin crack like dried leather. Laundry day transforms the basement into a steamy jungle. Clotheslines stretch everywhere, creating a maze of damp linens and undergarments. You learn to navigate this textile obstacle course while carrying baskets of wet laundry that weigh more than small children. The air becomes so thick with moisture that breathing feels like drowning in slow motion, and your hair escapes from your cap in rebellious wisps that make you look like you've been struck by lightning. The ironing comes next, using heavy metal irons heated on the stove. These weapons of domestic destruction weigh about 5 pounds each and retain heat like tiny furnaces. You'll burn yourself at least once a week, developing a collection of small scars that mark you as permanently as any sailor's tattoos. The family's clothes must emerge crisp and perfect, while your own uniform looks like you slept in it, which some days you practically did. Between all these tasks, you're constantly running up and down stairs that seem designed by someone who hated servants. Your legs develop the strength of a mountain climber, but your knees start protesting before you turn 25. Each trip upstairs feels like scaling Mount Everest, especially when you're carrying heavy buckets or baskets of clean laundry. The morning routine ends around 9, when the family finally makes their grand appearance downstairs. By then, you've been working for 4 hours, accomplished enough tasks to exhaust a small army, and somehow managed to make it all look effortless. The family effortlessly navigates their morning routine, unaware that a team of servants has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure their comfort. The invisible line between upstairs and downstairs isn't marked on any blueprint, but it might as well be painted in neon. Cross it at the wrong time or in the wrong way, and you'll face consequences ranging from sharp words to outright dismissal. Learning to navigate this social minefield becomes as crucial as mastering the art of silver polish. Your training in invisibility starts immediately. When family members enter a room, you become a piece of furniture, useful when needed, ignored otherwise. You learn to dust around conversations about family finances, clean fireplaces while dramatic arguments unfold, and change bed linens while pretending not to notice the love letters hidden under pillows. It's akin to operating as a secret agent within your own organisation, yet the information you collect is utterly insignificant and could pose a threat if discovered. The bell system becomes your master. Every room has a cord that connects to a series of bells in the servants' hall, each with a different tone that you must memorise like a musical scale. The The library bell sounds different from the morning room bell, which sounds different from the master bedroom bell. Every room is equipped with a cord that connects to a series of bells located in the servants' hall, each producing a distinct tone that one must memorise akin to a musical scale. The bell in the library has a different sound than that of the morning room, which in turn differs from the bell in the master bedroom. Should you make an error, you may find yourself in the position of having to explain why you delivered tea service to someone who actually desired their boots to be polished. Engaging in conversation with family members necessitates its own set of protocols. One should never initiate dialogue unless there is an urgent situation, such as someone's hair being on fire. Speaking to family members requires its own protocol. You should never start a conversation unless someone's hair is in danger. When spoken to, you respond with "yes sir" or "yes ma'am," followed by immediate action. Extended conversations are forbidden, even if the family member seems friendly. They might ask about your family back home or comment on the weather, but these aren't invitations for genuine human connection. They're just rich people being polite in the same way they might pat a well-behaved dog. The children of the house present special challenges. Little Master Timothy might be adorable in his sailor suit, but he's also a tiny dictator who's never heard the word "no" applied to himself. He'll demand that you drop everything to build him a fort out of dining room chairs, then cry to his mother when you explain that you need to finish your actual work first. The result? You'll build the fort and work twice as fast to catch up, because rich children's tears carry more weight than servants' explanations. Privacy becomes a foreign concept. Your employers expect you to see and hear everything while somehow remaining mentally absent. You'll witness family fights that would scandalise the neighbours, observe personal habits that range from quirky to disgusting, and overhear financial discussions that could tank stock prices. But you're not supposed to remember, discuss, or use any of it. The family's guests provide their own entertainment. Wealthy guests treat their servants like interactive wallpaper, discussing intimate details of their lives as if they've left you deaf and mute. You'll learn about affairs, business deals, and family scandals that would fill a dozen gossip columns, all while polishing silver or arranging flowers with the focused concentration of a monk. Meal service becomes a choreographed dance where one wrong step can ruin the entire performance. You must appear at exactly the right moment with the right item, serve from the correct side, and vanish before anyone notices you are there. Drop a fork and the entire table falls silent. Spill wine on a guest and you'll be lucky to find work cleaning stables. The family's schedule dictates your entire existence. When they decide to host a dinner party for 20 people, your schedule explodes into 16-hour days of preparation. They either pack you along like luggage or leave you behind to maintain an empty house when they travel to their summer house. Your needs for rest, social contact or personal time simply don't factor into their calculations. Yet within this rigid system, small rebellions bloom. Servants develop their own communication networks, passing information through a complex system of glances, gestures, and carefully coded conversations. You learn to read the subtle signs that indicate when cook is in a poor mood, when the butler has been sampling the wine, or when Mrs. Patterson is actually pleased with your work despite her stern expression. The hypocrisy becomes almost comical once you adjust to it. The same family that lectures their children about honesty will lie smoothly to social callers about their whereabouts. They'll preach Christian charity at Sunday dinner, then dock your wages for breaking a plate. They'll discuss the moral degradation of the working classes while running their household through a system that would make a medieval lord blush. Your fellow servants become your real family, united by shared exhaustion and mutual understanding of the absurdities you witness daily. Late-night conversations in the servants' hall create bonds stronger than blood, forged by the knowledge that you are all surviving the same bizarre social experiment together. Below stairs operates like its own small kingdom, complete with rigid social rankings, unspoken rules, and enough political intrigue to rival any royal court. Understanding your place in this hierarchy becomes crucial for survival, because stepping out of a line can make your already difficult life absolutely miserable. At the top of this domestic pyramid sits the butler, a man who carries himself with more dignity than most senators and considerably more authority than the average army general. He controls the wine cellar, manages the male servants, and serves as the family's public face when they are receiving guests. In his perfectly pressed uniform and white gloves, he glides through the house like he owns it, which, in many practical ways, he does. Cross him, and you'll find yourself assigned to the worst jobs until you either quit or learn proper respect. The housekeeper holds a dominant position among the female servants, dictating everything from uniform standards to room assignments. Mrs. Patterson may appear as a gentle grandmother to some, yet she manages her domain with the efficiency of a military commander and the meticulousness of a Swiss watchmaker. She keeps track of every towel, every bar of soap, and every minute of your day. Her approval means protection and slightly better assignments. Her disapproval means scrubbing floors until your knees bleed. Cook occupies her own special category, technically below the housekeeper in rank, but wielding enormous practical power because she controls the food. A skilled cook has the power to shape the social status of a wealthy family, inspiring both respect and fear in everyone, including the family members themselves. She rules her kitchen like a benevolent dictator, capable of creating masterpieces with one hand while boxing ears with the other. If you manage to gain her favour, you'll never face hunger. If you provoke her anger, you'll have to rely on bread crusts and regret. Ladies' maids and valets occupy the aristocracy of servant land. These personal attendants dress their employers, style their hair, and know intimate details about their daily lives. They earn higher wages, wear better uniforms, and often receive cast-off clothing worth more than your annual salary. They also tend to adopt an air of superiority, behaving as though they are somehow elevated above others simply because they assist affluent individuals in dressing rather than performing more menial tasks. Footmen represent the peacocks of the servant world, chosen more for their appearance than their skills. They need to be tall, handsome, and capable of standing motionless for hours while looking decorative. Their primary duties include opening doors, serving meals, and providing visual stimulation for the family's female guests. The beneficial news is they're often too pretty to be truly bright. The adverse news is they know they're pretty and act accordingly. You occupy the vast middle ground of general housemaids, along with your fellow soldiers in the war against dust, dirt, and disorder. You're above the scullery maid, who spends her entire existence washing dishes and scrubbing pots, and the boot boy, whose life revolves around making leather shine, but below practically everyone else. It's like being middle management in a company that specialises in thankless labour. Kitchen politics make international diplomacy look simple. Cook and the housekeeper maintain an uneasy alliance based on mutual respect and territorial boundaries that shift like desert sands. The butler considers himself above such petty concerns, which makes everyone else consider him an arrogant peacock. Personal maids gossip about their employers while somehow maintaining superiority over everyone who doesn't have access to such intimate information. Meals in the servants' hall follow protocols stricter than state dinners. At the head of the table, the butler and housekeeper receive the first service and consume the tastiest portions. Personal servants are seated next, then upper housemaids, then lower housemaids, and lastly, the truly unfortunate individuals who clean pots and polish boots. Conversation follows equally rigid rules: no discussion of family business, no complaints about working conditions, and absolutely no questioning of decisions made by your superiors. Romance below stairs provides endless entertainment and occasional heartbreak. Relationships between servants face constant scrutiny from both the staff hierarchy and the family upstairs. A housemaid dating a footman might find herself reassigned to less desirable duties if the housekeeper disapproves. Marriage usually means one partner must locate employment elsewhere, since most families won't employ married couples who might prioritise each other over their duties. The contrast between your circumstances and those of the family creates its own psychological challenges. You handle their money while earning a fraction of what they spend on a single dinner party. You maintain their beautiful clothes while wearing the same grey dress day after day. You prepare their luxurious meals while eating leftovers that wouldn't satisfy a prison inmate. The irony thickens to such an extent that it could be sliced with the silver knives you meticulously polish every day. Yet within this strange system, genuine friendships develop. Sarah, your snoring roommate, becomes your closest confidant. The scullery maid, despite her lowly status, possesses a wicked sense of humour that makes even the worst days bearable. Even Mrs. Patterson, for all her stern efficiency, occasionally shows flashes of motherly concern that remind you she was once young and overwhelmed too. Information becomes currency in this closed world. Knowing which family members are travelling, which guests are expected, or which social events require extra preparation provides you leverage and protection. The servant who overhears plans for a dinner party can prepare accordingly. The one caught off guard ends up working until midnight with no warning. Nothing tests a servant's endurance quite like the social season, when wealthy families transform from merely demanding employers into social climbing tornadoes that sweep through your life, leaving chaos, exhaustion, and occasionally broken china in their wake. From November through February, your employers shed any pretense of normal living and dive headfirst into a whirlwind of dinner parties, balls, and social events that would exhaust a professional athlete. Preparing for a dinner party feels like planning a military invasion. 2 days before the event, the house erupts into controlled pandemonium. Every piece of silver must be polished until it blinds anyone foolish enough to look directly at it. Crystal glasses get washed in special solutions that cost more per bottle than you earn in a week. Mrs. Patterson meticulously scrubs, polishes, and inspects every surface in the dining room, a process typically reserved for operating theatres. The floral arrangements alone could drive you to drink, if you had access to anything stronger than Cook's cooking sherry. Flowers arrive from the florist in carefully packed boxes, each bloom worth more than your monthly wages. You'll spend hours arranging roses, lilies, and exotic blooms, whose names you can't pronounce, creating centerpieces that will be admired for precisely 3 hours before being relegated to the servants' hall, where they'll brighten your dreary meals for the rest of the week. Planning the menu turns into a challenging exercise in culinary mathematics, comparable to that of a university professor. The family wants to impress their guests without appearing to try too hard, serve sophisticated food without being pretentious, and accommodate dietary restrictions that change daily based on the latest medical fads. Cook transforms into a temperamental artist, creating elaborate dishes while simultaneously managing a kitchen staff that multiplies mysteriously during party preparations. Your uniform gets upgraded for special events, a slightly better dress, a crisper apron, and shoes that haven't been resoled 3 times. You're expected to serve guests with the grace of a ballet dancer and the efficiency of a factory worker while remaining as invisible as furniture. Spill wine on a guest's gown, and you'll find yourself explaining to potential future employers why your last position ended so abruptly. The guest bedrooms become monuments to excessive hospitality. Fresh linens appear on beds that may not even be used, but the possibility that the Vanderbilt's cousin might need a place to rest between courses requires preparation worthy of visiting royalty. You'll arrange flowers, stock wash basins with the finest soaps, and ensure that chamber pots are spotless and discreetly positioned, because nothing ruins a social evening like inadequate bathroom facilities. Christmas season multiplies the insanity by roughly 10,000%. The family's gift-giving requires military-level logistics coordination. You'll spend December wrapping presents with paper that costs more than most people's winter coats, arranging elaborate displays that transform the house into something resembling a particularly expensive museum, and somehow maintaining normal daily operations while accommodating the constant stream of deliveries, social calls, and holiday preparations. Holiday entertaining reaches levels of absurdity that would impress Roman emperors. New Year's Eve parties stretch until dawn, requiring you to work shifts that would violate modern labour laws by several decades. You'll serve champagne that costs more per bottle than you earn in 3 months, clean up after revellers whose idea of fun involves considerable property damage, and somehow maintain a pleasant demeanour while running on 3 hours of sleep and pure caffeine. The laundry situation during the social season deserves its own chapter in the annals of human suffering. Evening gowns require special handling, with beading, lace, and fabric so delicate that breathing on them wrong could cause irreparable damage. Men's formal wear involves starching shirt fronts to cardboard stiffness, pressing tailcoats that must hang perfectly, and managing white tie ensembles that require the precision of a Swiss clockmaker. Guest management becomes a diplomatic challenge that would stump professional ambassadors. Wealthy visitors arrive with their servants, creating temporary hierarchies and territorial disputes that make international border negotiations look simple, sharing already cramped quarters with ladies' maids who consider themselves your social superiors, competing for kitchen space with visiting cooks who have strong opinions about proper techniques, and navigating personality conflicts that could destabilise small governments are all common experiences. The aftermath of large parties resembles battlefield cleanup. Wine stains on Persian carpets require immediate attention, with special cleaning solutions and techniques passed down through generations of servants. Broken crystal is collected with the reverence usually reserved for gathering fragments of religious relics. Leftover food will be redistributed through a complex system that ensures nothing edible goes to waste, though the definition of edible is stretched considerably after midnight. Your social life disappears entirely during party season. Any hope of personal time evaporates under the constant demands of preparation, service and clean-up. Letters from home pile up unread, friendships with other servants get reduced to exhausted nods in hallways, and your health becomes secondary to maintaining the family's social standing. Yet somehow, you develop skills that would impress modern event planners. You learn to coordinate complex logistics, manage multiple tasks simultaneously, and solve problems with creativity born from desperation. You can estimate quantities for 50 people, arrange flowers that would make professional florists weep with envy, and serve formal meals with precision that would satisfy military inspection. The strangest part is how normal it all becomes. After your first social season, you develop the stamina of a marathon runner and the organisational skills of a general staff officer. What once seemed impossible becomes merely exhausting, and what once seemed exhausting becomes just another Tuesday in the life of a Gilded Age housemaid. Finding space for your humanity within the rigid structure of domestic service requires the ingenuity of a master criminal and the stealth of a professional spy. Your personal life exists in fragments, stolen moments between duties, whispered conversations in hallways, and relationships that bloom in the shadows of other people's grand lives. Your correspondence becomes a lifeline to the world beyond the servant's door. Letters from home arrive sporadically, their contents both comforting and heartbreaking. Your mother writes about crops and weather and neighbours who've married or died, painting pictures of a life that feels simultaneously familiar and impossibly distant. You save your pennies to send money home, knowing that your wages might mean the difference between your younger siblings eating well or going hungry, even as you survive on kitchen scraps and leftover bread. Romance in service requires navigating obstacles that would challenge a diplomat. Meeting someone from outside the household means coordinating schedules that change daily, finding time when you're not exhausted from 14-hour workdays, and somehow maintaining a relationship when you can't predict whether you'll have an evening free until about 5 minutes before it happens. Dating fellow servants creates its own complications, workplace relationships under the constant scrutiny of superiors who view any personal attachment as a potential distraction from duty. Your half-day off becomes more precious than gold and twice as rare. Every other Sunday afternoon, from 2 until 10 in the evening, you're theoretically free to live your life. In reality, you're often too exhausted to do anything more ambitious than sleeping in a real bed or taking a bath without worrying about someone needing immediate service. When you do venture outside, the world feels foreign after spending weeks in the artificial environment of wealth and privilege. Friendships among servants develop their own peculiar intensity. Shared hardship forges bonds that might not otherwise exist. The scullery maid transforms into your confidant, the boot boy provides you with comedic relief, and Sarah becomes your sister beyond blood. These relationships sustain you through the worst moments and make the best moments worth celebrating, even if celebration means sharing a stolen apple tart in the servants' hall after midnight. Reading becomes a form of rebellion and escape. You squirrel away penny novels and yesterday's newspapers, reading by candlelight until your eyes strain and your candle budget disappears. Books transport you to worlds where women have choices, where love overcomes social barriers, and where hard-working people sometimes find happiness. The family's discarded magazines provide glimpses into fashions and lifestyles that seem as exotic as tales from distant countries. Your health suffers in ways both obvious and subtle. The constant physical labour strengthens your muscles but wears down your joints. Poor nutrition leaves you vulnerable to every passing illness. The lack of sunlight and fresh air creates a pallor that marks you as any uniform. Back pain becomes your constant companion, along with hands that crack and bleed from exposure to harsh cleaning chemicals and cold water. Personal hygiene presents its challenges in an era when hot water is a luxury, and privacy is non-existent. Your weekly bath becomes a cherished ritual, even if it takes place in a tin tub in the kitchen after everyone else has finished their evening duties. Washing your hair requires planning and coordination worthy of a military operation since you need access to hot water, sufficient time for drying and privacy that's rarer than diamonds. Your few personal possessions take on enormous significance. A locket from your mother, a pressed flower from your last walk in the countryside, or a photograph of family members becomes a treasure guarded more carefully than the family silver. These small tokens represent your identity beyond the grey uniform and white cap, reminders that you exist as more than just a pair of hands that scrub and clean. Dreams and aspirations are modified rather than abandoned. Instead of opening your shop, you dream of becoming a housekeeper with authority over your staff. Instead of marrying a prosperous farmer, you hope to locate a butler or valet whose combined income might allow for a small apartment and maybe even children someday. Your goals shrink to fit reality, but they don't disappear entirely. The seasonal rhythms of the household create their own calendar of anticipation and dread. Summer might bring opportunities to accompany the family to their country house, offering glimpses of different scenery and slightly modified routines. Winter social season means exhausting work, but also excitement, and the possibility of glimpsing famous guests. Spring cleaning represents weeks of back-breaking labour, but also the satisfaction of transformation and renewal. Small pleasures take on enormous importance. A compliment from Mrs. Patterson carries more weight than praise from royalty. An evening when cook shares leftover dessert feels like Christmas morning. A Sunday when you're healthy enough to walk to the park and sit under actual trees becomes a memory to sustain you through difficult weeks ahead. Your relationship with money becomes complex and contradictory. You handle more wealth daily than most people see in their entire lives, yet your own financial situation remains precarious. Every penny saved represents enormous sacrifice, less food, fewer letters home, and no small luxuries that might make your hard life slightly more bearable. Your bank account grows slowly while your hands grow rough and your back grows crooked. The strange intimacy of service creates its own emotional complications. You know details about your employers' lives that their relatives don't share, yet they remain strangers who could dismiss you without reference and barely remember your name. This one-sided intimacy breeds both affection and resentment, creating relationships that are simultaneously personal and completely impersonal. As the 1890s draw to a close, you've survived nearly a decade of service in the grand houses of America's wealthy elite, and the world around you is changing in ways both subtle and dramatic. From your perspective in the servants' quarters, these changes feel both impossibly distant and intimately personal. Technology creeps into the household like a slow-moving revolution. Electric lights begin replacing gas fixtures, transforming your morning routine of lamp cleaning but introducing new mysteries of switches and bulbs that sometimes work and sometimes don't. The telephone appears in the front hall like a magical device, bringing the outside world directly into the house while creating new responsibilities. Someone must answer it, and that person often turns out to be you. Your body tells the story of your service in ways that no employment record could capture. Your hands bear the permanent stains and scars of countless cleaning chemicals and burns from hot irons. Your shoulders curve slightly forward from years of bending over scrub brushes and laundry tubs. Your knees protest when climbing the endless flights of stairs that connect your basement world to the family's elevated existence. These marks of service will stay with you long after you've left domestic work behind. The skills you've developed would impress any modern efficiency expert. You can manage complex household logistics, coordinate multiple tasks simultaneously, and maintain impossibly high standards under constant pressure. You've learned to read people's moods and needs from subtle cues, mastered the art of diplomatic problem-solving, and developed the physical stamina of a professional athlete. These abilities will serve you well, whether you continue in service or venture into other forms of work. Daily proximity to extreme luxury, and the labour required to maintain it has shaped your perspective on wealth and privilege. You've witnessed the ease with which one can spend money, and the challenge of earning it. You've witnessed the isolation that wealth can create, even as you've experienced the exhaustion that poverty demands. This understanding of both sides of America's growing economic divide provides you insights that few people possess. The friendships forged in service carry a special intensity born from shared hardship and mutual dependence. Sarah, your long-suffering roommate, has become closer than any sister. Cook, despite her gruff exterior, has served as a mentor and mother figure. Even Mrs. Patterson, with all her stern efficiency, has shown moments of genuine care that transcended the employer-employee relationship. These bonds will outlast your employment and provide emotional support for decades to come. Years of separation and financial responsibilities have complicated your relationship with your own family. The money you've sent home has made real differences. Your youngest brother finished school instead of working in factories, your sister avoided an unfortunate marriage, and your parents kept their small farm despite several bad harvests. Yet the physical and emotional distance has created gaps that letters can't entirely bridge. You've become somewhat foreign to your origins, shaped by experiences your family can't fully understand. Marriage and family planning in service pose special difficulties that will influence your future choices. If you marry another servant, you'll understand each other's experiences but face continued economic uncertainty. If you marry outside domestic service, you'll need to explain a world that sounds almost fictional to people who haven't lived it. Children complicate everything. Servants with families obtain fewer employment opportunities and face the constant struggle of balancing parental responsibilities with professional demands. The broader social changes rippling through American society will eventually transform domestic service itself. Women are beginning to discover other employment opportunities in offices, shops, and factories. Labour movements are questioning the working conditions that you've simply accepted as natural. New technologies will gradually reduce the need for armies of servants to maintain wealthy households. Your generation represents the peak of an era that won't last forever. Your dreams have evolved through your years of service. The naive girl who first walked through the servants' entrance has been replaced by a woman who understands both her capabilities and the realistic limits of her opportunities. Even when your hard work remains largely unnoticed, you've learned to find satisfaction in it. You've discovered that dignity can be maintained even in situations designed to minimize it. The education you've received through observation and experience rivals anything offered in formal schools. You've learned about art by dusting priceless paintings, about music by overhearing private concerts, about literature by reading discarded books, and about human nature by witnessing how people behave when they think no one important is watching. This informal education has expanded your mind in ways that will continue paying dividends throughout your life. Looking back on your years in service, the experience defies simple categorization. It has been simultaneously degrading and ennobling, exhausting and educational, and isolating and community building. You've sacrificed your youth and health to maintain other people's comfort, yet you've also developed strengths and skills that you might never have discovered otherwise. You've lived through one of the most economically unequal periods in American history, not as a victim or a hero, but as a working woman doing what was necessary to survive and help your family survive. As you consider your future, whether continuing in service, marrying and starting your family, or venturing into the changing world of women's work, you carry with you the knowledge that you've already overcome challenges that would break weaker spirits. You've maintained your humanity in a system designed to reduce you to a function. You've found friendship in unlikely places, dignity in humble work, and strength in circumstances that seem designed to crush it. The Gilded Age is ending, taking with it some of the extreme social rigid structures that defined your working life. But the lessons you've learned about resilience, community, and the true nature of both wealth and poverty will serve you well in whatever comes next. You've been invisible to the wealthy families you've served, but your story, and the stories of millions of women like you, represents the real foundation upon which America's grandest era was built. From his earliest days, young Marcus sensed expectations clinging to him like a heavy mantle. He was not yet the philosophical emperor history would revere, merely a curious boy from a prominent Roman family. Marble halls and hushed political debates formed the backdrop of his childhood, each conversation reinforcing the idea that he was fated for a grand role. Even while tinkering with wax tablets and toying with styluses, the weight of the future loomed in every corner of his home. Despite his tender years, Marcus felt drawn to the Roman Forum's colossal columns and venerable statues. Each marble figure whispered tales of victory and downfall, reminding him how power shimmered, then vanished. He marvelled at the thought that these silent sentinels once watched over leaders who, like him, had walked these streets, shoulder to shoulder with fate. More than politics or pageantry, Marcus discovered his keen interest in philosophy. His mother, gentle but incisive, recited lines from Stoic texts on rainy afternoons, speaking of moral fortitude as the shield against life's unpredictable storm. In these verses, Marcus found a reassuring promise that wisdom could transcend the clamour of ambition. This fascination grew when he met Junius Rusticus, a revered tutor uncompromising in truth. Instead of coddling Marcus, Rusticus challenged him, igniting the fire of a questioning mind. Their lessons were forging an inner sanctuary, one guided by reason rather than impulse. While many children dreamed of feasts and fleeting distractions, Marcus quietly gravitated toward calmer pursuits. Evening hours found him practicing letters by lamplight, his stylus carving words about duty and virtue into smooth wax. Even at a young age, he sensed that an empire was not just a playground of wealth and power, but an arena where moral strength was tested at every turn. Politics, however, remained an unrelenting reality. Allies and adversaries shifted like desert sands. Whispered rumours ignited disputes in the Senate before the boy even finished his morning meal. The sheer chaos unsettled Marcus, reinforcing his belief that the world desperately needed unwavering ethical principles. In the orchard behind his family's estate, where lemon trees cast comforting shadows, the boy pondered the gap between noble intentions and the labyrinthine struggles for control. Could a leader maintain honour in a realm that seemed to thrive on cunning? One evening, he overheard a conversation between two young senators, speculating on the emperor's successor. They spoke of cunning, lineage, and ties that could tip the scales of power. The gravity of those words thrilled and sobered him. Soon, the emperor's choice would reshape the lives of thousands. Perhaps they would someday look to Marcus for leadership. The thought both exhilarated and weighed him down. He was fully aware that the opulent facade of Rome concealed genuine struggles for numerous individuals. However, a glimmer of determination glowed within him. If he could combine his moral convictions with practical governance, perhaps he could leave a lasting legacy for Rome, surpassing the monuments adorning its skyline. Within the hush of the orchard, lulled by the scent of citrus, Marcus would close his eyes and imagine a city where leaders governed with compassion and clarity, where a child's lessons in virtue could shine light into the darkest corners of public life. This was more than daydreaming. It was the formation of an inner compass. Over time, that compass would guide him through personal trials and political storms alike. The seeds of the greatness, once planted, sprout in quiet moments of introspection. Marcus Aurelius was still a boy, but those daily lessons, stoic texts, moral debates, afternoons spent in wide-eyed awe at the forum's relics, were shaping him into something unexpected. He wanted to be more than a figurehead who wore the purple cloak of Rome. He aspired to be a leader who, through reason and resolve, could honour the empire's legacy while also moulding it into a place where virtue had not yet gone to die. Only time would reveal the magnitude of that promise. But in those early days, he nurtured it beneath the lemon trees, letting the steady Roman sun coax it into full bloom. Occasionally, he noticed the quiet fear in the eyes of servants, wondering if the next political shift would upend their lives. These silent observers became Marcus's secret teachers, revealing how the whims of the powerful sent ripples through every social stratum. Each nervous glance was a stark reminder that real lives rested on the emperor's decrees. For Marcus, the truest path forward lay in forging a principled heart, one that would not falter when confronted by the swirling winds of power. He did not yet know how he might achieve such steadiness, only that he must, lest he become the very thing he feared. The turning point came when Emperor Hadrian, aging and burdened by illness, cast his gaze upon the empire's future. In doing so, he settled upon Antoninus Pius as his immediate successor, but insisted that Antoninus adopt young Marcus alongside Lucius Verus. For Marcus, this was no mere ceremonial shift. Suddenly, every gesture was scrutinized, every uttered word weighed for hints of potential. However, while he felt destiny's grip tighten around him, he also discovered unexpected warmth in Antoninus, the man he would learn to call father. Antoninus Pius was neither a flamboyant conqueror nor a voracious politician. His nature leaned toward the steady and the dutiful. He managed affairs of state with consistent practicality, doing so in a manner that contrasted sharply with the tempestuous reigns Rome had witnessed before. Gradually, Marcus realized that the empire did not always hunger for breathtaking exploits. It sometimes needed the comforting hand of stability. And from Antoninus, he absorbed a set of quiet lessons, among them the value of patience, the virtue of measured decision-making, and the simple power of reliability. But not everyone supported this new arrangement. Some in the Senate murmured that Marcus was too young, too reflective, too predisposed toward philosophy to handle imperial responsibilities. They questioned whether the boy who spent hours with Stoic scrolls and moral treatises could ever become the commanding presence they believed Rome required. In response, Marcus met these doubts not with anger, but with a focused determination. If he was untested in governance, then he would devote himself even more deeply to studying its intricacies. He devoured treatises on law, pored over military histories, and conversed late into the night with advisors who had navigated the labyrinth of Roman politics. The more he learned, the more he recognised that governance was not a place for rash tempers or inflexible dogmas. Indeed, it demanded both compassion and detachment, an ability to stand firm for justice while also understanding the fragility of human ambition. His bond with Lucius Verus added a twist to this evolving chapter. Lucius was his co-heir, a young man prone to revelry and spectacle, far less studious than Marcus but undeniably charismatic. The two could not have been more different. Yet they were tied together by destiny's decree. Even so, Marcus found that their differences enriched his perspective. Through Lucius, he glimpsed the appeal of festivity and lived experience, worlds that felt distant to his contemplative soul. He did not begrudge Lucius his extravagances, but he pledged to maintain a certain balance, steering clear of the pitfalls of mindless indulgence. Under Antoninus's watchful guidance, Marcus began attending meetings where Roman officials debated issues of provincial taxes and infrastructure. At first, he was a silent observer. He listened intently, noting how rhetorical skill could sway opinions, how alliances formed and dissolved. Gradually, Antoninus entrusted him with minor tasks, drafting letters to distant governors, reviewing small legal disputes, or overseeing the maintenance of an aqueduct. Despite the seemingly mundane details, each assignment revealed the hidden threads that held Rome together. An enlightening moment arrived when an official from a far-flung province complained about an unpaid legion. Though it seemed a trivial matter, an administrative oversight, it threatened the morale of hundreds of soldiers, men tasked with safeguarding Roman borders. Marcus tackled the crisis with empathy, ensuring funds were dispatched promptly and carefully, offering a few thoughtful words of gratitude for the troops' service. The gesture, though modest, resonated widely. Rumours spread of the young heir who was genuinely concerned for the well-being of people he had never met. For the first time, Marcus sensed that his inclination toward moral philosophy might, in fact, hold a practical value in the arena of power. Life under Antoninus's roof was both nurturing and demanding. The emperor expected discipline, but also allowed Marcus to cultivate intellectual pursuits. Debates with learned scholars and philosophers became as common as talk of grain shipments from Egypt. In these discussions, Marcus refined his belief that leadership was not about personal glory, it was about serving a greater whole. He saw in Antoninus a man who laboured daily for the good of Rome, not because it was glorious, but because it was right. Still, there were moments of doubt. The ghosts of the previous emperors, men such as Domitian and Nero, cast long shadows. Marcus knew well that absolute authority could corrupt a weak soul. Late at night, when Roman lamps flickered, he wrestled with questions that few dared to ask aloud. How could one wield power without compromising virtue? Was it possible to harmonise the Stoic ideals he revered with the demands of realpolitik? The path ahead was a precarious one, lined with expectations both from the Senate and the people. Yet each day, in small but significant ways, Marcus was learning that an emperor's duty was not just to conquer, but to care, not simply to command, but to comprehend. By internalising these truths, he began shaping the course of his future reign. More importantly, he was becoming the steward of an empire that, under his guiding hand, might just find the soul it had long been missing. Years passed quietly, each sunrise an opportunity for Marcus to refine his understanding of both philosophy and government. Antoninus Pius, hale and cautious, presided over Rome without the military spectacles or outlandish feasts that had characterized some of his predecessors. In this environment, Marcus matured into a man who merged introspection with practical discipline. The empire, under Antoninus's measured hand, was relatively calm, but that calmness was not guaranteed to last. Everyone sensed the inevitable storms gathering on the horizon. Marcus spent his days balancing official duties with philosophical exploration. When he was not poring over scrolls of legislation or meeting envoys from distant provinces, he would lose himself in the works of Epictetus and Seneca. Far from an abstract exercise, these writings felt like maps, guiding him through the moral intricacies of leadership. He scribbled notes in the margins, pondering how to remain true to himself even when thrust into decisions affecting thousands of lives. Although he now enjoyed a status second only to Antoninus, Marcus remained approachable. he developed a habit of conversing with those at the fringes of power. Interpreters who facilitated talks with foreign delegations, stewards who oversaw the daily distribution of grain, even the librarians who cared for Rome's repositories of knowledge. Listening to their small but urgent stories, he saw more clearly the magnitude of responsibility that would soon rest upon his shoulders. Each conversation reminded him that the empire's success was anchored in everyday diligence, not just in grand proclamations. His personal life, though mostly tranquil, had its challenges. Encouraged by Antoninus, he entered a thoughtful marriage with Faustina, the emperor's daughter. Their union was not just a political arrangement, there was genuine affection between them. Faustina brought a spirited energy that balanced Marcus's more reflective nature. Yet, the intricacies of raising a family within the palace tested his composure in ways philosophy books rarely addressed. Their children's laughter filled the marble halls, but so did the strains of potential succession debates. Marcus tried to be an engaged father, but he often found himself juggling the empire's needs with the demands of parenthood. Meanwhile, Lucius Verus, his adoptive brother, grew increasingly restless. The lull under Antoninus's rule left Lucius craving excitement. He frequented gatherings that were rumoured to be lavishly hedonistic, drawing the curiosity of Rome's elite and the concern of its moralists. Despite their occasional friction, Marcus still cared for Lucius, who was, after all, part of the family. To reconcile their worlds, Marcus invited Lucius to more official functions, hoping to blend Lucius's charm with the seriousness of leadership. Sometimes it worked, other times it sparked tension. It was around this period that disturbing news began to trickle in from the northern frontiers. Germanic tribes tested the boundaries of the empire, small incursions hinting at bigger clashes to come. Rome had grown accustomed to relative peace, and these events rattled the comfortable illusions of eternal stability. Marcus became acutely aware that Stoic ideals would soon be tested on the battlefield as much as in the Senate. Responding to these threats required not just philosophical calm but strategic understanding, a skill he was only beginning to hone. In the midst of these concerns, Antoninus's health began its slow decline. The once vigorous emperor found it harder to manage day-to-day affairs. His breath grew laboured, and he often complained of fatigue. Though he did his best to hide this weakness from the public, it was clear that the reins of power would soon pass to Marcus. The Senate, aware of Antoninus's frailty, started looking to Marcus for guidance. The time of apprenticeship was ending. A new chapter beckoned. As the final months of Antoninus's life slipped away, Rome braced for another transition. Advisors, supplicants, and petitioners flocked to Marcus, seeking to gauge how he would wield authority. Their probing questions highlighted the complexity of the imperial mantle. He would have to be judge, general, administrator, and guardian of moral order. While Marcus's Stoic studies had long taught him to just detach from anxiety, he found it increasingly hard to remain unaffected by these growing burdens. In private moments, he confided in Faustina, admitting fears about war, about the intrigues lurking beneath Rome's placid surface, and about the simple possibility of failing those who depended on him. She, in turn, reminded him of his capacity for empathy and reason. Though the role of emperor seemed impossibly grand, Marcus had spent his entire life preparing, in subtle ways, for the very challenges that now loomed ahead. Finally, Antoninus Pius passed, gently and without drama, surrounded by those he loved. The city let out a measured sigh of sorrow, acknowledging the passing of an era defined by stability. However, beneath that grief lay a cautious optimism that Marcus Aurelius, thoughtful, unassuming, and thoroughly steeped in the empire's workings, might guide Rome with both virtue and pragmatism. Many whispered that a new golden age could be on the horizon. Others, recalling the cycles of history, reserved judgment until events proved the substance of Marcus's character. With the emperor's seat now vacant, all eyes turned to Marcus. The hush that settled over the city was brief but profound. A quiet vow formed in his mind. He would carry forth the Stoic torch, letting reason define his reign and compassion temper his decisions. Unknown trials awaited him, from barbarian incursions to political betrayals, but he would meet them as a man dedicated to something greater than personal gain. Rome was poised to discover if a philosopher king could truly exist, a leader who could blend moral wisdom with the realities of ruling an empire that, though splendid, was also vulnerable and flawed. In the wake of Antoninus's passing, Marcus Aurelius ascended to the throne with a mixture of solemnity and resolve. By tradition, he shared authority with Lucius Verus, fulfilling the adoption arrangements that Hadrian had set in motion years before. It was a decision that simultaneously solidified Rome's governance and tested Marcus's patience. Despite their differing temperaments, one philosophical and measured, the other spirited and convivial, they now united in leadership. Their first challenge appeared swiftly. The Parthian Empire seized upon the perceived vulnerability of a transitioning Rome, threatening key eastern provinces. Roman legions prepared for battle, and Lucius Verus rushed to oversee military operations. Marcus stayed behind in the capital to manage the rest of the empire. Letters from the front revealed victories peppered with Lucius's flamboyant account of triumphs. Yet Marcus also sensed the strain on the troops. In addition to the clashing of swords, war also presented logistical challenges such as supply lines, desert conditions, and the imminent threat of disease. As if on cue, a devastating plague emerged, travelling with the legions back from the eastern campaigns. Called the Antonine Plague by future historians, it spread like wildfire, leaving panic in its wake. Citizens fled the densely populated quarters while rumours circulated that the gods were punishing Rome for its arrogance. In the midst of this horror, Marcus clung to his stoic roots, advocating calm, reason, and measured steps to contain the devastation. Hospitals were organised, rations allocated. Despite scepticism from some corners, the emperor led by example, supporting sanitation measures and funding the medical efforts of Galen, the famed physician of the time. Yet the costs were severe. Cities grew somnant from the high death toll, farmland lay untended, and the empire's morale dipped to a new low. The plague's merciless reach sharpened Marcus's sense of empathy. He realised that no matter one's station in life, suffering belonged to all. He worked tirelessly with local leaders to provide relief, draining personal funds to feed and heal those most affected. While some criticised these expenses as unsustainable, Marcus saw them as a moral imperative. An emperor, he believed, was beholden to the welfare of his subjects, not the other way around. Over time, the plague receded, though the scars it left on Rome, both physical and psychological, would linger for years. The war front also stabilised under Lucius's oversight, enabling the generals to secure treaties. Eventually, Lucius returned to the capital, bringing with him ornate spoils of victory. Yet Marcus noticed a new gravity in his brother's demeanour. The conflict and subsequent plague seemed to have tempered Lucius's thirst for diversions, at least for a while. For the time being, they presented a cohesive front, but the empire had little time for respite. Almost as soon as the eastern threat subsided, word arrived of renewed aggressions along the Danube. Germanic tribes, emboldened by Rome's vulnerabilities, pushed southward. This new confrontation demanded a robust military response. Rome prepared legions to defend its territory, and Marcus himself resolved to lead them. Though it was not typical for a philosopher to don military garb, he understood that a hands-on approach would galvanise soldiers and reassure a fearful populace. Packing up his scrolls and leaving behind the marble halls of the palace, Marcus journeyed north. Stationed in military camps, he observed firsthand the stark realities of war. There were no polite Senate debates here, only the raw tension of men preparing for battle. Surrounded by tents and the clang of metal, he composed sections of what would later be known as his Meditations, journaling thoughts on duty, mortality, and the interplay between fate and free will. This writing served as a kind of mental fortress, shielding him from the cynicism and despair that often accompanied the brutality of war. In these harsh environs, Marcus discovered a facet of leadership seldom addressed in philosophical texts, the delicate balance between mercy and force. When tribunes asked how to handle captured enemy combatants or how to deal with the defiant provinces, Marcus weighed each decision with painstaking care. He believed that any punishment must be morally justified, not simply enacted for vengeance or as a show of might. Yet he also knew Rome had to maintain its authority, or risk inviting further rebellions. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the household and represented the imperial family in public ceremonies. She wrote supportive letters to Marcus, sharing updates about domestic affairs. Their bond, forged in quieter times, proved resilient through these challenges. Despite the stress of separation, They found solace in one another's determination to keep Rome functioning and hopeful. Night after night, Marcus read letters from the capital, reflecting on how ephemeral life could be, how swiftly fortunes changed. He reminded himself that an emperor's responsibility was to act as a steward, not a despot, and that each decision would reverberate through the empire long after he was gone. And so he pressed on, consulting with generals, negotiating with tribal leaders, and continuing to record his private reflections about human nature. As war raged, the empire watched with a mixture of dread and admiration. Here was a ruler who seemed less concerned with personal glory and more intent on preserving Rome's values and stability. Veteran soldiers, once sceptical of a philosopher emperor, fought with a renewed fervour, encouraged by his willingness to share their burdens. In those windswept camps along the Danube, Marcus Aurelius began shaping a legacy unlike any other, one rooted in the conviction that wisdom and compassion, far from being weaknesses, were the empire's strongest defence. The savage winters on the Danubian frontier tested Rome's legions in ways few had anticipated. Snow whipped through the encampments, layering tents in white drifts. Horses whinnied at the bitter chill, and the men huddled around makeshift fires. Marcus Aurelius, never one to shield himself from hardship, felt the sting of frozen air each morning. For all the stoic counsel he'd absorbed, he still found it an unrelenting challenge to rise at dawn and address the concerns of his commanders. Yet the deeper the cold bit into his bones, the more he recognised that resolve was forged through shared trials. Messages arrived from Rome, some filled with trivialities of court life, others warning that the imperial treasury was dwindling under the twin demands of plague recovery and war expenses. Food prices rose, merchants hoarded grain, and unrest simmered in urban districts. In response, Marcus intensified efforts to maintain supply lines, ensuring that shipments of grain and other essentials could reach both the front line and the capital. It was a delicate balance, requiring deals with regional governors and the occasional stern reminder of imperial authority. Amid the logistics and strategizing, he found an unlikely companion in Claudius Pompeianus, a seasoned general known for his sharp wit. While Pompeianus thrived on military prowess, he was also open to philosophical musings. Many evenings the two men would talk over steaming bowls of spelt porridge about the nature of fate and whether a just war could exist. These conversations, though brief, allowed Marcus moments of intellectual clarity. He saw in Pompeianus a fellow seeker, albeit one who channeled his convictions into martial discipline rather than written reflection. Though the war's burden weighed heavily, Marcus's popularity among the soldiers soared. In him, they saw not an aloof imperial figure but a leader who endured the same bitter chill, the same muddy camps, the same threat of sudden attack. During battle preparations, Marcus took care to visit injured soldiers, offering words of encouragement. His presence among them became a reassuring symbol that Rome's emperor understood sacrifice not from a gilded distance, but through personal experience. Yet the frontier's dangers were manifold. Rumours circulated of potential betrayal among allied tribes, an infiltration by spies working for the Germanic chieftains. Skirmishes erupted unexpectedly. Sometimes a wave of arrows would descend at night, leaving the camp reeling. Through it all, Marcus refused to let paranoia corrode his judgment. He tightened security, yes, but also dispatched diplomats to negotiate terms. If a measure of peace could be attained through reason rather than bloodshed, he was determined to find it. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the empire's public face as best she could. She visited temples, performed ritual offerings, and listened to the appeals of citizens who sought the emperor's ear. Though many admired her resilience, whispers of court intrigue continued to swirl. Some criticised Faustina for her independent demeanour, while others, eager for influence, tried to align themselves with her. She navigated these politics deftly, sending regular dispatches to Marcus so he was never uninformed. Letters also arrived from Lucius Verus, who split his time between the capital and lesser conflicts simmering in other territories. His initial flamboyance had softened, replaced by a pragmatic acceptance of imperial duty. Together, albeit from a distance, Marcus and Lucius worked to present a united front. They knew Rome's foes would seize upon any sign of discord. As the war stretched on, Marcus felt the strain in every facet of his life. He was the philosopher emperor, yet he frequently ordered troop movements that ended in bloodshed. At night, when the cold wind rattled the tent flaps, he wrestled with guilt. He reminded himself that stoicism was not about denying emotion, but understanding it. Power, he realised, did not give him the luxury of clean hands. Leaders often had to act in ways that chafed against their deeper ideals. Still, there were small mercies, brief truces brokered, a day of sunshine to melt the ice, a messenger bringing news that a troubled province had stabilised. In these fleeting moments, Marcus remembered why he had taken up this struggle in the first place, to safeguard a realm that, for all its imperfections, still held the potential for virtue. If Rome could remain strong yet morally grounded, the seeds of a more enlightened society might one day take root. Victory was not guaranteed, nor was an end to the constant trials. The barbarian tribes fought with desperation, determined to carve out territories in the empire's weakening landscape. But Marcus pressed on, forging his alliances and marshalling legionary forces, always mindful that true victory would involve reconciliation as much as military success. His body bore the signs of fatigue, and a creeping illness sometimes left him feverish, but he maintained the outward composure expected of an emperor. As the harshest winter months receded, there glimmered the faint promise of progress. More tribes showed willingness to negotiate, to accept treaties that allowed them limited settlement in exchange for peace. Though some Roman senators were outraged by the concessions, Marcus stood firm. He believed that clinging to old illusions of absolute dominion would only compound the cycle of violence. Compassion, guided by children's reason, was his guiding star even in the theatre of war. After countless skirmishes and negotiations, the tide slowly began to turn in Rome's favour. Marcus Aurelius, weathered and weary, found himself overseeing a series of settlements that cautiously stabilised the Danubian frontier. Tribes once considered mortal enemies now sought peaceful coexistence, albeit with complex agreements involving tribute, migration rights, and mutual defence pacts. Some senators bemoaned the dilution of Roman purity, but Marcus saw a different future, a broader, more interconnected empire that could adapt and thrive. His determination to incorporate foreign peoples instead of vanquishing them outraged traditionalists. However, the emperor deemed it imprudent to presume that the empire's initial borders were unchangeable. Like a living organism, Rome had to evolve or wither. He recalled his stoic maxims: all things change, and one must move in harmony with the nature's flow. For Marcus, that included welcoming new voices into the Roman fold, even if it defied entrenched notions of superiority. Physically, the years of hardship had taken a toll. The relentless cold of the frontier, the stress of command, and the sporadic fevers that plagued him during extended campaigns left Marcus frailer than before. Long days spent riding between outposts led to frequent aches, and a persistent cough hinted at something more serious. Nonetheless, he pushed forward, guided by a sense of duty that burned hotter than any physical ailment. The war itself was winding down, yet a fresh tragedy shook him. Word reached the emperor of Lucius Verus's sudden death from illness while returning to Rome. Marcus grieved deeply for his adoptive brother. Though they had often been at odds, Lucius's presence had been a stabilising factor, a reminder that rulership could have more than one face. In the aftermath, Marcus bore the weight of the empire alone. Sleepless nights ensued, haunted by questions about legacy, mortality, and the shape of Rome's future. Returning to the capital, he found a society wounded, but not broken. The plague's scars remained visible in empty shops and thinner crowds, but daily life had regained some vibrancy. Senators who once criticised him with veiled scorn now offered subdued respect. Many recognised that he had led Rome through one of its darkest chapters, whether or not they agreed with every decision. Outside the Senate, artisans and farmers alike spoke of the emperor's empathy, a trait seldom celebrated in men of power. However, no sooner did Marcus settle back into Roman affairs than fresh rumours emerged. Whispers accused Faustina of conspiring against him, suggesting she had grown too close to certain members of the court. Marcus, pained by this gossip, tried to separate baseless slander from legitimate concern. He had learned from his years of governance that rumours often sprang from envy or manipulation. Still, the seeds of doubt were difficult to eradicate entirely. Faustina dismissed the accusations, and Marcus, trusting her loyalty, did not pursue them further. In these uneasy times, he also grappled with fatherly worries. His son, Commodus, was approaching manhood, eager to mould him into a successor who could uphold Rome's evolving ideals. Marcus introduced him to generals, legal experts, and philosophers, yet Commodus seemed indifferent to the stoic virtues that had guided his father. He exhibited flashes of arrogance, a taste for spectacle, and a hunger for the luxuries of court life. Marcus prayed that exposure to genuine responsibility would temper those impulses, but he could not silence the disquiet that churned within him. Amid political intrigues and paternal anxieties, Marcus returned to his writings, adding new pages to the philosophical journal he kept close at hand. These reflections, composed in the hush of dawn or by lamplight late at night, served as a compass when external chaos threatened to overwhelm him. Quietly, he reaffirmed that temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom remained the pillars upon which a life of purpose was built. If he could not enforce these virtues on an empire, let alone on his child, he could at least embody them. Determined to leave Rome stronger than he found it, Marcus embarked on a series of legal and social reforms. He wanted to streamline bureaucratic processes, ensure that provincial governors were held accountable, and provide stable infrastructure for a population still reeling from war and disease. Funding was scarce, but he allocated what resources he could to the projects he deemed essential. Aqueducts were repaired, roads improved, and schools granted modest stipends to educate the next generation. Critics warned that such benevolence bordered on naivete, yet Marcus viewed these steps as vital investments in a more resilient Rome. Even in the hush of progress, he was not blind to the undercurrent of discontent. Powerful families plotted behind closed doors, believing that an emperor preoccupied with moral philosophy could be outmaneuvered. Soldiers, once loyal, grew restless in peacetime. The empire's old ghosts never fully vanished. Marcus braced himself for the next upheaval, aware that stability was always an interlude, never a permanent state. And so he carried on, leaning on the very principles he had studied as a child, navigating betrayal and forging alliances, contending with the willful nature of his offspring. He tried to remain steadfast. Each day brought a new puzzle, a shortage of funds, a border skirmish, a senator's duplicity. Yet through it all, Marcus Aurelius refused to relinquish his core belief that reason and compassion might still illuminate the darkest corridors of power. Time was a patient sculptor, etching its lines deeper into Marcus's features. Though he still attended to official duties with unwavering diligence, his health faltered. That persistent cough worsened, and his nights grew more restless. The physicians advised rest, but an emperor's life rarely granted such luxuries. Fears lingered too, the sense that the empire was but one rumour, one betrayal, or one uprising away from fragmentation. Marcus stood at the centre, exerting every effort to maintain unity through the combined power of rational governance and moral conviction. In the final campaigns against resurgent Germanic tribes, Marcus once again took to the field. Age had not diminished his resolve. From camp to camp, he travelled with a small retinue, offering encouragement to battle-weary troops. Yet this time the war-worn emperor appeared more ghostly than regal. The men spoke of his stoic endurance, how his eyes shimmered with fever even as he spoke of duty and fortitude. For all he had done to keep Rome intact, the ravages of illness would not yield to rhetorical skill. Commodus, summoned to his father's side, witnessed firsthand the empire's fringes, a harsh land shaped by conflict. Marcus hoped the sight would steel his son's character, prompting a sense of responsibility. But Commodus wore impatience like a second toga. He complained about the cold, about the humble rations, about the lack of pomp he believed befitted an imperial heir. Marcus inwardly grieved, knowing the path ahead might splinter beneath Commodus's restless feet. Yet he also recognised that no father could impose virtue on a reluctant child. In quieter moments, Marcus confided in Claudius Pompeianus, who had remained a steadfast advisor. The emperor spoke of the contradictions inherent in rulership, how an aspiring philosopher must enforce harsh discipline to maintain the empire's cohesion. Pompeianus offered practical wisdom, while Marcus responded with meditative reflections. Their conversations formed a final tapestry of friendship, weaving threads of pragmatism and introspection together in the twilight of Marcus's reign. Eventually, the news spread that the emperor had taken gravely ill. Camp physicians tried every remedy they knew, from herbal concoctions to prayers at makeshift altars, but the decline accelerated. Marcus retreated to his tent, his body weakening, yet his mind still alert, summoning Commodus for a last conference. He emphasised a single theme: the virtues that guide a leader must not be mere ornament. In the hush between father and son, he uttered words about compassion for subjects, fairness in judgment, and the necessity to curb excess. Commodus, shifting uneasily, nodded but offered little reassurance. As the hours slipped by, the emperor returned to his meditations. There, in the fading glow of a lantern, he penned a few final lines in a journal that had been his companion through wars, plagues, and political strife. He wrote not of victories or conquests, but of how fleeting each moment is, and how each individual's duty is to act in accordance with the good of the whole. Rumour would have it that these last notes carried more serenity than sorrow, as though Marcus were already stepping into the realm beyond mortal worries. When his eyes closed for the final time, the camp fell into a sombre hush. Soldiers who had long admired his calm presence gathered around the tent, quietly paying their respects. Courtiers murmured that the empire had lost its quell. Even those who once criticised Marcus found themselves longing for his steady hand. The commander of the guard ordered a gentle watch throughout the night, unwilling to break the solemn peace that followed his final breath. Yet life in the empire continued. The next day, Commodus assumed leadership, and Rome braced for another shift. Few doubted that change was inevitable. Marcus had known it himself, but he had also believed that his efforts, his stoic counsel and moral reforms, had planted seeds for a gentler, more reasoned empire. The question of whether those seeds would sprout or wither under Commodus's rule filled hearts with both anticipation and dread. In the days following his death, the body of Marcus Aurelius was prepared for a reverent return to Rome. Crowds lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the funeral procession. Rome did not always cherish its philosophers, but it seemed determined to honour this one, who had guided the empire through despair. Women wept openly, remembering how he had once funded relief in their neighbourhoods. Veterans stood in stoic salute, each recalling the winter nights he spent among them. Scholars carried small scraps of parchment filled with the emperor's wisdom, uncertain if the new era would appreciate such lessons. In the coming years, Rome's course would deviate sharply from the principles Marcus had championed. Commodus's reign brought spectacle over substance, extravagance over empathy. Yet long after the empire's fortunes rose and fell, the writings of Marcus Aurelius endured, quietly offering guidance to those who, like him, sought a life anchored by virtue and reason. He left behind no sweeping arcs of conquest, no grand self-aggrandizing monuments. His legacy was etched in the hearts and minds of those who witnessed how an emperor could sit by a soldier's bedside or grant clemency to a defeated foe. The marble might crumble, the gold might tarnish, but the ideals Marcus championed, integrity, humility, wisdom, would stand resilient. And so, in the annals of history, he would remain a guiding light, a testament that even within the highest seat of power, the human spirit could strive for something nobler than mere dominion. Leonardo da Vinci was born on April 15, 1452, or 1452 by the Florentine calendar, 1452 to 1453 by modern reckoning, in the Tuscan hamlet of Anciano, near the town of Vinci. He came into a world undergoing seismic changes. Florence was a republic brimming with artistic energy, and Europe was on the cusp of the Renaissance's full flowering. His father, Ser Piero da Vinci, was a notary of moderate renown, while his mother, Caterina, is believed to have been a local woman of humble background. The boy's illegitimacy meant he was never part of the upper echelons, yet it freed him from certain constraints that might have shackled a legitimate son to family business. Even as a child, Leonardo is said to have displayed an intense curiosity, wandering fields and streams, sketching plants, small creatures, or swirling eddies in the water. At this time, many children in Tuscany received minimal formal education, but Leonardo's father recognised the boy's precocious mind. Records suggest that around age 14, Leonardo began an apprenticeship in Florence with Andrea del Verrocchio, a master known for sculpture, metalwork, and painting. The workshop bustled with talented pupils and assistants, forging a collaborative environment. Apprentices learned to prepare pigments, craft details, and replicate the master's style. Leonardo's innate knack for observation set him apart. His notebooks from that era, though mostly lost, would have contained anatomical sketches, mechanical doodles, and fleeting notes on geometry. While other students memorized standard forms, Leonardo probed the underlying structures, dissecting how limbs attached or how light refracted on glossy surfaces. An early turning point arrived when Verrocchio assigned him to paint a small angel in the corner of the Baptism of Christ. Legend has it that upon seeing Leonardo's contribution, Verrocchio felt overshadowed and vowed never to paint again. Though that story might be apocryphal, it underscores how swiftly Leonardo's skill gained recognition. He brought a fresh approach to shading, employing what we now call chiaroscuro to infuse figures with tangible volume. While older masters often used linear outlines, Leonardo blended tones so that forms emerged gracefully from shadow. Despite his promise, Leonardo's early years in Florence carried frustrations. Some commissions fizzled due to political upheavals or patron shifts. Eager to expand his reach, Leonardo sought new vistas. Around 1482, he journeyed to Milan, offering his services to Ludovico Sforza, the ruling duke. He wrote a letter extolling his engineering prowess, listing designs for bridges, cannons, and war machines, only concluding with a mention that he could paint. This detail reveals how Leonardo viewed himself, not merely an artist, but a multifaceted engineer who happened to paint. Sforza, intrigued by such potential, welcomed him. In Milan, Leonardo thrived. The ducal court was a centre of intellectual pursuits, blending politics, the arts, and emerging sciences. He tackled a massive equestrian statue project for Ludovico, intending to cast a colossal bronze horse to honour the duke's father. For years, Leonardo studied horses' musculature, sketched them in various gaits, and designed elaborate foundry techniques. Ultimately, political strife disrupted the project. French armies invaded, and the raw bronze allocated for the statue was repurposed into cannons. The uncompleted clay model became a casualty of war, shattered as Milan fell. This fiasco, however, did not dampen Leonardo's thirst for grand challenges. During his Milanese phase, Leonardo also produced The Virgin of the Rocks, a painting that showcased his mastery of atmospheric perspective. He experimented with layered glazes and gentle transitions, making the rocky grotto and figures radiate an otherworldly hush. Simultaneously, he furthered his anatomical investigations, dissecting animals to refine his knowledge of muscle groups. He documented swirling water patterns in the city's canals, studied the flight of birds, and toyed with the idea of a flying machine. Milan's environment gave him the space to roam intellectually, bridging artistry with scientific speculation in a manner rarely seen before. Yet these pursuits coexisted with real-world demands. The Sforza court needed fortifications, festival designs, and mechanical contraptions. Leonardo obliged, penning treatises on geometry, building stage sets for pageants, and engineering ephemeral wonders. Some found him eccentric, especially as he scribbled notes in mirror writing. Others recognised him as an inexhaustible thinker who might at any moment produce the next stroke of genius. By the late 15th century, Leonardo had established himself as a leading figure of the Renaissance, though his restless mind kept him pushing forward, always hungry for the next frontier of knowledge. Leonardo's life in Milan was bustling, yet destiny had other turns in store. In 1499, French forces under King Louis XII conquered Milan. The once powerful Sforza dynasty collapsed, leaving Leonardo and his patrons scrambling. With the city's patron gone, Leonardo lost his secure base. He departed Milan, travelling to Venice, then briefly to Mantua, carrying an uneven portfolio of half-finished commissions and a head brimming with experiments. The aftermath was a tumultuous period, marked by shifting alliances across Italy's city-states. In Mantua, the Marchioness Isabella d'Este welcomed him, seeking a portrait. She was a formidable patron, but Leonardo's restlessness prevailed. He quickly moved on, possibly uninterested in the standard portrait tasks. By the mid-1500s, he found his way back to Florence after 2 decades away. The city had changed. It was now under the sway of the Republican government, briefly influenced by the fiery preacher Savonarola. Tensions simmered, and art commissions had a new flavour, patriotic or moralistic. Yet Florence remembered Leonardo's early promise. He was invited to paint a major altarpiece, though negotiations stalled. Instead, he seized on a more prestigious assignment, a mural in the Palazzo della Signoria, the seat of Florence's government. This mural project, known as the Battle of Anghiari, was meant to commemorate a 1440 Florentine victory. Across town, Michelangelo was commissioned to do a different battle scene in the same hall. The city braced for a competition between two towering geniuses. Leonardo approached the mural with an experimental technique. He planned to use a wax-based paint to speed drying. He built a giant scaffold and devised advanced heating systems to help the paint set, but the innovation backfired. Parts of the mural dripped or refused to adhere. Despite partial success in depicting dramatic cavalry charges, the painting never reached its final form. Over time, the incomplete mural decayed or was covered by later renovations. Still, the surviving sketches and copies hint that it was a dynamic, swirling composition of men and horses locked in ferocious combat. During this same stretch, Leonardo painted the Mona Lisa, commissioned by Francesco del Giocondo for his wife, Lisa. It was initially a private portrait, yet Leonardo spent years refining it, working and reworking subtle glazes. The face's elusive smile and luminous complexion resulted from layering translucent paint. Each layer diffused light. The painting's mysterious aura also came from Leonardo's habit of constantly altering details. While smaller than some grand frescoes, the piece represented a culmination of his sfumato technique. The background's hazy mountains and winding roads mirrored Leonardo's fascination with geology and fluid dynamics. Over time, he kept the painting with him, never delivering it to the patron. Possibly he saw it as a personal testament to portraiture's pinnacle. Parallel to these artistic feats, Leonardo advanced his scientific explorations. He dissected human cadavers in hospitals outside Florence, sketching cross-sections of muscles and bones. Though dissection was sensitive, certain hospitals allowed it for educational ends. His anatomical drawings, some discovered centuries later, revealed a near-modern understanding of the spine, the arrangement of internal organs, and the skeleton's mechanics. He planned an extensive treatise on anatomy, combining text with diagrammatic precision, anticipating the modern concept of illustrated medical textbooks. However, like many Leonardo projects, it was never formally published in his lifetime. Politics roiled again in 1503 to 1504 when Pisa threatened Florence. Leonardo contributed to engineering solutions, brainstorming ways to divert the Arno River to hamper Pisa's supply lines. He drafted canals, levees, and even considered flooding tactics. The plan was bold but faced practical obstacles in Tuscany's terrain. Although partially attempted, the scheme never fully materialised. The episodes highlight Leonardo's willingness to tackle large-scale engineering challenges, blending topographical studies with strategic insight. The lessons gleaned would echo in his future city planning sketches and water management designs. By 1506, French rule stabilised in Milan, opening the city once more. Long gone was Ludovico Sforza, but the new French governors beckoned Leonardo. Eager to revisit uncompleted ideas like the giant horse statue, he returned. Florence parted ways with him under a cloud of frustration, as the Battle of Anghiari lingered unfinished. Yet Leonardo's departure signalled that loyalty to a single city was never his style. He roamed, following whichever environment let him chase multiple intellectual pursuits. In returning to Milan, he sought continuity for the scientific and artistic projects left behind a decade prior. Thus, by the mid-1500s, Leonardo had become an artist-engineer bridging city-states, forging a pattern of partial achievements and unfinished marvels. Some critics found him unreliable, an eternal tinkerer, yet few denied his brilliance. He left Florence having revolutionised portraiture and capturing ephemeral visual mysteries in the Mona Lisa, while also nearly revolutionising mural painting. The stage was set for further meanderings in Milan and eventually beyond, as Europe recognised him as a truly singular figure, a testament to the Renaissance's union of art and science. Leonardo's second stint in Milan began around 1506 under the patronage of Charles d'Amboise, the French governor. This time the city was controlled by the French crown, not the Sforza family. The environment was different, less personal loyalty, more bureaucratic oversight. But Leonardo's fame had grown. He was recognised as a Renaissance man, whose counsel was prized for everything from architecture to geometry. Some records indicate he was granted a workshop near the Porta Vercellina district, where he resumed anatomical, mechanical, and artistic endeavours. One ongoing obsession was the equestrian monument he had once planned for Ludovico Sforza. Though the bronze had been lost to war, Leonardo still dreamed of building the largest horse statue known. He refined the design, adjusting how a rearing stallion might balance on hind legs. He sketched innovative casting methods, hoping to circumvent earlier meltdown issues. However, the politics had shifted. With Ludovico deposed, the impetus for a Sforza memorial dissipated. Leonardo might have pitched the idea to the French administration, but it never crystallised. He remained resolute in exploring equine anatomy, capturing every sinew and tendon in fresh sketches. During this period, Leonardo welcomed a youthful apprentice named Francesco Melzi, who would become his most devoted disciple and eventual executor of his estate. Melzi, from a noble Milanese family, offered loyalty, scribing capabilities, and stable finances. He accompanied Leonardo on trips, helped organise notes, and became the master's confidant. The presence of a steve, or respectful apprentice, might have provided Leonardo the continuity he'd long sought, especially after dealing with earlier assistants who sometimes parted on mixed terms. Meanwhile, glimpses of his scientific mania multiplied. He dissected more cadavers, filling notebooks with nuanced drawings of hearts, muscles, the bronchial system. Observing that heart valves directed blood flow, he speculated about circulation decades before William Harvey's formal discovery. He studied the vitreous humour in an ox's eye, investigating how images formed. While the Catholic Church mostly tolerated such dissections for medical progress, certain clergy frowned on it, so Leonardo often performed them discreetly or at night. Had he published these findings, he might have revolutionised medicine centuries earlier, but perfectionism and continuous revision meant his data stayed personal, locked in cramped notebooks and penned in a mirror script. In parallel, Leonardo authored treatises on flight. Fascinated by birds' wing structures, he dissected wings to decode the interplay of feathers. He built mechanical prototypes, ornithopters, aiming to replicate flapping flight. Though never tested on a large scale, these contraptions presaged modern aviation concepts. He recognised that pure flapping wouldn't suffice for human flight. He studied gliding surfaces, suspecting that air currents could keep a craft aloft. Yet the technology of the era, no engines or suitable materials, curbed these ambitions. Even so, the sketches reveal an acute understanding of aerodynamics. Around 1510, Leonardo's patron Charles d'Amboise died, prompting another shift in Milan's political circle. Still, the French King Louis XII valued Leonardo. Another momentous figure emerged. The newly ascendant Giuliano de' Medici, brother of Pope Leo X, invited Leonardo to return to the Florentine orbit or possibly move to Rome, where the papacy was fueling grand building projects. Leonardo, now in his late 50s, weighed these overtures carefully. The lure of Rome's architectural expansions and advanced scientific resources might prove irresistible. Eventually, around 1513, Leonardo departed Milan for Rome, with an entourage that included Melzi and some assistants. In Rome, under Pope Leo X, the artistic scene soared. Michelangelo and Raphael dominated the city's commissions, Sistine Chapel expansions, grand papal apartments. Leonardo expected a role in major architectural or hydraulic projects. Instead, he found himself overshadowed by younger rivals. Michelangelo, known for moody brilliance, had little patience for Leonardo's diversions, while Raphael's rising star enthralled the papal court. Leonardo was offered small tasks. For instance, the Pope asked him to devise mechanical amusements or stage designs, but no major papal commission emerged. Despite the frustration, Leonardo utilised Rome's libraries, continuing anatomical dissections. He took advantage of more cadaver supply from local hospitals. Some rumours suggest friction with the Vatican Curia, especially after a cardinal supposedly saw dismembered bodies in Leonardo's quarters. The environment felt stifling. He wrote letters implying that the papal circle favoured spectacle over more profound research. With insufficient official support for his large-scale experiments, Leonardo grew restless again. Yet he found fleeting satisfaction exploring the Belvedere gardens, measuring ruins of ancient Roman structures. He studied geometry with scholars, exchanging ideas about perspective in the Ptolemaic universe. Perhaps a quieter dream to unify art and mathematics kept him going. Still, the unstoppable politics of Italy soon overshadowed local tasks. The shifting alliances in 1516 catapulted France into dominance once more. Francis I became king, eyeing Italy hungrily. For Leonardo, the swirling intrigue spelled an opportunity to pivot yet again. The next invitation from the French crown would beckon him across the Alps for what would become the final chapter of his life's remarkable journey. In 1516, King Francis I of France, a young monarch intrigued by art and technology, extended an invitation to Leonardo da Vinci. Tired of Roman politics and seeing limited scope for big projects there, Leonardo accepted. He travelled north, crossing the Alps at an advanced age, bearing precious paintings and volumes of notes, among them the Mona Lisa and likely St. John the Baptist. Francis offered him the manor house of Clos-Lucé, near the royal Château d'Amboise in the Loire Valley. This arrangement put Leonardo under royal patronage, granting him comfort and a platform for his creative urges. At Clos-Lucé, Leonardo enjoyed relative calm, gone were the fierce rivalries of Florence and the ephemeral commissions of Milan. Francis I often strolled over, discussing fortifications, canal systems, or mechanical contraptions. The king revered Leonardo as a living legend, a reservoir of Renaissance brilliance. The older man reciprocated with sketches of improved weaponry or designs for a grand palace. However, age and ill health limited the impetus for new large-scale ventures. Some accounts claim Leonardo tried to outline an ideal city for Francis, merging symmetrical layouts with efficient waterways, but no direct implementation followed. Amid this peaceful setting, Leonardo's health issues worsened. He wrote fewer lines in his notebooks, and his once dexterous hand might have trembled from possible strokes or nerve troubles, yet his mind remained inquisitive. He refined old anatomical drawings, re-examining them in the quiet orchard near his manor. Melzi, ever faithful, organised the piles of manuscripts, ensuring references to geometry, geology, optics, and anatomy didn't vanish into chaos. The older assistant Salai, who had begun as a teenage model with a mischievous streak, also lived there, though rumoured tensions occasionally flared between him and Melzi. A highlight of this period was visits by French courtiers who marvelled at the Mona Lisa. They admired her half-smile, rumoured to be a representation of intangible grace. Francis I himself is said to have purchased the painting directly from Leonardo, or inherited it after the artist's death, eventually placing it in Fontainebleau. Then it travelled to the Louvre centuries later. Another puzzle, St. John the Baptist, a moody, half-lit figure, pointing heavenward, also accompanied him to France. Its swirling hair and ambiguous expression invited speculation that it was a deeply personal reflection on spiritual transformation. Though slowed physically, Leonardo sometimes produced ephemeral amusements for the court. Francis might request a mechanical lion that roared, or a winged contraption to amuse guests. These ephemeral wonders were reminiscent of his younger days planning festivals for the Milanese dukes. In letters, watchers described him as gracious but occasionally melancholic, lamenting the ephemeral nature of grand projects he never completed. The once unstoppable polymath was contending with the reality that time was finite. He also penned reflections on theology, bridging Catholic doctrines with his own scientific viewpoint. While devout in belief, he had long championed rational inquiry, sometimes rattling clergy with statements about Earth's position or the universal laws of nature. In France, the monarchy had a slightly more flexible attitude toward intellectual exploration, so long as loyalty to church dogma wasn't overtly challenged. This gave Leonardo space to fuse spiritual musings with scientific wonder. A few cryptic lines in his notebooks hint that he believed the study of anatomy and nature only deepened reverence for a divine creator. Socially, the small circle at Clos-Lucé was cosy. Francis I occasionally dined with Leonardo, absorbing tall tales from Italy's golden cities. Melzi recorded these dialogues, though few transcripts remain. Meanwhile, rumours circulated about Leonardo's final unseen manuscripts. Some believed he was penning a definitive treatise on flight or a universal theory of water currents. In truth, he likely polished segments of older notes rather than forging a single cohesive magnum opus. The scattered nature of his archive meant the future would discover his brilliance piecemeal. During the winter of 1518 to the 1519, Leonardo's condition deteriorated. Chronic arm pains, possibly from a stroke, forced him to rely heavily on Melzi for everyday tasks. Francis, hearing of the decline, visited more often, hoping for final insights from the master. Legend has it that the king was at Leonardo's side as he passed on May 2nd, 1519. While romanticised accounts depict Leonardo dying in Francis's arms, The historical veracity is uncertain. Still, the bond between them was genuine, a deep mutual respect between an aging Renaissance titan and a monarch hungry for cultural ascendancy. Thus ended Leonardo's mortal journey far from the Tuscan hills of his birth, in a French manor brightened by orchard blooms. This final French chapter was quieter, reflective, yet still brimming with sparks of creativity. From building ephemeral mechanical lions to preserving the greatest paintings humankind had known, Leonardo's culminating years embodied a spirit that refused to go dim. He might not have erected a final monument, but he left behind a personal realm of knowledge-bridging art, science, and imagination, a legacy that would endure for centuries to come. In the immediate aftermath of Leonardo da Vinci dying, the question arose, what would become of his manuscripts and personal effects? According to some accounts, Francesco Melzi emerged as the designated heir, entrusted with safeguarding the thousands of pages brimming with sketches, notes and drafts. Salai, an earlier companion, received certain paintings and minor possessions. Yet the sheer volume of Leonardo's papers posed a challenge. Melzi dedicated years trying to organise them, hoping to publish coherent treatises, but the scale was daunting. Over time, bits of the collection were dispersed, sold, or gifted by Melzi's heirs across Europe. This fracturing explains why Leonardo's notebooks eventually surfaced in places from Spain's royal libraries to British aristocratic collections, each chunk unveiled in irregular intervals. Europe of the 16th century recognised Leonardo's artistic brilliance. The Last Supper in Milan, though deteriorating due to his experimental fresco approach, was already hailed as an emotional masterpiece. The Mona Lisa, now in French royal possession, attracted courtly admiration for her haunting expression. Yet the fuller scope of his genius, engineering drawings, anatomical plates, or treatises on geometry remained largely hidden. The slow trickle of discovered manuscripts fueled centuries of fascination. In the 17th century, a few scientists glimpsed certain sketches, marvelling at advanced concepts of gear systems or diving apparatus, but it wasn't until the 19th century that broader scholarship systematically studied his codices, unveiling a mind centuries ahead of his era. Leonardo's immediate legacy in art was clearer. His painting style influenced a generation of mannerists who admired his smoky transitions, sfumato, and atmospheric depth. Milanese artists, though overshadowed by the city's shifting political fortunes, carried forward elements of his approach. In Florence, students who'd glimpsed the aborted Battle of Anghiari mural adapted some compositional ideas, but the direct lineage was complicated. Leonardo left no formal academy. He taught a few pupils thoroughly, except for Melzi and a handful of others. The intangible aura of Leonardesque painting permeated the late Renaissance with its softness of edges and subtle interplay of light. Over the next centuries, as Baroque flamboyance rose, certain of Leonardo's works fell out of style. Others recognised them as timeless. The Last Supper, for example, underwent multiple restorations, each attempt often introducing fresh problems, leading to controversies about how much of Leonardo's original brushstroke survived. Meanwhile, in the 19th century, Romantic and Victorian scholars resurrected the cult of the Renaissance genius. Leonardo emerged as a symbol of the solitary visionary, an introspective figure bridging reason and art. Writers like Walter Pater penned rhapsodic essays on the Mona Lisa, describing her as an enigma embodying centuries of emotion. Such effusions etched the painting's fame deep into Western cultural consciousness. Only in the modern age did the scale of Leonardo's scientific legacy become widely recognised. As more codices were catalogued, like the Codex Atlanticus or the Codex Arundel, historians realised that he had conceptualised flying machines, armoured vehicles, and tension-based mechanical devices. He had studied wave patterns, sketched gear differentials, and dissected the human body with an exactitude unmatched for centuries. Art historians marvelled at how the same man who painted the lady with an ermine had also measured the mathematical proportions of reflection angles. The synergy of aesthetics and logic rendered him the archetype of the Renaissance man. Modern architects gleaned from his city planning concepts, while robotic engineers found preludes to modern mechanical linkages in his swirling diagrams. For a time, many described Leonardo as a man out of time, but recent scholarship refines that narrative. He was indeed extraordinary, but also a product of a vibrant milieu. Italian city-states teemed with cross-pollination from Greek, Roman, and Islamic knowledge. Leonardo built on the achievements of earlier polymaths, from the classical treatises of Archimedes to the reintroduced works of Alhazen on optics. Recognizing that synergy doesn't lessen his brilliance, it situates him in the network that made such leaps feasible. Meanwhile, the mystique around Leonardo occasionally overshadowed more grounded truths. Tales of him finishing commissions in a single burst or conjuring bizarre contraptions for stage illusions became embroidered over time. The reality was that he left many tasks incomplete, struggled with perfectionism, and juggled ephemeral court demands. This tension between the unstoppable imagination and the practical burdens of day-to-day labour infuses his story with a human dimension. He wasn't some aloof superhuman, but an individual forging through the same complexities and distractions we all face, albeit with an incandescent spark few could rival. Thus, centuries after his passing, Leonardo's name resonates as the embodiment of creative ambition. Whether in art galleries, engineering labs, or philosophical debates, references to his fusion of imagination and observation abound. People see in him the ideal of curiosity unshackled, bridging the intangible rifts between art, science, beauty, and data. That intangible legacy, more than any single painting or device, might stand as the core reason we revere him. He left behind not just objects, but a testament that the quest for knowledge and mastery can, in the right hands, rewrite the boundaries of possibility. In contemporary times, Leonardo's legacy permeates cultural and scientific discourse in ways both lofty and mundane. The Mona Lisa has become a pop icon, reproduced endlessly on posters and novelty items, its wry smile fueling conspiracy theories about hidden identities or coded messages. Meanwhile, The Last Supper continues to captivate pilgrims and tourists in Milan, though advanced ticket reservations are required to see the heavily conserved mural. Documentaries dissect each brushstroke, offering competing theories about cryptic symbolism in the arrangement of bread loaves or apostolic gestures. Beyond these famous works, Leonardo's name adorns everything from children's educational kits about invention to NASA references to lunar craters named in his honour. Tech innovators sometimes cite him as a paragon of design thinking, bridging aesthetics and function. The phrase Leonardo-like mind denotes someone unbound by a single domain. Museums stage blockbuster exhibitions, assembling scattered folios of his codices under one roof. Visitors queue for hours to glimpse the delicate sketches of a fetus in utero or a swirling aerial screw. In such gatherings, viewers witness the raw lines of a man who wrestled with nature's secrets on scraps of paper, unknowing they'd be revered centuries later. Yet the question arises, what would Leonardo have done with modern resources? Some imagine him thriving in an era of 3D printers and digital imaging, or leading biotech startups. Others caution that the intangible synergy of Renaissance Italy, a world open to invention, but also bound by craft traditions, shaped him. A modern environment might hamper that slow, observational approach. He thrived in a realm where forging your pigments and dissecting cadavers in candlelit corners built a holistic sense of wonder. Today's rapid data flow might overshadow the meticulous wonder that fueled his slow revelations. Scholars continue analysing Leonardo's notebooks for overlooked insights. One might find a newly deciphered margin note revealing how he planned water-lifting devices for farmland irrigation. Another might unearth a fragment referencing a missing treatise on mirror making. Each fresh revelation underscores how incomplete our knowledge remains. Because his notebooks were so scattered, lines vanish into private collections, sometimes re-emerging at auction houses with $1 million price tags. Bill Gates famously purchased the Codex Leicester in 1994, digitizing pages for public curiosity. This interplay of private ownership and public thirst for knowledge epitomizes Leonardo's enduring mystique. One dimension of modern interest focuses on Leonardo's personal life. The few references to intimate relationships or sexuality remain ambiguous. Some interpret his heavy focus on male assistance as indicative of hidden personal aspects. Others see no direct evidence of romance in his notes. He rarely wrote about personal feelings, preferring coded references or allegorical musings. The aura of secrecy around his private life parallels the guarded manner in which he protected his scientific methods, fueling endless speculation. At the same time, the notion of the incomplete genius resonates with modern anxieties about productivity. Leonardo's many half-finished paintings and ephemeral designs illustrate the challenge of reconciling curiosity with the finality of deadlines. In an age obsessed with completion and output, his story hints that the path of exploration, though meandering, can yield intangible but profound insights. That he never published his anatomical volumes didn't negate their brilliance. Their posthumous influence shaped fields from architecture to fluid dynamics. Many contemporary creatives draw solace in Leonardo's example. Creation can be iterative, perpetually in flux, and still crucial to progress. Even so, some critics note that praising Leonardo can overshadow other Renaissance figures, like Filippo Brunelleschi, who concretely built the Florence Dome, or Luca Pacioli, whose mathematics influenced him. They argue that the Leonardo legend occasionally romanticizes an era's synergy. While that synergy was real, credit goes to many. Leonardo's singular star shouldn't blind us to the collective genius of the period, but precisely because he integrated so many fields, art, science, engineering and anatomy, he became an enduring symbol for the entire Renaissance moment, capturing the fervour of bridging knowledge domains. Hence, in the 21st century, Leonardo da Vinci remains less a static historical figure than a living metaphor for potential. Each generation reinterprets him, plugging his name into the contexts as varied as STEAM education, cultural diplomacy, or brand marketing. The friction between the legend and the historical details keeps him relevant. People yearn for the secret of how a single mind could roam so broadly, producing both timeless artistic wonders and notebooks brimming with half-realised marvels. That tension between the completed and the fragmentary may well be Leonardo's final gift, spurring us to question how far our curiosity might take us if we refuse to erect barriers between the arts and sciences. The story of Leonardo da Vinci serves as a lens on lifelong reinvention. Born in a modest Tuscan setting, he navigated uneven patronage system, accepted partial successes, and found resilience in perpetual learning. Each city he lived in, Florence, Milan, Rome, and ultimately France, offered fresh vantage points, reminding us that mobility can spark renewal at any stage in life. Though he occasionally lamented incomplete tasks, he pressed forward, bridging discipline after discipline. It's worth extracting lessons from his approach. He cultivated an insatiable observational habit, scrutinizing swirling water, the geometry of a flower's petal, or the subtle shift of a face's muscles. Even in an era lacking cameras or modern labs, he gleaned universal patterns by focusing on the details. As midlife adults, we too can regain that sense of direct observation, whether it's noticing minor changes in a friend's demeanour or analysing complexities at work. A Leonardesque perspective encourages seeing anew, not coasting on assumptions. Another facet resonates with modern times, the synergy of creative expression and methodical research. Leonardo was no carefree dreamer. He systematically tested ideas, building prototypes, dissecting bodies, and refining pigments. He let imagination drive him, but insisted on verifying theories with experiments. For those in middle adulthood, managing teams, families, or personal projects, balancing vision with practicality is an art. Leonardo's notebooks bristle with microfailures, a water-lifting device that jammed, a mural technique that peeled, yet each misstep taught him something. This iterative mindset fosters resilience and yields deeper expertise. Moreover, Leonardo's story underscores the role of collaboration. He soared highest not in isolation, but in synergy with patrons, mentors, and assistants. The Sforza and French courts gave him resources to dream big. Skilled workshop members helped realise or test concepts. Even his competition with Michelangelo and Raphael, albeit fraught with tension, catalysed fresh impetus. In present life, synergy across skill sets can amplify outcomes. We see parallels in cross-functional corporate teams or community coalitions that blend varied talents to achieve breakthroughs. However, we also need to address the negative aspect, the eerie feeling of unrealised potential. Many of Leonardo's grand designs, such as the Sforza horse or the treatise on flight, remained incomplete. Some might interpret him as a cautionary tale about perfectionism. Indeed, he sometimes spent years layering glazes on a single painting or rewriting the same mechanical design. For busy modern adults, it can be a nudge to find closure. Not every idea demands indefinite polishing. Finishing and sharing can unlock new phases of growth. Still, Leonardo's incomplete wonders also remind us that partial efforts can spark future revolutions, even if we ourselves never see them fully bloom. His final years in the French court also highlight that one can remain relevant even in advanced age. By building a lifelong reputation for innovation, he found fresh patrons who treasured his wisdom. He might not have executed large public works then, but he contributed to strategic discussions and shaped cultural enrichment at the French court. Similarly, for those transitioning out of intense early career phases, there's a reminder that mentorship, idea sharing, or specialised consultancy can be equally impactful. Leonardo's twilight wasn't about retirement in a quiet sense, but about integrating decades of experience into a culminating sphere. Another essential angle is how Leonardo balanced religious sentiments with rational inquiry, deeply respectful of Christian doctrine. He never let dogma quell his questions about nature's mechanisms. He believed understanding creation's intricacies honoured the Creator. In an era where faith and science sometimes clashed, he navigated a personal path, for a modern audience frequently contending with polarised debates. Leonardo's outlook offers a model. Rational exploration can coexist with spiritual depth, each fueling gratitude for existence's marvels. Ultimately, the life of Leonardo da Vinci stands as an emblem of boundless curiosity, bridging disciplines that many treat as separate. He embraced incremental knowledge, acknowledging that each discovery planted the seeds for further mysteries. His notebook, though scattered and partial, reveal a mind enthralled by the interplay of form, motion, and cosmic design. 5 centuries on, we still glean from him the power of wonder, the value of dogged experimentation, and the humility to accept that mastery is a continual journey, never fully complete. In a world that yearns for innovation and empathy, he remains a shining example of what a single human can accomplish when guided by the persistent awe at the world's complexities, and that, perhaps, is Leonardo's ultimate gift, to remind us that even the simplest observation, like a swirl of water in a basin, can unravel entire universes of insight if we only dare to look closely enough. September the 7th, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born at Greenwich Palace, amidst a flurry of anticipation and unease. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken from the Catholic Church to marry her mother, Anne Boleyn, so Elizabeth's birth was charged with political tensions. The king, desperate for a male heir, found himself disappointed when the infant turned out to be a girl. Still, baby Elizabeth bore the weight of dynastic hopes. Her every coo or cry analysed for signs that the Tudor line might endure. The infant's earliest days unfolded in a court grappling with religious upheaval. Henry's new Church of England stood at odds with Rome. Courtiers whispered about the king's next move. The Queen, Anne, attempted to shield her daughter from the swirling environment, ensuring she received the best available wet nurses and comfort. However, the precariousness quickly became apparent. A few years later, Anne faced execution due to dubious charges of treason and adultery. Motherless at 2, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by her father's decree, losing her title of princess. Raised in separate royal households, Elizabeth seldom saw Henry VIII. Various stepmothers came and went, with some offering brief maternal warmth. She formed a particularly close bond with Catherine Parr, Henry's 6th wife, who oversaw her education. Elizabeth's tutors recognised a remarkably bright mind. She excelled in languages by adolescence. She spoke fluent Latin, French and Italian, eventually picking up Spanish as well. She pored over classical texts, gleaning rhetorical finesse from Cicero and moral lessons from Greek philosophers. Even in childhood, she learned to keep her emotions cloaked, forging a calm exterior that masked inner tensions, an attribute that would prove crucial in her future reign. A fateful shift occurred when Henry died in 1547, leaving Elizabeth's half-brother Edward VI as king. Under the regency of Protestant reformers, the religious climate skewed more radical. Elizabeth, though outwardly cooperative, carefully navigated factional disputes. She relocated the household of Catherine Parr, who had remarried to Thomas Seymour. That arrangement sparked scandal. Seymour was rumoured to show Elizabeth overly familiar attention, fueling gossip that tarnished her reputation. The teenage princess soon departed, mindful that any whiff of impropriety could end her precarious position in the succession line. This brush with danger reinforced her instincts for self-preservation. Edward's short reign was followed by that of Elizabeth's half-sister, Mary I, a devout Catholic determined to restore papal authority. Mary viewed Elizabeth with suspicion, seeing in her a rallying figure for Protestant interests. As rebellions cropped up, Elizabeth found herself accused of complicity. She was taken to the Tower of London, where her mother had met her end, and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. The gloom of potential execution hung over her, but lacking firm evidence, Mary couldn't condemn her. Over 2 years, Elizabeth trod a careful path, denying any involvement in plots while discreetly maintaining her network of Protestant allies. Eventually, Mary's failing health lifted Elizabeth from her shadow. In November 1558, Mary died, childless. Elizabeth, at 25, ascended the throne. The people welcomed her with cautious optimism, hoping for an end to religious strife. However, no one could foresee the firmness with which Elizabeth would steer the ship. She inherited a kingdom exhausted by years of persecution and entangled in European alliances. Furthermore, lingering doubts about her legitimacy and ability to produce an heir plagued the realm. Courtiers pressed for her to marry promptly, believing a queen regnant threatened stability unless a husband took the reins. Elizabeth, though aware of the political logic, also recognised that marriage might curb her autonomy. In her first weeks as queen, Elizabeth took bold symbolic steps. She chose moderate Protestant advisers like William Cecil, striving to unify the country. She declared her intent for a religious settlement that neither persecuted Catholics harshly nor caved to papal demands. She navigated a delicate balance, cognizant that either extreme could undermine her rule. She moved her court to Whitehall, re-establishing routine ceremonial events that signalled the monarchy's continuity. Observers described her as poised, with sharp eyes that hinted at an agile, strategic mind. The once exiled princess stood now at the centre of power, forging a monarchy that would come to define an era. Thus, the stage was set for a pivotal chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, maternal execution, paternal neglect, complex family ties, had shaped a cautious, perceptive approach. She had learned to conceal personal feelings behind a stately demeanour, armed with intellectual acumen gleaned from classical texts. The realm now looked to her for stability, religious compromise, and a reassertion of national identity. For Elizabeth, it was time to prove that a female sovereign, even one with a contested legitimacy, could guide England through its labyrinth of political storms. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth I confronted a land torn by religious factionalism. Under Mary I, staunch Catholic policies reigned, with Protestant heretics burnt at the stake. Though those violent measures ended, many Catholics remained loyal to Rome. Meanwhile, radical Protestants clamoured for more extreme reforms. Elizabeth recognised that a middle path was essential for national peace. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 aimed for a broad church approach. The Act of Supremacy declared her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity prescribed a moderate Protestant liturgy. While it alienated hardliners on both sides, it established a stable framework that endured. This religious compromise had consequences. Catholics abroad questioned her legitimacy, urging Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, to claim England's throne. Mary, exiled from Scotland in 1568, ended up in England, effectively under house arrest. Elizabeth, wary of dethroning a fellow anointed queen, faced a quandary. Mary's presence fueled conspiracies, yet executing her set a dangerous precedent. This predicament lingered for decades, turning Mary into an epicentre of Catholic plots that threatened Elizabeth's life and reign. Beyond religion, Elizabeth's foreign policy shaped her early years on the throne. England was militarily weak, overshadowed by Spanish might. The Queen needed alliances, but hated entangling treaties that might compromise her independence. She courted suitors from across Europe, France's Duke of Anjou, Austria's Archduke Charles, using marriage negotiations as diplomatic chess moves. Each negotiation offered short-term benefits, but she consistently evaded an actual wedding. By keeping her hand in marriage available, Elizabeth dissuaded certain powers from aggression, hoping for eventual union. The saga of the Virgin Queen was as much political strategy as personal inclination. Economically, Elizabeth inherited a treasury battered by wars. Her ministers, notably William Cecil, Lord Burghley, instituted reforms, curbing inflation and streamlining revenue collection. They supported maritime ventures, encouraging sea captains like Francis Drake to harass Spanish shipping and seize treasure. Such semi-official privateering enriched royal coffers and stoked Spanish hostility, culminating in deeper rivalries. Meanwhile, domestic industry, woolen cloth, for instance, expanded, aided by the stable environment Elizabeth's government fostered. As for the Queen herself, the court recognised her keen intellect and formidable will. She cherished erudition, employing multiple secretaries to handle a constant influx of diplomatic dispatches. Fluent in French and adept in Latin, she occasionally scribbled notes in Italian or Spanish. She revelled in masques and pageants, endorsing the arts to glorify her monarchy. She made a point of progresses, travelling with her retinue through the countryside, letting her subjects glimpse the royal presence. This practice built loyalty, for seeing their queen in person, resplendent with pearls and embroidered gowns, stirred patriotic pride. A lesser-known aspect was her reliance on intelligence networks. Elizabeth, aware that conspiracies loomed, authorised spy masters like Sir Francis Walsingham to intercept letters, employ informants, and uncover plots. This clandestine apparatus uncovered multiple assassins or traitors financed by Spain or papal agents. By revealing such threats, the Queen justified harsher policies against recalcitrant Catholics. Some criticised these tactics as oppressive, but to Elizabeth, survival mandated vigilance. Another challenge: cultural expectations for queens. She faced jabs about her gender, with some male courtiers urging a kingly partner. She responded by forging a regal persona, insisting subjects see her as both king and queen, a line reflecting her dual role. She skillfully navigated male-dominated councils, awarding title carefully to ensure no single noble overshadowed her. She also used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate gowns, iconic ruffs, and jewel-laden wardrobes signalled the monarchy's majesty. This cultivated image buttressed her authority in an era still grappling with a female sovereign. In parallel, Elizabeth's personal circle remained small. She could be witty and charming, dancing or joking with favourites like Robert Dudley. But letting affection overshadow prudence risks scandal. Rumours flew about her closeness to Dudley, fueling suspicion that she might marry him. The potential controversy was immense, given Dudley's questionable reputation. In the end, Elizabeth never wed. She cherished her autonomy, well aware that a consort could overshadow or manipulate her. The choice drew bafflement from foreign courts, but domestically, it enhanced her mystique. The Virgin Queen identity solidified, spurring propaganda that cast her as wedded to the realm itself. Elizabeth's early reign involved balancing various tasks such as forging a delicate religious settlement, spurring economic growth, outmanoeuvring suitor entanglements, and stamping out plots. She skillfully used image and ceremony to unify the realm, though critics lurked. Her government's stability rested on an ongoing dance with foreign powers and internal factions. Despite the swirling tensions, Elizabeth projected calm confidence, forging a national identity that recognised the Queen's central role. Her mid-reign would bring graver trials, culminating in decisive conflicts that tested the mettle of both monarch and kingdom. By the mid-1580s, Elizabeth's realm faced a new wave of external threats. The ascendant Spanish Empire under King Philip II brimmed with zeal to reassert Catholic supremacy and avenge the raids on Spanish commerce by English privateers. Religious tensions spiked further after the Pope excommunicated Elizabeth, effectively urging Catholic monarchs to depose her. In response, the Queen's advisors realised that war with Spain was no longer a distant possibility but a near inevitability. They bolstered the navy, encouraging shipbuilders to refine vessels for speed and manoeuvrability. Commanders like Drake refined hit-and-run tactics designed to hamper Spain's massive, slower galleons. Additionally, the Mary, Queen of Scots dilemma reached a climactic stage. She had been implicated in multiple plots, culminating in the infamous Babington plot of 1586, which aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and seat Mary on the throne. Caught with incriminating letters, Mary was tried for treason. Elizabeth agonised over signing Mary's death warrant. The thought of executing an anointed queen offended her sense of divine order, but counsel pressed her that Mary's continued survival endangered national security. Reluctantly, Elizabeth signed Mary was beheaded in 1587, an act that scandalised Catholic Europe. Elizabeth feigned dismay at the news of Mary's actual execution, chastising ministers for carrying out the sentence too hastily. The sincerity of her regret remains debated. This event further incensed Spain, and soon word came that Philip II was assembling an invincible armada. In 1588, that formidable fleet sailed for the English Channel, intending to rendezvous with forces in the Low Countries and deliver an invasion. England braced for catastrophe. Elizabeth visited her troops at Tilbury, clad in armour, delivering a rousing speech about having the heart and stomach of a king. That rallying cry, though perhaps embroidered in subsequent retellings, captured the national mood. The English Navy engaged the Armada in a series of skirmishes, employing fireships to sow chaos. Stormy weather and miscalculation forced the Spanish to scatter around the northern coasts, suffering devastating losses. The triumph at sea became a cornerstone of Elizabeth's legend, though historians note the fortune of unseasonable gales played as large a role as strategic brilliance, buoyed by victory. Elizabeth's popularity soared. Poets extolled her as a goddess presiding over a fortuitous age. London's population boomed, commerce thrived in relative security, courtiers staged elaborate masques celebrating Gloriana, a moniker borrowed from Edmund Spenser's allegorical poem The Fairy Queen. This cult of Elizabeth, with pageantry and stylized iconography, shaped a golden aura around her monarchy. She bestowed knighthoods on naval heroes like Drake, though she never turned them into unstoppable political rivals. Indeed, part of her genius lay in praising men just enough to secure their loyalty, but not so extravagantly as to overshadow her own regal glow. Yet cracks surfaced. The war with Spain dragged on sporadically. English expeditions to support Protestant rebels in the Netherlands or to raid Spanish ports often ended in fiascos, draining resources. The Queen's earlier frugality turned to reluctance about fully funding new campaigns, prompting friction with bold but cash-strapped commanders. Some younger courtiers, like the Earl of Essex, grew impatient with Elizabeth's measured approach. Essex attempted to replicate despite Drake's glories. He led half-baked military forays and returned with meagre spoils. Tensions between the old Queen and these ambitious youths escalated, culminating in the Essex Rebellion of 1601, where he tried a coup. She crushed it swiftly, and Essex was executed. As Elizabeth aged, her once intimate circle diminished. Long-time advisers such as William Cecil passed away, and favoured courtiers either died or fell out of favour. The Queen, famous for her fine dresses and elaborate wigs, now faced a more solitary existence. Gossip about her vanity circulated. She insisted on controlling her image, refusing to appear as a frail matron. She demanded loyalty from ladies-in-waiting, scolding them if they dared overshadow her attire or conversation. Although the realm viewed her as Gloriana, she struggled to maintain a mythic aura behind closed doors. Diplomatically, the final years of her reign saw a cooling of tension with Spain, not via a formal peace but through mutual exhaustion. The impetus for large armadas had waned, with Spain focusing on European entanglements. England, for its part, lacked the finances to continue heavy engagements. Meanwhile, the seeds of colonial expansion were sown. English seafarers eyed North America, establishing fledgling outposts. The concept of an overseas empire was embryonic but emerging. Thus, approaching the turn of the century, Elizabeth presided over a stable yet evolving monarchy. She had defied invasion, faced down conspiracies, and reigned as an iconic figure admired across Europe. But the question of succession remained, unmarried and childless. She had never named an heir. The matter loomed, spurring subtle negotiations as different claimants circled. This final stretch of her reign tested whether the Tudor line's magic could endure beyond her mortal presence, or if it would seamlessly transition to a new dynasty. By the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth I found herself contending with the question that had dogged her for decades. Who would follow her upon the throne? No official heir had been named, though many whispered that James VI of Scotland, a Protestant and son of the executed Mary, Queen of Scots, was the likely candidate. Elizabeth, ever cautious about naming a successor, understood that the moment she sanctioned an heir, her authority might wane. Yet the gentry and the powerful were anxious, fearing a resurgence of civil strife if the crown's transition lacked clarity. As the 1590s waned, the Queen's court saw fewer robust festivities. Elizabeth's health was not the best, and her mood darkened by the loss of cherished confidants. Once a favoured explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh fell from Elizabeth's favour. The Earl of Essex, her erstwhile golden boy, died a traitor. Meanwhile, the luminous circle that had celebrated her youth, Bess of Hardwicke, Countess of Leicester, and others, had scattered. England's population soared beyond 4 million, many living precariously in squalid conditions. Bread riots flickered in adverse harvest years, and the cost of warfare remained burdensome. Some critics murmured that the Queen's refusal to adapt to a new generation's demands indicated the monarchy was adrift. Yet Elizabeth never lost her political savvy. She carefully managed sessions of Parliament, deftly deflecting demands for certain policy changes. She employed subtle flattery, reminding them that as a mother to her people, she prized their well-being above all. This rhetorical style, combining maternal sentiments with regal authority, continued to woo the common folk. Indeed, from the countryside to London's teeming streets, loyalty to the Queen remained high, an outgrowth of national pride partly forged by that earlier victory over the Spanish Armada. In the realm of arts, the Elizabethan theatre blossomed, spearheaded by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and others. Though Elizabeth seldom attended public performances at the Globe, she invited theatrical troupes to court. She found enjoyment in comedic interludes, even if she publicly maintained a formal veneer. This cultural renaissance, ignited under her watch, was a point of national distinction, with travelling players bringing both dramatic flair and moral allegories to distant corners. The synergy of crowns and creativity underscored an epoch known as the Elizabethan Golden Age. Throughout, the religious settlement endured, though Puritan elements pressed for stricter reforms. Criticising the hierarchical structure of bishops, the Queen tolerated moderate Puritan pleas but cracked down on radical preachers who undermined her supreme governorship. Catholic recusants faced fines or pressure to conform, though large-scale persecution was less aggressive than during Mary's reign. Despite friction, Elizabeth's stance staved off religious civil war. This equilibrium, though not perfect, enabled commerce and exploration to flourish. Merchants ventured to the Levant, the Baltic, and the Americas, sowing early seeds of a global maritime trade. In the final few months of her life, Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace. She was increasingly frail, refusing medical interventions that seemed invasive. Court rumours multiplied. The Queen's mind was drifting. She was losing appetite, or she stood for hours too proud to rest. Modern historians debate the exact cause of her decline. Some speculate pneumonia or depression. She dreaded naming James publicly, but subtle negotiations with his envoys paved the way for a smooth succession. Advisors like Robert Cecil quietly prepared the details. According to tradition, Elizabeth, too weak to speak in her last hours, made a vague gesture endorsing James as successor. She died on March 24, 1603, aged 69, after 44 years on the throne, a record at the time for an English monarch. Her coffin was carried from Whitehall to Westminster Abbey, the silent crowds reflecting on an era shaped by her image. That day closed the Tudor line, with James VI of Scotland becoming James I of England, inaugurating the Stuart dynasty. Yet the Tudor brand had not ended in chaos. Elizabeth's measured approach, for all her reluctances, ensured a relatively peaceful handover. In the wake of her passing, tributes soared. Pamphlets hailed her as the wisest princess, the mother of her people, and a near-legendary figure who steered the nation from the shadows of religious tyranny. The wave of national mourning overshadowed her shortcomings, which included excessive favouritism, suspicion of rivals, and stifling certain freedoms. Over the next centuries, historians would reinterpret her story, dissecting the illusions of the Virgin Queen narrative, acknowledging her harsh treatment of dissenters, yet marvelling at her capacity to wield authority in a fiercely patriarchal world. The stage was set for the transition from Tudor to Stuart, and though overshadowed by the next monarchy's own tensions, Elizabeth's reign retained a special glow in England's collective memory, an epoch where a single woman's will shaped destiny. Immediately after Elizabeth's death, a swirl of legacies confronted the English, James I, newly ascendant, inherited a stable realm, but also the burden of living up to the fabled Gloriana. Over the ensuing decades, the myth of Elizabeth would be embellished by dramatists, historians, and genealogists, forging a romantic image of a queen unblemished by error. Yet parallel undercurrents recognised her complexities. Among the common folk, stories abounded of her witty repartee, her skill in navigating suitors, and the spectacle of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was demonised as a heretic who had executed Mary, Queen of Scots. This ideological tug-of-war shaped how Europe at large recalled her reign. During the 17th century, English authors occasionally staged plays referencing Elizabethan glories to critique or praise current rulers. The Elizabethan Age label took hold, conjuring a golden past full of maritime exploits and cultural refinement. Meanwhile, Puritan writers viewed the Queen more critically, noting that her religious compromise left them yearning for a more thorough reformation. Some pamphleteers portrayed her as a cunning politician, adept at double-dealing among Europe's Catholic powers. Over time, these multiple vantage points consolidated into a layered portrait. In the 18th and 19th centuries, national pride soared, fueling revivalist interest in the Tudors. Elizabeth's image was moulded by Victorian taste, emphasising her unmarried status as a demonstration of moral fortitude. Painters depicted her in elaborate ruffs, overshadowing any mention of the day-to-day hardships endured by her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, especially when the British Empire sought parallels between the forging of a national identity under Elizabeth and contemporary empire building. The Armada triumph narrative overshadowed the fact that storms aided English success. Her issues with Mary, Queen of Scots, became fodder for tragic romanticism, focusing on courtly betrayals and heartbreak. This romanticisation sometimes neglected the Queen's shrewd, often ruthless governance. Scholars of the 20th century took a more critical lens. They delved into archival documents to unearth how Elizabeth's intelligence network operated, how her finances were managed, and how propaganda shaped public perception. They passed the famed Golden Speech of 1601, analysing the rhetorical strategies she used to quell a restless parliament. The more historians explored, the clearer it became that her success hinged on forging an image that balanced motherly affection with regal severity, ensuring subjects revered rather than resented her. Scholars recognised the notion of the cult of Elizabeth, with its orchestrated pageantry, as an early form of state PR. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's significance soared. She defied the misogynistic assumptions of her era, refusing to cede authority to a husband or to male advisors. That independence, though hard-won, showcased the potency a female ruler could wield in a male-dominated society. Yet the same narrative acknowledges she was no radical feminist. She often leveraged stereotypes of female frailty or used her womanly nature strategically in negotiations. Thus, her complex relationship with gender roles remains a topic of ongoing debate. Archaeological digs at palaces and old estates uncovered physical traces of her travels, like ephemeral scaffolds for pageants or remains of feasting halls. These glimpses illustrate the vast logistical machine behind each royal progress. The Queen might arrive with hundreds of courtiers and servants, imposing a heavy burden on local nobility hosting the entourage. Yet, from a political standpoint, these visits effectively reaffirmed the monarchy's presence across the realm. Over and over, Elizabeth used personal displays to connect with communities. In cultural memory, items such as the Tudor Rose, elaborate state portraits by painters like Nicholas Hilliard, or references to the Virgin Queen remain in the public imagination. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries capitalised on this allure, producing adaptations that frame Elizabeth's story with romance and triumph. Some films portray her as near saintly, others highlight her paranoia or the brutality of her crackdown on perceived threats. The continuing fascination underscores how she embodies a transitional moment in Europe, where medieval structures gave way to early modern states, with new forms of diplomacy, espionage, and ideology all converging. Thus, centuries removed from her actual reign, Elizabeth I stands as both a symbol of national identity and a figure whose complexities resonate with present debates. The interplay of female leadership, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of constructed image. Re-evaluating her life reveals how skillful governance can stabilise a fractious kingdom. even if it requires navigating a delicate balance between tolerance and coercion. The conversation around Elizabeth remains dynamic, shaped by each generation's vantage on monarchy, gender, and the cost of maintaining a carefully wrought facade of unity. Elizabeth's story resonates with the notion that midlife can be a time of both reflection and strategic boldness. She ascended the throne at 25, but arguably her most defining decisions, the forging of a moderate religious settlement, the careful dance of marriage negotiations, unfolded as she matured. In the face of personal regrets, lack of a direct heir, and external crises, Spanish hostility, internal plots, she repeatedly displayed resilience under the lens of older wisdom. Yet that sagacity was not innate. It sprang from a youth marked by precariousness, shaping a thorough calculation in adult life. One lesser discussed aspect is her intellectual curiosity. She was no passive figurehead. She read widely, from classical philosophers to contemporary political treatises, and engaged in theological debates with ambassadors. She wrote translations of texts, including Plutarch, honing linguistic precision. In an era when many noblewomen possessed only basic literacy, Elizabeth's depth of scholarship commanded respect. She used this knowledge to steer councils, referencing classical examples of leadership or mercy, grounding her decisions in a broader worldview than simple realpolitik. Another dimension concerns her approach to management and delegation. Faced with a swirl of court factions, some aligned with Cecil, others with Dudley, and various earls vying for influence, she balanced them by a rotating favour, ensuring no single man overshadowed the rest. This delicate manoeuvre allowed her to maintain her position as the ultimate arbiter, thereby preventing entrenched monopolies of power. While modern management gurus highlight transparency or direct leadership, Elizabeth's method was subtler. She nurtured multiple power centres, pitting them gently against each other to sustain a stable equilibrium. This method reveals a strategic cunning that, while occasionally breeding resentment, retained her supremacy in a fractious environment. The swirl of secrecy surrounding Mary, Queen of Scots, also underscores Elizabeth's careful manipulation of intelligence. She personally reviewed coded letters, weighed evidence, and authorised infiltration of Catholic circles. These actions might unnerve contemporary moral standards, yet in the cutthroat reality of 16th century politics, such espionage was standard. The difference is Elizabeth's relative subtlety. She rarely boasted of her spymaster's successes. She recognised the value of illusions, letting conspirators believe they had infiltrated her circle while, in fact, her watchers tracked every step. Age imbued her with a distinct sense of gravity. In speeches to Parliament, she framed herself as a guardian of the realm's welfare, addressing them as my lords and my good people, tapping into paternal or maternal imagery. She rarely showed overt temper in public, though courtiers recalled her sharp tongue in private, laced with scathing wit. She might banish a courtier from her presence for a trifling offence, then recall him soon after, sending the message that loyalty was paramount while partial forgiveness might be extended. This capacity to pivot from severity to magnanimity cemented her as unpredictable yet revered, a trait modern leaders might emulate in more tempered forms. Beyond the realm of politics, her personal attire and courtly fashion set trends across Europe. She championed fresh tailors to experiment with embroidered silks, extensive ruffs, and striking colour palettes. But behind the magnificence was a strategic layering of fabric. It signified her rank while concealing normal ageing or times of ill health. The resulting mystique helped define the monarchy's brand. Similarly, she championed structured ceremonies, like elaborate coronation anniversaries or public feast days. These events reaffirmed the bond between sovereign and subject, forging an emotional tie that buttressed the monarchy's intangible authority. Her approach to the arts had lasting effects. She never personally funded epic building projects like some European royals given her limited treasury, but her patronage of music, portraiture, and drama triggered a cultural efflorescence. Key composers thrived, producing refined polyphonic works performed at chapel. Her endorsement of secular drama laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's rise. She recognised that cultural prestige elevated national pride, thus investing in intangible capital that would outlast her. This fosters an analogy to modern soft power, a concept in global relations. In sum, Elizabeth's mid to late reign exemplifies how a leader can orchestrate multi-layered strategies. leaning on intellectual depth, balancing internal factions, leveraging espionage, and forging cultural identity. Her longevity on the throne was no accident. It was an evolving mastery of monarchy in an era thick with risk. For those in midlife, her model suggests that the lessons gleaned from earlier turmoil, exile, precarious legitimacy, can blossom into confident leadership when harnessed with discipline. Even so, her story underscores that behind the regal facade lay real heartbreak and regrets, particularly on questions of family and moral contradictions. That humanness only deepens the fascination with this queen who navigated a world not designed for women in power, forging a golden age from the crucible of adversity. When Elizabeth I died on March 24, 1603, at Richmond Palace, she left a kingdom dramatically changed from the one she inherited. Elizabeth averted religious civil wars, asserted an English navy against Spanish dominance, and planted the seeds of a maritime empire. Yet the Queen's final moments offered a poignant contrast to the ceremonial grandeur that had marked her public life. Accounts say she refused to rest, standing or sitting in pensive silence for hours, as if grappling with the knowledge that her story was nearly done. The question of her successor, James VI of Scotland, was all but settled. Elizabeth's last gesture, whether a whispered name or silent acceptance, cleared the way for the Stuarts, bridging the Tudors to a new era. The immediate aftermath saw an outpouring of tributes. Noble houses and commoners alike mourned the Virgin Queen, the stalwart figurehead who had reigned 44 years. Her body was transported by barge along the Thames, a spectacle of black drapes and heraldic flags. Observers lining the shores recalled how, decades earlier, a young queen had ascended to quell the chaos left by her half-siblings. Now, the realm faced another transition. But Elizabeth's half-century of leadership gave many confidence in the monarchy's stability. James's succession was mostly peaceful, a testament to the processes Elizabeth had overseen. Over the centuries, historians dissected her image with fresh angles. Some championed her as a golden archetype, praising her unwavering sense of duty. Others uncovered her manipulative use of virginity as political currency, or pointed out the authoritarian edge in how she stamped out dissent. 20th century scholarship introduced psychoanalytic readings, linking her mother's beheading to her reluctance to marry. Meanwhile, feminist analyses recognized her capacity to subvert patriarchal norms by forging a distinctly female monarchy that demanded masculine respect. Archaeological research, too, contributed. Excavations at palatial sites uncovered courtyards used for lavish tilts or dancing events, fragments of decorative tile bearing Tudor roses. Art restorations revealed how state portraits were retouched to remove wrinkles or human imperfections, reinforcing her iconic aura. The evolution of her visual propaganda parallels modern brand management, illustrating how monarchy leveraged illusions to maintain public fascination. Elizabeth's era, characterised by Drake's circumnavigation, Shakespeare's stage, and an assertive national identity, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia among everyday English folk. Actual living conditions for peasants remained harsh, but the sense of belonging to an up-and-coming realm soared. Elizabeth harnessed that pride to unify a land threatened by continental powers. She left behind no direct heir, but her intangible bequest was a monarchy reinvigorated by a sense of national destiny, though future conflicts like the English Civil War would test that unity severely. In the present, Elizabeth's story continues to enthrall. Tourists flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court, longing for glimpses of her era's grandeur. Historians piece together details from diaries, ambassadors' dispatches, and state papers. The creative arts produce films reimagining her as everything from an iron-willed warrior to a lonely figure overshadowed by politics. Such portrayals reflect changing cultural values. We admire her resilience, critique her harshness, empathise with her personal constraints. Each generation reads new lessons into her life, whether celebrating female power or lamenting the cost of absolute monarchy. Her tomb rests in Westminster Abbey, overshadowed by the more elaborate memorial of her half-sister Mary I. Erected during James I's time, it depicts Elizabeth recumbent, ironically sharing a memorial with Mary in a symbolic burying of old rivalries. While the effigy is fairly simple, visitors often linger, mindful that the occupant reshaped Europe's power balance. The inscriptions hail her as a paragon of wisdom, praising her as "of her sex the pride, of all time the wonder." The rhetoric might be thick, but it echoes how she was revered by her contemporaries. In the end, Elizabeth I stands as a testament to the synergy of personal cunning, cultural stewardship, and circumstance. The child overshadowed by a father's quest for a male heir grew into a queen who refused to be overshadowed by any spouse or continental monarch. That improbable arc, from uncertain princess to undisputed sovereign, still captivates. Her life underscores that leadership is rarely straightforward, forging alliances, stifling conspiracies, and projecting authority demand constant recalibration. Indeed, her success lay not in an unyielding set of principles, but in agile responses to crises. Through this fluid style, she carved a stable realm from a swirl of dangers. Centuries later, that story endures, bridging history and myth, echoing that a lone determined figure, armed with intellect, cunning, and stagecraft, can shift an entire kingdom's course. You know that feeling when you realise you've been completely oblivious to something that was right in front of your face the whole time? Like when you finally notice your neighbour's been waving at you for 3 years and you thought they had some sort of nervous tic. Well, imagine that feeling, but multiply it by about 1,000, and you'll get close to what archaeologists felt when they stumbled upon one of history's most overlooked communication systems. It started, as these things often do, with someone having a perfectly ordinary day that was about to become extraordinary. Dr. Elena Vasquez was having her morning coffee in a dusty tent outside Cairo, squinting at pottery shards that looked about as exciting as yesterday's newspaper, when her graduate student Marcus burst in with the enthusiasm of a golden retriever who'd found the world's best stick. "Professor, you have to see this," he practically shouted, clutching a fragment of ancient painted plaster like it contained the secrets of the universe. Which, as it turned out, it kind of did. The fragment showed what appeared to be a typical Egyptian banquet scene. You know the type, where everyone's sitting around looking impossibly elegant while servants fan them with giant feathers. But Marcus had noticed something that generations of scholars had somehow missed. Every single person at this banquet had their hair arranged in a completely different style, and more importantly, these styles seemed to follow very specific patterns. You see, for centuries, historians had assumed that ancient hairstyles were just fashion statements, like how we might choose between a bob or layers based on what magazine we flipped through at the salon. But what if hair wasn't just about looking good? What if it was actually a sophisticated communication system, as complex and nuanced as any written language? The idea seemed ridiculous at first. After all, how could something as simple as how you wore your hair carry meaning beyond "I'm having a good hair day" or "I clearly gave up on life this morning"? But the more Elena and Marcus examined the fragment, the more patterns they discovered. The woman with 3 braids wound with gold thread was positioned next to the man with the elaborate top knot, while the figure with loose hair adorned with lotus flowers sat across from someone whose hair was completely covered. It was like looking at a crossword puzzle, where you suddenly realise all the clues are connected. The positioning wasn't random, it was deliberate, meaningful, coded. These people weren't just sitting around eating grapes and looking fabulous. They were having a conversation, and their hair was doing all the talking. As Elena sipped her now-cold coffee, she felt that familiar tingle that archaeologists get when they're about to turn the academic world upside down. It's the same feeling you get when you're about to tell someone a secret that's going to blow their mind, except, in this case, the secret had been hiding in plain sight for thousands of years. The implications were staggering. If hair truly functioned as a secret language in ancient Egypt, what about other cultures? Had archaeologists been looking at countless artifacts, paintings, and sculptures without realising they were essentially reading books with half the words missing? It would be like trying to understand a conversation by only listening to every other sentence. Technically possible, but you're definitely going to miss some crucial plot points. Eleanor set down her coffee cup with the decisive clink of someone who's just made a life-changing decision. She was going to prove that hair wasn't just about aesthetics in the ancient world. It was about communication, status, identity, and social navigation all rolled into one beautifully elaborate system. And if she was right, every museum in the world had been displaying what amounted to ancient text messages, completely unaware that they were looking at some of humanity's earliest social media posts. Little did she know that this discovery would lead her down a rabbit hole so deep and winding that she'd emerge on the other side with a completely new understanding of how our ancestors communicated, loved, fought, and lived their daily lives, all through the simple yet profound act of arranging the hair on their heads. You might think that cracking an ancient hair code would be like solving a jigsaw puzzle where half the pieces are missing and the other half are covered in dust, and you'd be absolutely right. However, Eleanor had consistently embraced challenges when faced with chaos. Her realization that she'd been approaching the problem incorrectly led to a breakthrough. Instead of trying to decode individual hairstyles like some sort of follicular Rosetta Stone, she needed to look at the relationships between different styles within the same cultural context. It was like realizing that you can't understand what thumbs up means by just staring at a thumb. You need to know when, where, and how people use it. Elena started with what she knew. Ancient Egyptian art was notorious for its precision. Every hieroglyph, every colour, and every positioning had meaning. If the Egyptians were that meticulous about drawing a bird to represent a sound, surely they weren't just randomly doodling hairstyles for the fun of it. She began cataloguing every depiction of hair she could find in Egyptian art, from tomb paintings to temple carvings to papyrus illustrations. At first, the catalogue appeared monotonous, with page after page of ancient updos, braids and headpieces that would leave a modern wedding planner in a state of envy. But slowly, patterns began to emerge. Women depicted in domestic scenes consistently wore their hair in simple, low arrangements, often with minimal decoration. But the same women, when shown in religious ceremonies, suddenly sprouted elaborate constructions that defied both gravity and reasonable styling time. It wasn't that they were getting dressed up for special occasions, it was that they were literally changing their message. The domestic hair seemed to communicate availability, approachability and fertility. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of wearing your comfiest jeans and a world's best mom t-shirt. However, this ceremonial hair represented a form of pure power communication. Those towering arrangements studded with gold ornaments weren't just showing off wealth, they were broadcasting authority, divine connection, and social status so loudly that they might as well have come with their ancient PA system. Eleanor's real epiphany occurred when she began examining the men's hairstyles. For years, scholars had largely ignored male grooming in ancient art, assuming it was less complex than women's styles. This, Elena realised, was like assuming that ties are just decorative strips of fabric instead of recognising their role as subtle indicators of profession, personality and occasion. Ancient Egyptian men, it turned out, had their own sophisticated hair vocabulary. Priests kept their heads completely shaved, a visual representation of purity and dedication to the gods. But they didn't just shave randomly. The timing of when they shaved, how often they shaved, and what they wore to cover their baldness all carried meaning. A priest with a perfectly smooth scalp was saying something very different from one with the faintest stubble, and both were distinct from the high priest, who wore an elaborate headdress that compensated for his lack of actual hair with symbolic power. Military men wore their hair in practical short styles that nonetheless managed to communicate rank through subtle variations in length and styling. A general's hair might look similar to a foot soldier's from a distance, but up close, the differences were as clear as military insignia. The general's hair would be precisely trimmed, perhaps with small braids that indicated his victories, while the soldier's simpler style communicated his readiness for battle and his place in the hierarchy. Elena found herself staying up late into the night, poring over images by lamplight like a detective solving a cold case. Each new piece of evidence added another layer to the picture. Hair wasn't just communication, it was a complete social operating system. It told you who they were, what they did, their social status, if they were single, what gods they worshipped, and maybe what they had for breakfast. The more she learned, the more she realised that modern people had completely lost touch with this ancient wisdom. We might spend fortunes on haircuts and products, but we use our hair primarily for personal expression, rather than social communication. Imagine if your hairstyle could tell everyone you met your job, your relationship status, your political affiliations, and your current mood, all without saying a word. It would be like carrying around a constantly updating personal billboard, and everyone around you would be fluent in reading it. As Elena's research progressed, she began to suspect that the Egyptians weren't unique in this practice. If hair could serve as a secret language in one ancient culture, Surely others had developed their own follicular communication systems. The question was, how many civilizations had been having entire conversations over our heads for thousands of years, and we'd just been admiring their fashion sense? You know how sometimes you meet someone who completely shatters your assumptions about what they're going to be like? Elena felt that way about the Vikings when she started investigating their relationship with hair. She'd expected to find a bunch of rough-and-tumble warriors who maybe braided their beards when they remembered to, not a sophisticated culture with a hair communication system that made modern social media look primitive. The Vikings, it turned out, were absolutely obsessed with hair. However, it was not about vanity or fashion in the way you might expect. For them, hair held immense significance, influencing everything from social status to the likelihood of survival during a raid. Elena discovered these facts when she started examining Viking burial sites with a new perspective. Instead of just cataloguing the weapons and jewellery buried with the deceased, she began paying attention to how their hair had been arranged for their final journey. What she found was remarkable. Every single burial showed evidence of deliberate hairstyling, even when the body had been buried quickly or in difficult circumstances. Viking men, contrary to popular belief, didn't just let their hair grow wild and free like extras in a heavy metal music video. They maintained their hair with the same attention to detail that they applied to their weapons. A warrior's hair told the story of his life. Each braid might represent a successful raid, a defeated enemy, or a heroic deed. Long hair was a symbol of strength and virility, but one had to earn it. You couldn't just decide to grow your hair long. Your community had to recognise that you'd achieved something worthy of long hair privilege. The really fascinating part was how Viking hair customs differed based on your role in society. Jarls, the Viking equivalent of nobles, wore their hair in complex arrangements that took serious time and skill to achieve. The practice wasn't just showing off. It was a practical demonstration that they had enough wealth and status to spend hours on grooming instead of manual labour. Their hair was essentially a walking resume written in keratin, but the Vikings also used hair to communicate temporary states and intentions. A warrior preparing for battle might braid his hair in a specific pattern that announced his readiness to die gloriously, while someone seeking to negotiate a peaceful resolution would arrange their hair to signal non-threatening intentions. It was like having a universal mood ring that everyone in your culture could read from across a longhouse. Eleanor was particularly amused to discover that Viking women had their own elaborate hair hierarchy that made modern office politics look straightforward. Unmarried women wore their hair loose and flowing, advertising their availability with every strand. But the moment they married, that changed dramatically. Married women covered their hair almost completely, not out of modesty as scholars had long assumed, but as a form of social communication that said, "I'm taken, and my husband is powerful enough to afford a wife who doesn't need to advertise herself." The hair covering itself was a marvel of coded communication. The fabric, the way it was tied, the amount of hair that showed beneath it, every detail carried meaning. A woman whose covering slipped to show a bit of hair at her temples was communicating something very different from one whose hair was completely hidden. It was like having an entire conversation through strategic hat placement. But perhaps the most ingenious aspect of Viking hair communication was how they used it for deception and strategy. Viking raiders were masters of psychological warfare, and they quickly figured out that they could manipulate enemy perceptions through strategic hair choices. A raiding party might style their hair to appear larger and more numerous than they actually were, or conversely, they might tone down their hair displays to appear less threatening before a surprise attack. Eleanor found evidence of Vikings who had completely changed their hairstyling when travelling to foreign lands, essentially code-switching their appearance the way modern people might change their accent in different social situations. A Viking trader entering a Christian kingdom might adopt more conservative hair arrangements to blend in and avoid unwanted attention, while the same person might sport elaborate warrior braids when returning home to establish their continued Viking credibility. The complexity of the system was mind-boggling. Elena realised that Vikings had essentially created a visual language so sophisticated that they could communicate detailed information about personal history, current intentions, social status, and availability for various activities, all through hair arrangement. It was like wearing your entire LinkedIn profile in your follicles. As she explored the Viking hair culture, Eleanor began to understand that this wasn't just about communication. It was about identity itself. Your hair wasn't something you had, it was something you were. Changing your hairstyle wasn't a fashion choice, it was a declaration of personal transformation. No wonder the Vikings considered forced haircutting one of the worst possible punishments, equivalent to stealing someone's voice or erasing their identity. The more Elena learned about Viking hair practices, the more she realised that modern people had lost something profound when we abandoned these complex systems of visual communication. We'd gained individual freedom of expression, sure, but we'd lost a shared language that could convey incredibly nuanced social information at a glance. Elena discovered that ancient Asian cultures had developed communication systems so intricate that they made Viking hair codes resemble finger painting next to the Sistine Chapel. The deeper she dug into Chinese, Japanese and Korean historical records, the more she realised she'd stumbled into the equivalent of discovering that ancient people had been writing novels with their follicles. Ancient Chinese hair culture, Elena found, was basically a three-dimensional language, with grammar rules more complex than Latin. During the Han Dynasty, your hairstyle didn't just tell people who you were, it told them exactly where you fit in the cosmic order of the universe. There was no pressure there. The Chinese had developed what Elena came to think of as architectural hair, styles so precisely constructed that they required engineering skills alongside beauty knowledge. A proper court lady's hairstyle might take 3 hours to create and require multiple assistants, special tools, and enough hairpins to stock a small hardware store. But every single pin, every twist and every ornament placement followed strict rules that communicated everything from the woman's family background to her husband's political affiliations, to her personal virtues and accomplishments. Eleanor was particularly fascinated by the discovery that Chinese women could essentially update their status by changing small details in their hair arrangement. Moving a decorative comb from one side to the other might signal that they were ready to receive visitors, while adjusting the angle of a hairpin could indicate their mood or availability for conversation. It was like having a constantly editable social media profile that everyone around you could read in real time. But the real genius of the Chinese system was how it incorporated time and season into hair communication. Summer styles were different from winter styles, not just for practical reasons, but because they communicated different aspects of a person's character and social role. Spring hair arrangements might emphasize youth and renewal, while autumn styles could highlight wisdom and preparation for challenges ahead. Your hair was essentially a calendar that also happened to be a personality test. Japanese hair culture, Elena discovered, had taken the concept of coded communication and elevated it to an art form so refined that it made ballet look clumsy. The elaborate hairstyles of geishas weren't just beautiful, they were walking encyclopedias of information for anyone who knew how to read them. A geisha's hair could tell you not only her level of training and experience, but also what season it was, what district she worked in, whether she was entertaining a regular patron or meeting someone new, and dozens of other subtle social cues. The shape of her top knot, the number and placement of ornaments, the way her hair was sectioned and folded, every detail was deliberate and meaningful. Eleanor found records indicating that accomplished geishas could communicate complex messages to each other across a crowded room, simply by adjusting their hair ornaments. A slight shift in the angle of a decorative comb might warn a colleague about a difficult client, while touching a specific hairpin could signal that a patron was particularly generous that evening. They'd essentially developed their own secret professional network using nothing but strategic hair adjustment. Korean court culture, meanwhile, had developed what Eleanor privately called diplomatic hair, styles so loaded with political meaning that changing your hairstyle incorrectly could accidentally start a war. Court ladies during the Joseon dynasty wore elaborate arrangements that indicated not just their status, but their family's political alliances, their husband's government position, and their opinion on current policy debates. Elena discovered records of women who had gotten into serious political trouble simply because they'd worn the wrong hair ornament to a court function, accidentally signalling support for a rival political faction. It was like showing up to a modern political rally wearing the wrong campaign button, except the consequences could include exile or worse. Eleanor's mind reeled from the intricacy of these Asian hairstyles, not only due to the time it took to style them every morning. These cultures had created visual communication systems so complex that they required years of education to master. Young girls from wealthy families would spend hours learning not just how to create these elaborate styles, but how to read the subtle messages in other women's hair arrangements. It was social media before social media existed. except instead of posting updates, you wore them. Instead of scrolling through feeds, you read the room by observing everyone's hairstyles, and instead of getting notifications, you received information through subtle changes in other people's hair presentations. Eleanor began to realise that these ancient hair languages weren't just sophisticated, they were actually more nuanced than many modern communication systems. We might have emojis and status updates, but could you communicate your entire family history, current mood, political affiliations, professional status, and availability for social interaction all through a single photograph? These ancient cultures could do exactly that, and they carried their messages with them everywhere they went. As Elena's research progressed, she started to wonder, had we gained convenience in modern communication but lost something profound about human connection? When everyone around you can read detailed information about your life and current state simply by looking at your hair, perhaps you develop a different kind of social awareness and empathy. Maybe we'd traded deep, intuitive communication for broad but shallow connection. Just when Elena thought she'd mapped the outer boundaries of ancient hair communication, she discovered that the Celts had been weaving messages into their hair with the same intricate artistry they brought to their metalwork and manuscripts. If Asian cultures had turned hair into architecture, the Celts had transformed it into storytelling. Elena's introduction to Celtic hair culture came through an unlikely source, a medieval Irish monk's complaint letter. Brother Finnegan, writing in the 8th century, was apparently fed up with how long it took to decode the messages that Celtic women were literally wearing on their heads when they came to the monastery seeking sanctuary. His frustrated scribblings reveal that Celtic hair braiding wasn't just decorative, it was narrative. Each braid pattern told a story, and not just any story, but often the woman's entire family history going back generations. A Celtic woman's hair might contain the tale of her great-grandmother's heroic defence of the clan lands, her mother's tragic love affair, and her own recent adventures, all woven together in patterns that functioned like a portable library. Eleanor imagined these women walking around like living, breathing audiobooks, except instead of listening, you had to know how to read braid patterns. The complexity was staggering. Eleanor found evidence that master braid readers could determine not just what stories were being told, but how the woman felt about those stories based on subtle variations in tension, direction, and decorative elements woven into the patterns. A tightly woven section might indicate pride in a family achievement, while looser braiding could suggest sorrow or regret about a particular event. Celtic men, not to be outdone, had developed their own hair-based communication system that was equal parts practical and poetic. Warriors wore their hair in patterns that announced their battle achievements, but they also incorporated elements that told the stories of their fallen comrades. It was like wearing a memorial and a military record simultaneously, except infinitely more personal and meaningful. Elena was particularly moved to discover that Celtic hair patterns often included memory braids, sections specifically dedicated to keeping the stories of deceased family members alive. A mother might weave the pattern that represented her lost child into her hair, ensuring that the child's memory travelled with her wherever she went. It was a form of grief, processing and memorial that was both private and public, allowing the community to recognise and support someone's loss while giving the bereaved person a tangible way to carry their loved one's story forward. But perhaps the most ingenious aspect of Celtic hair communication was how they used it for matchmaking and courtship. Young people could communicate incredibly detailed information about their romantic availability, preferences, and family background through strategic hair arrangement. A woman might weave patterns that told potential suitors about her family's cattle holdings, her own domestic skills, and even her personality traits, all while appearing to simply wear her hair in an attractive style. Elena discovered records of elaborate courtship negotiations conducted entirely through hair pattern exchanges. A young man might ask his sister to visit a potential bride's family and read the girl's hair to gather information about her suitability, while the girl's relatives would be simultaneously analysing the messenger's hair patterns to assess the suitor's family background and prospects. It was like having detailed dating profiles that you wore on your head. Eleanor called the Celts travelling hair, patterns that showed where a person was from and how they got there. This practice was incredibly practical, in a world where knowing someone's origin and journey could be crucial for determining whether they were friend, foe, or trading partner. Your hair essentially functioned as a passport and travel itinerary combined. Eleanor found evidence that Celtic druids had elevated hair communication to a spiritual level, using elaborate arrangements to commune with deities and channel otherworldly wisdom. The druid's hair pattern might incorporate symbols representing the phases of the moon, the changing seasons, and various natural forces, creating a living mandala that connected the wearer to the cosmic order. It was like wearing a direct line to the divine, except instead of a phone, you used intricate braiding techniques passed down through generations of spiritual practitioners. But what really impressed Elena was how the Celts had managed to make their hair communication system adaptable across different social situations. The same basic braid pattern might be worn loosely and casually for everyday activities, tightened and decorated for formal occasions, or modified with specific additions for ritual or ceremonial purposes. It was like having one incredibly versatile language that could shift registers depending on the context, from casual conversation to formal presentation to sacred ceremony. The more Elena studied Celtic hair culture, the more she realised that they'd solved one of the fundamental challenges of human communication: how to share complex personal information while maintaining privacy and dignity. A Celtic woman could tell her entire life story to those who needed to know it, while the same arrangement might appear to be simply attractive braiding to casual observers. It was selective broadcasting at its finest, intimate communication disguised as beautiful hairstyling. As Elena pieced together the complex mysteries of Celtic hair messaging, she began to understand that these ancient people had created something remarkable, a communication system that was simultaneously practical, beautiful, emotionally meaningful, and spiritually significant. They hadn't just figured out how to speak with their hair, they'd discovered how to turn their entire heads into living, breathing works of art that told the stories of their lives, their families, and their deepest beliefs. By this point in her research, Eleanor felt like she'd discovered that the entire ancient world had been having a massive ongoing conversation right over everyone's heads, literally. But the more cultures she investigated, the more she realised that hair communication wasn't just a collection of isolated cultural practices. It was something much more profound, a universal human impulse to turn our most visible feature into a language of identity, status, and connection. Eleanor's breakthrough came when she started mapping the common elements across all the hair communication systems she'd studied. Despite developing in complete isolation from each other, cultures around the world had independently arrived at remarkably similar solutions to the challenge of visual communication. It was like discovering that humans had an innate need to speak with their hair, regardless of their geographic location or historical period. Length, it turned out, was universal currency in hair communication. From Viking warriors to Chinese empresses to Celtic druids, longer hair consistently indicated higher status, greater power, or deeper spiritual connection. But the genius was in the details. How that length was managed, styled, and displayed varied dramatically between cultures, while maintaining the same basic meaning. This is similar to how a smile universally signifies friendliness, yet the specific ways in which people smile differ according to their cultural backgrounds. Covering and uncovering hair also appeared to be a universal communication strategy, though the specific meanings varied fascinatingly between cultures. What remained constant was the recognition that hair visibility was a powerful tool for social signalling. Whether you were a Roman matron covering your hair to indicate respectability, a Celtic warrior leaving his hair wild to demonstrate his dangerous nature, or a Japanese geisha revealing carefully styled locks to advertise her artistic refinement, you were all participating in the same basic human practice of using hair visibility as a form of communication. Elena discovered that braiding patterns seemed to emerge independently in every culture that developed sophisticated hair communication, but each society had found its own symbolic vocabulary within the medium of woven hair. Vikings braided stories of conquest, Celts braided family histories, and various African cultures, whose hair communication systems Elena was just beginning to investigate, had developed braiding patterns that could indicate everything from tribal affiliation to personal achievements to spiritual beliefs. But perhaps the most universal element Elena found was the use of hair communication for mate selection and relationship status. Every culture she studied had developed sophisticated ways to broadcast romantic availability, partnership status, and desirability through hair arrangement. It made perfect sense from an evolutionary perspective. Hair is visible from a distance, can be styled to enhance or disguise certain features, and changes over time in ways that can indicate health, age, and social status. The more Elena studied these patterns, the more she realised that modern humans had retained many of these ancient instincts without consciously recognising them. We still make judgments about people based on their hairstyles, still use our hair to signal different aspects of our personality and social status, and still pay attention to hair changes as indicators of life transitions or emotional states. We just don't have the sophisticated, culturally agreed upon vocabulary that our ancestors developed. Eleanor began to see that hair communication hadn't disappeared with ancient civilizations. It had just become less conscious and systematic. Modern people still use dramatic haircuts to mark major life changes, still spend enormous amounts of money and time on hairstyling to communicate aspects of their identity, and still notice and interpret other people's hair choices as social signals. We'd just lost the shared cultural knowledge that would let us read these signals with the precision and sophistication of our ancestors. This realization led Elena to what she considered her most important discovery. Hair communication systems seemed to emerge naturally in any society that valued complex social relationships and nuanced identity expression. The more sophisticated the social structure, the more elaborate the hair language became. It wasn't that ancient people were obsessed with hair for its own sake. They were using hair as a tool for navigating increasingly complex social environments. Elena started to understand that these ancient hair languages represented something that modern society might have lost, a shared vocabulary for expressing the subtle, complex aspects of human identity that don't fit neatly into simple categories. When your hairstyle could communicate not just your social status, but your family history, your personal achievements, your current emotional state, your spiritual beliefs, and your availability for various types of relationships, you had a communication tool of remarkable sophistication and nuance. The implications were staggering. Eleanor realised that ancient people might have been better at reading social cues, understanding complex social dynamics, and navigating interpersonal relationships precisely because they had these shared visual languages that provided immediate, detailed information about everyone around them. Modern people might have gained individual freedom of expression, but we've lost collective tools for social communication and understanding. As Elena synthesized her research across cultures and centuries, she began to see that hair communication wasn't just an intriguing historical curiosity. It was evidence of a fundamental human capacity for creating meaning, building community, and expressing identity through the most basic aspects of our physical appearance. We'd always been speaking with our hair. We'd just forgotten how to listen to what it was saying. As Elena sat in her study one evening, surrounded by photographs, sketches, and notes from cultures spanning thousands of years and every inhabited continent, she realised she'd uncovered something that went far beyond academic curiosity. She'd discovered a lost dimension of human communication that revealed profound truths about connection, identity, and the ways people create meaning in their lives. The evidence was overwhelming. For most of human history, hair had served as a sophisticated, nuanced language that allowed people to communicate complex information about themselves, while simultaneously reading equally complex information about everyone around them. Modern humans had retained the instinct to use hair for communication. We still make dramatic hair changes to mark life transitions, still judge others based on their styling choices, still use our hair to express personality and attract partners. But we'd lost the shared cultural knowledge that would make this communication truly effective. Eleanor began to imagine what it would have been like to live in a world where everyone around you was constantly broadcasting detailed information about their identity, status, history, and current emotional state through their hair choices. Instead of the awkward small talk that dominates modern social interactions, ancient people could gather enormous amounts of relevant information about new acquaintances simply by observing their hair arrangements. It would be like having everyone's biography, current mood, and availability status visible at a glance. But the more Elena thought about it, the more she realised that ancient hair communication offered something even more valuable than efficient information exchange. It provided a way for people to express the full complexity of their identity within a shared cultural framework. When your hairstyle could tell the story of your family, your achievements, your beliefs, and your dreams, you had a way to be seen and understood as a complete person rather than just a collection of demographic categories. Elena found herself wondering what we'd lost when we abandoned these sophisticated visual languages. Modern people often complain about feeling disconnected, misunderstood, or unable to express their authentic selves in social situations. What if part of the solution was learning to read and speak in the visual languages that humans had naturally developed over thousands of years? The implications extended beyond individual communication to community building and social cohesion. When everyone in a community shared a visual language that could communicate personal history, family connections, social status, and current circumstances, it created a web of understanding and mutual recognition that went far deeper than surface-level interactions. People could understand their place in the community, not just through verbal communication, but through constant visual reinforcement of social relationships and shared values. Eleanor realized that ancient hair communication systems had solved one of the persistent challenges of human society: how to balance individual expression with community cohesion. These systems allowed people to express their unique identity and personal story while simultaneously participating in a shared cultural language that strengthened community bonds. You could be completely yourself while still being clearly connected to your community. While Elena reflected on her research, she began seeing parallels between ancient hair communication and modern digital communication. Social media platforms, dating apps, and professional networking sites all attempt to help people broadcast information about their identity, status, and availability, essentially the same functions that hair served in ancient cultures. But where hair communication was immediate, nuanced, and integrated into daily life, digital communication often feels artificial, performative, and separated from authentic human connection. Perhaps most importantly, Eleanor realized that hair communication had been inherently democratic. Unlike written languages that required literacy and education, or complex social protocols that required training in etiquette, hair communication was accessible to everyone. Rich or poor, educated or illiterate, everyone had hair, and everyone could participate in the visual conversation that helped bind communities together. Elena's research had started with curiosity about ancient aesthetics, but it had evolved into something much larger: a recognition that humans have always had sophisticated ways of communicating identity, building community, and creating meaning through the most basic aspects of physical appearance. We hadn't lost the ability to communicate through hair. We'd just lost the shared cultural knowledge that would make that communication effective and meaningful. As she prepared to share her findings with the world, Elena felt both excitement and sadness. Eleanor was filled with excitement as she discovered evidence of human creativity, ingenuity, and connection that had been concealed for centuries. She felt sadness because she realized how much richness and depth of communication modern people had unknowingly sacrificed for the sake of individual freedom and simplicity. But perhaps, Elena thought as she finally turned off her desk lamp and headed to bed, understanding what we'd lost was the first step toward recovering some of what had made ancient communities so skilled at reading, understanding, and connecting with each other. Perhaps we haven't truly lost the secret language of hair, but it's simply waiting for us to reclaim its ability to communicate. Your hair, after all, has been trying to tell your story all along. The only question is whether anyone around you still remembers how to listen. Picture this. It's a crisp morning in May 16, and you're a respectable citizen of Salem, Massachusetts. Maybe you're a farmer, a merchant, or a craftsman, someone who's managed to stay out of trouble and earn a decent living in this Puritan community. You're probably thinking about the day ahead, perhaps wondering if your crops will survive the late spring frost when there's a knock at your door. Standing on your threshold is the town constable, looking unusually serious. He's not here about your neighbour's wandering pig or a dispute over property lines. No, today he's carrying a list of names, and unfortunately for you, yours is on it. You've been selected to serve on a special court jury to hear cases involving witchcraft. Congratulations, you've just won the colonial equivalent of the world's worst lottery. Now, you might think jury duty sounds like a civic honour, a chance to serve your community and uphold justice. After all, you're a God-fearing person who believes in doing what's right. But as the constable explains your duties, a knot begins forming in your stomach. This isn't going to be like deciding whether someone stole a chicken or failed to pay their debts. You're going to be determining whether your neighbours, people you've known for years, are in league with the devil himself. The weight of this responsibility settles on your shoulders like a heavy woolen cloak. In your Puritan world, witchcraft isn't just a crime, it's the ultimate sin, a betrayal of God that threatens the very fabric of your community. The Bible is clear, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. If you find someone guilty, you're essentially signing their death warrant. If you find them innocent when they're actually guilty, you might be allowing Satan's influence to spread through your town like a plague. As you stand there in your doorway, listening to the constable's words, you realise your peaceful life is about to become incredibly complicated. You can't exactly refuse. Jury service is mandatory, and besides, what would people think if you tried to get out of it? Would they wonder if you had something to hide? In Salem, suspicion spreads faster than gossip, and gossip spreads faster than fire. The constable hands you a notice with the date and time of the first trial. You'll be joining 8 other men of good standing to form the jury. The trials will be held at the Salem townhouse, and you're expected to be there bright and early. As he walks away, you can't help but notice how his shoulders seem tense, how he avoids making eye contact with the neighbours who peek out from behind their curtains. You close the door and lean against it, trying to process what just happened. Your wife looks at you with concern, and you have to break the news that your summer is about to become very, very interesting. She doesn't say much, but you can see the worry in her eyes. Everyone in Salem knows that strange things have been happening. Young girls having fits, accusations flying, arrests being made. What started as whispers has grown into a full-blown crisis. The irony isn't lost on you. Here you are, chosen to help determine the truth about witchcraft, and you're not even entirely sure what witchcraft looks like. Sure, you've heard the stories. People flying through the air, turning into animals, making pacts with the devil. But you've never actually seen any of this yourself. Most of what you know comes from sermons, gossip, and the occasional pamphlet that makes its way to Salem from Boston or Europe. As you prepare for bed that night, you can't shake the feeling that your life has just taken a turn into uncharted territory. Tomorrow, you'll begin a journey that will test not just your judgment, but your courage, your faith, and your ability to sleep soundly at night. Because once you've looked into the eyes of an accused witch and decided their fate, there's no going back to the simple certainties of your old life. The morning of your first trial arrives with an unseasonable chill that seems to seep into your bones. You've barely slept, tossing and turning as you wondered what the day would bring. As you walk toward the Salem townhouse, you notice other jury members making their way through the streets. Some walk with purpose, others seem to drag their feet. Everyone looks a bit pale, and you wonder if you look as nervous as they do. The townhouse is buzzing with activity when you arrive. People have gathered from all over Salem and the surrounding areas, drawn by a mixture of curiosity, fear, and that peculiar human fascination with witnessing someone else's potential downfall. The atmosphere is electric in the worst possible way, like the air before a thunderstorm, heavy with anticipation and dread. You take your place in the jury box, and that's when you first notice just how many eyes are on you. It's not just the spectators, it's the judges, the ministers, the town officials, and most unnerving of all, the accusers themselves. These are the young women and girls whose strange afflictions started this whole mess, and they're watching you with an intensity that makes your skin crawl. The first case is called, and you're shocked to see it's someone you know. Sarah Good, a woman you've seen around town for years. She's never been popular, admittedly. She's poor, she begs for food, and she has a sharp tongue when people refuse her. But a witch. The accusation seems almost surreal as you watch her being led into the courtroom in chains. What strikes you immediately is how the whole process feels like theatre, but theatre where the audience participation might get you killed. The accusers begin their performance, and it really does feel like a performance. They writhe, they scream, and they claim to see Good Spectre tormenting them right there in the courtroom. The judges nod gravely, the ministers quote scripture, and the crowd murmurs with a mixture of horror and fascination. You find yourself in an impossible position. On one hand, you're supposed to be an impartial juror, weighing evidence and seeking truth. On the other hand, everyone in that courtroom seems to have already decided that witchcraft is real, that these accusers are legitimate victims, and that your job is simply to confirm what everyone already believes. The pressure is suffocating. The worst part is the way the accusers react to your very presence. When you shift in your seat or lean forward to hear testimony better, they sometimes cry out that you're affecting them somehow. Are you in league with the accused? Are you a witch yourself? The paranoia in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife, and you realise that even as a juror, you're not safe from suspicion. As the day wears on, you begin to understand that this isn't really about evidence in any conventional sense. The main proof being offered is spectral evidence, testimony that the accused person's spirit or spectre was seen committing malicious acts. But here's the problem. Only the accusers can see these spectres. You're being asked to convict someone based on testimony about invisible actions that only certain people claim to witness. The judges seem convinced that spectral evidence is valid, citing learned treatises and theological arguments. But you can't shake the feeling that something is fundamentally wrong with this logic. If only the accusers can see the evidence, how can you verify it? How can you cross-examine a ghost? How can you determine if what they're seeing is real or imagined? Making matters worse, you're beginning to notice patterns in the accusations that trouble you. The accused tend to be people who don't fit in well: the poor, the argumentative, the eccentric. Meanwhile, the accusers are mostly young women from prominent families, and their accusations carry enormous weight. You start to wonder if there might be social and economic factors at play here that have nothing to do with the supernatural. But expressing these doubts would be incredibly dangerous. The judges, ministers, and community leaders all seem united in their belief that Salem is under attack by Satan himself. To question the proceedings might be seen as questioning God's will, or worse, as evidence that you yourself are influenced by dark forces. You're trapped between your growing skepticism and your need to appear as a faithful, orthodox member of the community. As the first day ends, and you walk home through the twilight, you realise that being on this jury isn't just about determining guilt or innocence. It's about navigating a social and political minefield where one wrong step could make you the next target. The comfortable certainties of your old life feel like a distant memory, replaced by the constant stress of trying to do the right thing when you're not even sure what the right thing is anymore. By your third day in the jury box, you've developed what you privately call the Salem stare, that hollow-eyed look of someone who's seen too much and slept too little. The accusers have elevated to the status of stars in this sombre theatre, allowing you to witness their increasingly dramatic performances up close. Today's main accuser is Abigail Williams, Reverend Parris's 11-year-old niece. She's small for her age, with sharp features and eyes that seem to take in everything. When Abigail points at the accused and screams that she can see their spectre pinching and choking her, the entire courtroom becomes silent. You find yourself studying her face, trying to determine if her terror is genuine or performed, and the fact that you can't tell makes your stomach churn. What's particularly unsettling is how the accusers seem to feed off each other's energy. When one girl starts having fits, the others quickly follow suit as if supernatural affliction were contagious. They convulse, they shriek, and they claim to see yellow birds perched on the accused's fingers, or black dogs lurking in the corners of the courtroom. The judges treat each outburst as crucial evidence, scribbling notes furiously and asking probing questions about the exact nature of what the girls are experiencing. You notice that the accusers never seem to be afflicted when they're outside the courtroom. They walk in looking perfectly normal, chat quietly with their families, and even smile occasionally. But the moment the proceedings begin, they transform into tortured victims of supernatural assault. It's like watching someone flip a switch, and you can't help but wonder if that's exactly what's happening. The social dynamics in the courtroom are becoming clearer to you with each passing day. The accusers come from families with influence and standing in the community. When they speak, important men listen. When they cry out in pain, those same men spring into action. You're watching young women wield a kind of power that would normally be unthinkable in Puritan society, and they seem to understand exactly how to use it. Meanwhile, the accused are almost always marginalised individuals, the impoverished, the argumentative, and the unconventional. Often after spending weeks in the miserable conditions of Salem jail, they arrive looking haggard and frightened. They're given little opportunity to defend themselves effectively, and when they do speak, their words are often twisted and used against them. If they maintain their innocence, they're accused of lying. If they confess, authorities ask them to identify their accomplices. You're starting to realise that confession might actually be the safest route for the accused, even if they're innocent. Those who confess are often spared execution, while those who maintain their innocence are more likely to face the gallows. It's a perverse system that seems to reward false confessions while punishing truthful declarations of innocence. The pressure on you as a juror is intensifying. After each day's testimony, you're expected to discuss the case with your fellow jurors, but these conversations feel more like exercises in group conformity than genuine deliberation. Anyone who expresses too much skepticism is met with sharp looks and pointed questions about their own spiritual state. The message is clear. Honest Christians believe in the reality of witchcraft and the credibility of the accusers. What's making you lose sleep is the growing realization that you're part of a system that seems designed to produce guilty verdicts regardless of actual guilt or innocence. The rules of evidence favour the accusers, the judges are clearly biased, and the community pressure is enormous. You're supposed to be seeking truth and justice, but it feels more like you're participating in a ritual that's already predetermined its outcome. The worst part is when you catch yourself getting caught up in the hysteria. During particularly dramatic testimony, you sometimes find yourself believing, or at least wanting to believe, that what you're witnessing is real supernatural activity. The alternative, that this is all elaborate deception or mass delusion, is almost too disturbing to contemplate. It would mean that your community has lost its collective mind, and that you're complicit in a series of terrible injustices. As you walk home after another day of accusations and supernatural claims, you can't help but notice how the town has changed. People view each other with suspicion, conversations halt when strangers approach, and everyone appears to be cautious. The sense of community that once held Salem together is dissolving, replaced by fear and mistrust. And you, as a member of the jury, are right in the middle of it all, trying to maintain your sanity and your conscience in a world that seems to have lost both. 3 weeks into your jury service, you've learned to recognise the sound of accusations before they are even spoken. There's a particular rustling in the courtroom, a collective intake of breath, and then the pointed finger that could seal someone's fate. Today, that finger is pointing at someone who makes your blood run cold. Martha Corey, a woman you've known for over a decade. Martha has always been a bit outspoken, questioning certain aspects of the witch trials from the beginning. She's made the mistake of suggesting that the accusers might not be entirely reliable, that perhaps the community was getting carried away with supernatural explanations for what might have natural causes. Now she's standing in the dock, accused of the very witchcraft she questioned, and you can see the cruel irony isn't lost on her. The accusers are in fine form today, writhing and screaming as they claim Martha's spectre is attacking them. But you remember Martha from church, from community gatherings, and from the time she's helped neighbours during illness or hardship. She's sharp-tongued, yes, and not always diplomatic, but evil, a servant of Satan. The disconnect between the woman you know and the monster being described in court is so jarring it makes you dizzy. What's particularly disturbing is how the accusers seem to know exactly which buttons to push. They claim Martha's spectre appeared to them in clothing that matches what she's wearing in court, details they couldn't possibly have known unless they'd seen her that morning. They describe her house, her habits, and her relationships with neighbours. You're also noticing how the accusations seem to follow patterns of social tension. Martha Corey had disagreements with some of the accusers' families over church matters. She'd been critical of Reverend Parris, questioning his salary and his methods. She'd spoken out against the witch trials themselves. Now she's being accused by the very people she criticised. The coincidence is too convenient to ignore, but pointing it out would be incredibly dangerous. The evidence against Martha is the same spectral testimony you've been hearing for weeks, but today it feels different. Maybe it's because you know her personally, or maybe it's because you've been watching this process long enough to see the patterns. But the whole thing feels like an elaborate performance designed to eliminate someone who's become inconvenient. During the lunch break, you overhear conversations among the spectators that chill you to the bone. People are discussing Martha's guilt as if it's already been proven, debating whether she should be hanged or pressed to death. Some are even wondering aloud about her family members, suggesting that witchcraft might run in bloodlines. The presumption of innocence, a cornerstone of justice, seems to have been completely abandoned. When court resumes, you watch Martha attempt to defend herself, and it's heartbreaking. Every word she says is twisted against her. When she maintains her innocence, she's accused of lying. When she questions the accuser's credibility, she's accused of trying to undermine God's work. When she grows frustrated with the proceedings, her anger is cited as evidence of her evil nature. It's like watching someone drown while being told their struggles are proof they can't swim. The other jurors are watching you as much as they're watching the proceedings. You can feel their eyes on you during the most dramatic moments, gauging your reactions, checking to see if you're displaying the proper level of horror and conviction. The social pressure is enormous, not just to find defendants guilty, but to be seen as someone who finds them guilty for the right reasons, with the right level of religious fervour. You're beginning to understand that the witch trials aren't really about witchcraft at all. They're about power, social control, and the settling of old scores. The accusers have stumbled onto a method of wielding enormous influence, and the community leaders are using the crisis to reinforce their authority and eliminate troublemakers. The supernatural elements provide perfect cover for what's essentially a political purge. As Martha is led away to await sentencing, you catch her eye for just a moment. There's no evil there, no malice, just confusion and sadness. She looks like what she is, a middle-aged woman who spoke her mind once too often and now faces death for it. The weight of your responsibility as a juror feels crushing. You hold this woman's life in your hands, and you're beginning to realise that the system you're part of is designed to take that life, regardless of her actual guilt or innocence. Walking home that evening, you can't shake the feeling that Salem has become a place where being different, being outspoken, or simply being unlucky can be a death sentence, and you, whether you like it or not, are one of the people making those sentences possible. Fast forward 5 weeks in, you've now developed a nervous habit of checking your own behaviour for anything that might be construed as suspicious. Do you react appropriately when the accusers have their fits? Are you asking the wrong questions? Have you engaged in any questionable conversations? Salem's paranoia is beginning to consume you, a realisation nearly as terrifying as the trials themselves. Today's case involves a man named John Proctor, and his situation perfectly illustrates the impossible logic that's taken over your community. Proctor made the mistake of publicly criticising the accusers, calling them frauds, and suggesting that they should be whipped for their lies. His wife, Elizabeth, has already been accused and arrested. Now John himself is in the dock, and the accusers are claiming he's been tormenting them for months. The evidence against Proctor is particularly absurd, even by Salem standards. The accusers claim his spectre has been visiting them, forcing them to sign the devil's book and torturing them when they refuse. But here's the thing that makes your head spin. Proctor has been in jail for weeks. If the accusers are still being tormented by his spectre, and he's locked in a cell, what exactly is preventing this alleged supernatural activity? The judges seem untroubled by this logical inconsistency, but it's keeping you awake at night. What's worse is watching how Proctor's attempts to defend himself are twisted into evidence of his guilt. When he points out the contradictions in the accuser's testimony, he's accused of trying to confuse the court with Satan's logic. When he maintains his innocence, he's accused of prideful stubbornness. When he shows anger at the injustice of the proceedings, his anger is cited as evidence of his evil nature. It's like watching someone try to prove they're not wet while being pushed deeper underwater. The accusers have refined their performance to an art form. They've learned exactly how to time their outburst for maximum effect, how to coordinate their afflictions to support each other's claims, and how to direct their accusations toward the most vulnerable targets. Today, they're putting on a particularly elaborate show, claiming to see Proctor's spectre right there in the courtroom, mimicking their movements and mocking their pain. You find yourself studying the faces of the other jurors, trying to read their thoughts. Some seem genuinely convinced by what they're seeing, others look troubled but stay silent. A few appear to be going through the motions, saying what they think they're supposed to say while keeping their real thoughts hidden. The atmosphere of fear and suspicion has made honest communication almost impossible. The judges continue to treat spectral evidence as if it were as reliable as fingerprints or DNA. They ask detailed questions about the appearance and behaviour of spectres that only the accusers can see, recording their answers as if they were documenting observable facts. You keep wanting to ask the obvious question. If the devil can create false spectres to deceive people, how do we know these visions are real? But asking that question would be tantamount to confessing your own lack of faith. During a particularly intense moment of testimony, one of the accusers suddenly points directly at you and screams that she can see your spectre, whispering to the accused. The courtroom falls silent, and you feel every eye in the room focusing on you. Your heart pounds so hard you're sure everyone can hear it. For a terrifying moment you realise you could be next, that your position as a juror provides no protection against the machinery of accusation. The judge quickly intervenes, suggesting that the accuser must be mistaken, that the devil is trying to confuse her by creating false visions. But the moment has shaken you to your core. If you, a member of the jury, can be accused, then literally no one is safe. The realisation that you're sitting in judgment of others while being potentially one accusation away from the dock yourself is almost too much to bear. The worst part is that you're starting to understand why some people confess to witchcraft, even when they're innocent. The pressure is so intense, the logic so twisted, and the alternatives so terrible, that false confession begins to seem like the only rational choice. If maintaining your innocence means facing death, while confessing means survival, what would you choose? The question haunts you, because you don't know the answer. You glimpse Elizabeth in the gallery as they lead Proctor away to await his verdict. She's pregnant, which has temporarily saved her from execution, but you can see the desperation in her eyes. Her husband is probably going to die for the crime of speaking truth to power, and there's nothing she can do to save him. You're part of the system that's destroying this family, and that knowledge sits in your stomach like a stone. 2 months into your service, you've stopped counting the number of people you've helped condemn. The exact number feels less important than the weight of their collective presence, which seems to follow you everywhere. You see their faces when you close your eyes, hear their final words when the house is quiet, feel their absence in the spaces they used to occupy around town. Today brings a particularly difficult case. Rebecca Nurse, a woman so universally respected that her accusation has sent shockwaves through the community. She's 71 years old, deeply religious, and known for her charitable works and gentle nature. If Rebecca Nurse can be a witch, the logic goes, then anyone can be. The accusation has forced Salem to confront the possibility that evil can hide behind the most innocent faces, which somehow makes everyone seem more dangerous. The accusers seem to understand the significance of this case, and they're pulling out all the stops. Their performances are more dramatic than usual, their claims more outrageous. They're saying Rebecca's spectre has been tormenting them for months, appearing in their bedrooms at night, pinching and choking them, trying to force them to sign the devil's book. Watching this frail, elderly woman being accused of such energetic, supernatural terrorism would be almost comical if the consequences weren't so deadly serious. What's particularly disturbing is how the community is split over Rebecca's case. Her family and close friends maintain her innocence passionately, while others seem relieved to finally have an explanation for various misfortunes they've attributed to supernatural causes. Old grudges and property disputes are being reframed as evidence of malevolent witchcraft. You're watching Salem's social fabric tear itself apart, one accusation at a time. The evidence against Rebecca is the same spectral testimony you've been hearing for weeks, but her case highlights the fundamental absurdity of the entire system. If this woman, who has spent her entire life serving God and helping others, can be credibly accused of serving Satan, then the accusations have become meaningless. Either the accusers are lying, or the entire concept of judging people by their character and actions is worthless. During deliberations, you find yourself in the uncomfortable position of being one of the few jurors who seems troubled by the case. The others seem convinced that the accusers wouldn't lie about something so serious, that the consistency of their testimony proves its truth, and that Rebecca's very respectability might be a cunning disguise for her evil nature. The logic is so twisted that it makes your head spin, but questioning it too openly would be dangerous. You're also dealing with the personal cost of your jury service. Your family is suffering from your constant stress and distraction. Your wife looks at you with increasing concern. Your children seem afraid of your dark moods, and your work is suffering from your inability to concentrate. The witch trials aren't just destroying the accused, they're taking a toll on everyone involved in the process. The worst part is that you're beginning to see how the trials have become self-perpetuating. Each conviction validates the accuser's credibility, making the next accusation more likely to be believed. Each execution demonstrates the community's commitment to fighting Satan, making it harder to admit that mistakes might have been made. The system has gained a momentum of its own, and you're not sure anyone has the power to stop it anymore. When the jury finally reaches its verdict in Rebecca's case, you feel something inside you break. You've just helped condemn a woman whose only crime was being vulnerable to accusation in a community that has lost its moral compass. The weight of that decision will stay with you for the rest of your life, and you know it. You've crossed a line that can never be uncrossed and participated in an injustice that can never be undone. As you watch Rebecca receive her sentence, you see something in her eyes that will haunt you forever. Not anger or fear, but pity. She gazes at you and the other jurors with the same compassion she might show to lost children, and you realise she knows something you're just starting to grasp. The witch trials haven't just claimed innocent victims, they've corrupted everyone involved in them. You came into this believing you were serving justice, but you've become complicit in its opposite. Walking home through the Salem streets, you notice how empty they've become. People hurry past each other without making eye contact, afraid that any interaction might be misinterpreted, any conversation might provide ammunition for future accusations. The community that once held you together has dissolved into a collection of frightened individuals, each trying to avoid becoming the next target, and you've helped create this atmosphere of terror, one verdict at a time. 3 months have passed since you first took your seat in the jury box, and Salem barely resembles the town you once knew. The witch trials have transformed into a mechanism that consumes individuals, relationships, and sanity with equal efficiency. You've lost count of how many verdicts you've delivered, but your body keeps score in sleepless nights, stress-induced headaches, and a persistent knot in your stomach that never seems to loosen. The most recent case concerns Mary Eastie, the sister of Rebecca Nurse, whose circumstances encapsulate all the negative aspects of the trials. Mary has maintained her innocence throughout the proceedings, but she's also done something that shows remarkable courage and wisdom. She's written a petition to the court not asking for her life, but pleading for the trials to be conducted more carefully to prevent future injustices. Her petition haunts you because it's so reasonable, measured, and obviously correct. Mary acknowledges that witchcraft exists but questions whether the current methods of detecting it are reliable. She points out the inconsistencies in spectral evidence, the dangers of mass hysteria, and the possibility that innocent people are dying for crimes they didn't commit. It's everything you've been thinking but haven't dared to say aloud. Reading her petition, you realise you've been witnessing the destruction of everything you once believed about justice, community, and truth. The trials haven't shielded Salem from evil. Instead, they've unleashed a distinct form of evil, one that divides neighbours and uses accusations as a weapon of mass devastation. The very people who are supposed to be fighting Satan have become instruments of a different kind of darkness. You're not the only one who's beginning to see the truth. Some of the other jurors are showing signs of doubt, though they're careful not to express it openly. There are whispered conversations about the growing implausibility of the accusations, quiet concerns about the accuser's motivations, and troubled questions about the reliability of spectral evidence. But by now, you're all so deep in the system that backing out seems impossible. The social cost of changing course would be enormous. Admitting the trials are wrong would mean acknowledging that innocent people have died, that the community has been deceived, and that everyone involved in the proceedings has been complicit in a massive injustice. It's easier to keep moving forward, to maintain the fiction that what you're doing is necessary and right, than to confront the alternative. But Mary Eastie's petition has forced you to confront that alternative. She's going to die. You can see it in the judges' faces, hear it in the accuser's testimony, and feel it in the courtroom's atmosphere. But she's using her final moments to try to prevent others from suffering the same fate. Her courage makes your complicity feel even more shameful. As you deliberate Mary's case, you're struck by the realization that you've become part of a system that values conformity over truth, fear over justice, and accusation over evidence. You came into this believing you were serving God and community, but you've instead served the darker impulses of human nature, the desire to blame others for our problems, to find simple explanations for complex issues, and to maintain social order through fear rather than justice. The verdict in Mary's case is predetermined, just like all the others. The jury's role has become purely ceremonial, a way of legitimizing decisions that have already been made by judges who believe in the accuser's infallibility and the reality of spectral evidence. You're not engaging in a deliberative process. Instead, you are merely validating a system that is completely disconnected from actual justice. When Mary Eastie is finally executed, something in Salem's collective consciousness seems to shift. Her dignity and death, her reasoned petition, and the growing implausibility of the accusations begin to create cracks in the certainty that has driven the trials. People start asking questions they should have asked months ago, noticing inconsistencies they should have seen from the beginning. However, you come to this realization too late. You've already been part of condemning at least 20 people to death, and no amount of later wisdom can undo that fact. You'll spend the rest of your life knowing that when your community lost its mind, you went along with the madness. When justice needed defenders, you were too frightened to speak up. When innocent people needed your courage, you chose your safety instead. the witch trials will eventually end discredited and abandoned by the same people who once supported them enthusiastically. The accusers will recant or be forgotten, the judges will quietly distance themselves from the proceedings, and the community will try to move on as if nothing happened. But for you, there will be no moving on. You'll carry the weight of those verdicts forever, a reminder of how easily ordinary people can become complicit in extraordinary evil. Years later, when historians study the Salem witch trials, they'll focus on the accusers, the judges, and the victims. But you know the real story includes people like you, ordinary citizens who are swept up in events beyond their control and forced to make impossible choices. You were just trying to do your civic duty, to serve your community and uphold justice. Instead, you found yourself embroiled in one of the most tumultuous periods in American history, serving as a stark reminder that good intentions can lead to dire consequences. The trials taught you that courage isn't just about facing physical danger. It's about standing up for truth when everyone around you has abandoned it. Justice isn't just about following procedures, it's about questioning those procedures when they produce unjust results. Community is about protecting the vulnerable, even when it's inconvenient or dangerous. You failed those tests, and Salem failed them too. The witch trials succeeded in their stated goal of rooting out evil, but the evil they found was in the hearts of the accusers and the complicity of people like you. That's a lesson worth remembering, even if it's one you learned too late to do any good. In the hushed darkness of a 13th century manor house, as the last embers in the central hearth faded to soft orange glows, the lord of the manor would not retire alone. Around him, in the enormous hall, lay his household staff, family members, and perhaps even trusted servants, all arranged in a careful choreography of medieval sleep. This collective slumber, so foreign to our modern sensibilities, represents one of history's most misunderstood phenomena, the medieval relationship with sleep. Contrary to popular assumptions about the discomforts of pre-industrial life, medieval Europeans may have enjoyed sleep patterns more aligned with human biology than our current regimens. The sleep of the Middle Ages wasn't merely a functional necessity squeezed between brutal days of toil. It was an elaborate practice infused with ritual, social significance, and a profound understanding of human needs that modern science is only now rediscovering. The medieval night began not with the flick of a light switch, but with the gradual recession of daylight. As twilight descended across Europe's countryside and bergs, a natural wind-down period commenced. Without the harsh blue light of electronic devices to disrupt melatonin production, medieval bodies responded naturally to environmental cues. The dimming of the day triggered sleep hormones in perfect synchronicity with the body's circadian rhythm. Evidence from medieval household accounts, monastic records, and medical manuscripts reveals that medieval people practiced what sleep researchers now call sleep hygiene, not through scientific understanding, but through customs evolved over centuries. Families would gather around fires in the hours before bed, engaging in what one 14th century English text called the gentle telling of tales. This storytelling tradition served multiple purposes, reinforcing community bonds, passing down cultural knowledge, and, crucially, allowing the brain to transition from the active demands of daytime to the receptive state conducive to sleep. Inventories from noble households across Europe list specialized items for sleep comfort that defy our image of medieval discomfort. While commoners might sleep on straw-filled mattresses regularly refreshed with aromatic herbs like lavender and chamomile, natural sleep aids, the wealthy invested heavily in sleep quality. Featherbeds, documented in the 1380s household accounts of John of Gaunt, could contain up to 60 pounds of down. These were topped with linen sheets, woolen blankets in winter, and lightweight coverlets in summer, seasonal adaptations showing a sophisticated understanding of sleep temperature regulation. The medieval bed itself evolved into an architectural feature in its own right. Far from a simple platform, the bed became what historian Sasha Handley calls a micro-environment for sleep. High bedsteads kept sleepers above drafts, while bed curtains created microclimates that preserved body heat. Particularly in northern regions, these enclosed bed spaces maintained optimal sleeping temperatures through bitter winters without central heating. Perhaps most notably, medieval people organised their sleep around natural human ultradian rhythms. Medical texts from Salerno's famed medical school advised sleeping with the head slightly elevated, and on the right side initially for proper digestion. then turning to the left side in deep sleep, advice that echoes modern recommendations for optimizing airway positioning during sleep. Despite the absence of memory foam or adjustable bases, medieval sleepers customized their experience through ingenious means. Illuminated manuscripts show various pillow configurations, from cylindrical bolsters supporting the neck to smaller cushions tucked under elbows or knees. Personalized comfort adaptations we've rediscovered through ergonomic design. Archaeological findings from cesspits in London and York have revealed remains of medicinal herbs commonly used for sleep, including valerian root and passion flower, showing sophisticated pharmacological approaches to sleep management. The physical arrangements for sleep extended beyond beds. Manor houses and even modest dwellings were designed with sleeping areas positioned to maximize morning light exposure. An architectural feature that modern chronobiologists recognize for its importance in maintaining healthy circadian rhythms. East-facing bedchambers allowed sleepers to wake naturally with the sunrise, reinforcing their internal body clocks in ways that modern blackout curtains and alarm clocks disrupt. What truly distinguished medieval sleep, however, was its social nature. Unlike our privatized, individualized approach to sleep, medieval slumber was communal. This behavior wasn't merely for practical reasons like shared warmth or protection, although these benefits were real, but reflected a fundamentally different conception of sleep as a vulnerable yet shared human experience. Even kings were rarely alone while sleeping, attended by trusted chamberlains who slept at the foot of the royal bed, creating a sleep culture where the boundaries between private and public were permeable in ways we might find uncomfortable, but that provided unique psychological benefits. People didn't expect to sleep all night in medieval Europe when darkness fell. The idea that people should sleep 8 hours is post-industrial. Medieval medical records, diaries, household histories, and literary sources show a quite distinct pattern. First sleep and second sleep, separated by a nighttime wakeful quiet. This biphasic sleep pattern was common throughout social strata. After going to bed at nightfall, medieval people had a 4-hour first sleep or dead sleep. After waking up naturally for 1 to 2 hours, they went back to second sleep until daybreak. Medieval folks used this midnight awakening as a natural window of consciousness, not sleeplessness. European monastery church records provide some of the best evidence of this interval. The monastic rule of St. Benedict scheduled midnight prayers, matines, during the wakeful hour to accommodate this natural sleep divide. Instead of fighting their biology to stay awake for devotions, monks synchronized their spiritual practices with human sleep architecture. The significance of midnight awakening goes beyond religion. Medical manuscripts from Salerno and Montpellier, Europe's top medical schools, show that doctors believed midnight waking was crucial for health. The 13th century physician Aldebrandon of Siena said that this wakeful period allowed the vapours of food to be properly distributed through the body, a pre-scientific knowledge of how sleep stages affect digestion and metabolism. This nightly waking gave regular households an unusual opportunity. It was common for homeowners to check on their property, bank fires for the second sleep, and examine their security. The 14th century guide for parish priests recommends middle night marital intercourse because the body is rested but the mind clear. The recommendation implies a profound awareness of how restful sleep influences mood and physical receptivity. Interestingly, this wakeful interlude produced various types of consciousness that current neuroscience has only recently learned to detect. Neurologists call the state between first and second sleep hypnopompic consciousness, which boosts creativity, imagery, and emotional processing. Medieval folks innately understood and practiced this distinct mental condition. Court records and diaries show how midnight wakers considered legal issues. A 15th century Ghent judge said he made his toughest decisions after consulting his thoughts in the watch between sleeps, believing it provided deeper moral insight than daylight deliberation. Craftspeople conceived new designs, farmers planned seasonal rotations, and merchants planned business initiatives during this contemplative period. Wakefulness had emotional and social benefits. Larger medieval households described night talking, intimate chats during midnight waking. These nighttime conversations allowed for exceptional emotional honesty, unlike daytime contacts confined by societal hierarchy and public presentation. A 14th century English noblewoman's diary says she learned her husband's innermost worries only in the watch between sleeps, when souls speak more truly. This split sleep pattern boosted creativity. Chaucer writes poetry during his watching times, and illuminated manuscripts often state they were written in the midnight thinking time. Medieval dream interpretation guides distinguished between dreams during first sleep, processing daily events, and those during second sleep, prophetic or insight-bearing, due to the quality of thoughts during this period. Archaeology confirms this practice's prevalence. Medieval home excavations sometimes reveal little oil lamps for nighttime activities. In household inventories across social classes, night tables with writing tools, miniature prayer books, and meditation tools are common. When modern researchers removed artificial light from test subject settings for several weeks, they automatically reverted to biphasic sleep. Strong proof that segmented sleep is our biological rhythm. Medieval people honoured this cycle rather than pushing continuous sleep, aligning with their evolved sleep architecture in ways modern civilization rarely allows. Psychological benefits make segmented sleep valuable. The midnight wake-up allowed memory consolidation and emotional processing. Modern sleep science shows that disrupted sleep can improve memory formation. A 15th century French physician advised pupils to reread difficult material before bed and allow the mind to work upon it in the midnight watching. Medieval folks knew the value of this processing time. Medieval sleep environments were more complex and deliberate than popular belief. Medieval sleeping arrangements were frequently utilitarian marvels that represented considerable household investments and years of comfort technology, unlike the crude, unpleasant platforms depicted in modern media. Archaeology from intact medieval households shows that sleep quality was important. Excavated 13th century merchant homes in London showed specialised floor designs with insulating materials packed beneath sleeping areas, including wool, straw, and even feathers in wealthier homes, to block the cold from stone or packed earth floors. This intelligent underfloor insulation shows heat transmission concepts that affect sleep quality. Medieval sleep revolved around the bed, which evolved quickly. Bed technology improved by the 13th century from simple raised platforms. Estate inventories from around Europe reveal more sophisticated bed designs with specialised comfort components. The bed's hardwood frame, termed the bedstock, has mortise and tenon joints allowing minor flexibility without squeaking, which 14th century Florence carpenter guild laws required for undisturbed rest. Medieval mattress technology improved constantly. Peasant homes still used straw-filled beds, although they were more advanced. Traditional European farming groups using medieval methods used straw beds, not loose straw piled into sacks. Specially selected straw, oat straw, was recommended for its softness. Completely dried to prevent mould and broken to provide a springier texture was used. Most homes emptied and refilled these beds seasonally. For the wealthy, mattress technology evolved. By the 14th century, merchants and artists used wool-filled mattresses, while feather beds were the height of medieval sleep luxury. These were constructed sleep surfaces, not feather sacks. Guild regulations from 14th century Paris required feather beds to be built with particular weights of different feather varieties piled for compression and rebound. The most sumptuous examples had goose down on top and stiffer feathers underneath for stability, similar to modern high-end mattresses. Medieval pillows are often forgotten sleep technologies. Modern pillows are uniform, whereas medieval pillows were individualized. Archaeological evidence and household inventories show at least 4 pillow types: neck bolsters for spinal alignment, softer head pillows for comfort, wedge pillows for medical conditions, particularly respiratory issues, and smaller support pillows for positioning. Salerno medical writings advise lifting the head for digestion disorders and supporting the legs for back pain. Bed sheets were also designed for sleep comfort. Linen sheets were valued for their breathability and moisture-wicking capacity. Even small houses had many sets of linens and regular laundry records. In winter, woolen blankets provided insulation, while silk or light wool coverlets gave summer warmth. Seasonal bedding rotation shows a profound awareness of how ambient temperature influences sleep quality. Equally inventive was sleeping room climate control. Bed curtains were attractive and microclimatic. Fully enclosed bed curtains conserved body heat in winter. Large medieval houses recorded various curtain weights for different seasons, with summer curtains blocking insects, allowing airflow. This seasonal sleep environment adaptation shows a comprehensive awareness of how ambient variables affect rest quality. Medieval dwellings also showed excellent sleep management. Sound-dampening interior shutters were common in metropolitan bedrooms. In intact York and Bruges homes, archaeologists found woven rush mats put on walls near public streets as early sound insulation. Medieval folks recognised noise pollution as a sleep disruptor and addressed it with intentional design. Medieval sleep was influenced by aromatherapy. Domestic and archaeological records show aromatic herbs in bedding. These were lavender and chamomile for relaxation, mint and rosemary for insect repellent, and dried rose petals for fragrance. For decades, home manuals have recommended inserting little herb-filled sachets into pillowcases to improve sleep. Researchers even reviewed illumination for its impact on sleep quality. Medieval dwellings used candles or rushlights in bedrooms for specific purposes. When affordable, beeswax candles were recommended near beds because they smoke less than tallow. Rushlights, manufactured by immersing river rushes in fat, burned longer and dimmed to help people fall asleep. These thoughtful evening light selections follow recent advice to avoid bright light before bed. Medieval sleep environments were sophisticated enough to regulate nighttime temperature. Bed warming technologies improved in Northern Europe. Early medieval hot stones evolved into warming pans equipped with adjustable handles and ventilated lids, which diffused heat evenly without causing burns. These gadgets were used in houses of all social strata, demonstrating the importance of ideal sleeping temperatures. Medieval Europe saw a number of systematic sleep hygiene activities when the sun set. These were centuries-old practices that prepared body and mind for repose. The intricacy of these pre-sleep practices undermines the idea that scientific sleep optimization is new. The transition to night began with day-shutting rituals that separated waking and sleeping. Closing shutters or drawing curtains were symbolic thresholds. Even humble 14th century French households had practices for closing the day, typically with brief spoken phrases or prayers to signal that labour was over and rest could begin. Medieval Europeans intuitively knew the necessity of light reduction before sleep, according to archaeology. Medieval dwelling excavations reveal clever shutter designs that blocked light more completely. Rich urban homes had exterior shutters for security and inside fabric hangings to exclude remaining light by the 15th century. These dark generation investments showed how much society valued sleep. Staged light reduction was notable in medieval times. As darkness approached, homes switched from brilliant central fireplaces to dim lights. Church and monastic records show that different candle types were used for different evening activities, leading to rush dips at bedtime. Our modern abrupt shifts from brightness to darkness impede melatonin production, but this progressive dimming naturally signalled sleep. Evening meals were part of sleep preparation. Despite expectations about primitive medieval diets, household records and medical writings show sophisticated sleep nutrition. Evening meals were eaten at least 2 hours before bed to allow for partial digestion. In the evening, Salerno medical books advise lighter diets like lettuce, almonds, and warm dairy liquids mixed with mildly sedative spices to promote sleep. Physical sleep preparation was also deliberate. Cleaning before bed highlighted psychological shifts as well as cleanliness. Even in simple families without bathing facilities, people washed their hands, face, and feet before bed and for its relaxing benefits, according to housekeeping manuals. Some 15th century manor buildings had evening bathing chambers next to bedrooms for more extensive pre-sleep bathing procedures. Medieval sleep habits for stress reduction and brain clearing were unique. Monastic and household texts suggested evening reflection and concern control that mirrors modern mindfulness. 14th century merchant advice advocated examining the day's transactions and resolving mental issues before bed, since unresolved matters will otherwise disturb rest. The early observation that cognitive stimulation reduces sleep quality is extraordinary psychological insight. Bedtime prayer sequences were both spiritual practice and sleep induction. These were systematic mental activities that diverted attention from daily worries, not just religious observances. Popular nighttime prayers alternated between simple, repetitive elements, relaxing, and brief narrative segments, focusing the attention. This advanced structure naturally induced tiredness from active thought. Even bed-making was ritualized, according to household sources. Medieval folks of all classes made beds each night. It was common to shake and turn mattresses to rejuvenate their loft, arrange bedding for best warmth distribution, and sweep the area around the bed to remove dirt and symbolically clear the space for rest. Social interactions were manipulated to aid sleep transitions. Manurial records required quiet time in the evening. Sleep preparation began with specific phrases or little customs in some households. For quieter, more introspective conversation, a 15th century housekeeping manual encouraged the head of the home to say, "The day is now put away." Most notably, medieval sleep rituals addressed sleep onset insomnia. Medical manuscripts provide advanced sleep treatments. They comprise mental tracing of patterns, rhythmic breathing, and progressive muscle relaxation expressed in language that resembles modern approaches. A 14th century Montpellier medical treatise discusses body scan meditation, similar to that taught in sleep clinics. Medieval sleep literature emphasized posture. Medical texts outlined ideal sleep postures for different body types and health issues. Modern understanding of how body position influences digestive processes during sleep suggests commencing sleep on the right side to help digestion before turning to the left. This was not common wisdom, but scientific observation of sleep quality. Auditory practices helped wakefulness transition. Night watch calls the hours in villages and cities, providing temporal grounding. These repetitive sound patterns may have helped maintain sleep rather than disrupt it. People say the familiar calls comforted and oriented them during brief overnight awakenings without disturbing sleep architecture. The social structure of sleep may be the biggest distinction between medieval and modern sleep. Medieval sleep was a shared, vulnerable state entrenched in well-arranged social ties that offered distinct psychological benefits not found in modern, isolated sleep. European household archaeology shows sleep arrangements that challenge privacy notions. From humble farmhouses to royal palaces, medieval sleeping places were shared. This sharing wasn't just for economic reasons, it represented attitudes about sleep vulnerability and communal protection. It started in childhood. Medieval children slept with family, unlike modern Westerners. Household inventories and architectural evidence demonstrate that wealthy people rarely had separate nurseries until the late medieval period. Young children usually slept on communal beds near parents or caregivers. This arrangement provided physical warmth and safety as well as auditory and olfactory cues from trusted people to promote sleep. Children continued to sleep together as they grew. Household and guild records show service children, apprentices, and biological children sleeping together by age. Young people slept 2 or 3 to a bed, clustered by gender and age, establishing sleep communities, groups that share sleep vulnerability and build sleep standards. The psychological benefits of these arrangements were significant. Medieval medical literature says youngsters who sleep together have fewer night terrors and sleep disturbance. Medieval folks intuitively knew that trusted persons' sensory awareness triggers parasympathetic nerve system reactions that deepen sleep. Modern sleep science has just lately recognized this. Adults slept together beyond family. Medieval residences had a central hall where servants, apprentices, and extended family slept. This setup gave psychological security rather than disrupting sleep. Household accounts provide methods for grouping sleepers to accommodate individual needs and relationships. Even the rich, who could afford separate sleeping chambers by the later medieval period, rarely slept alone. Noble household chamber accounts show that servants lay on pallets at the foot of the bed with their masters. Medieval nobility preferred reliable companions during vulnerable sleep phases over loneliness. This communal sleep design had several psychological benefits that modern sleep experts are now recognizing. Shared sleep rooms corrected sleep patterns, reducing anxiety over perceived sleep anomalies. When brief nightly awakenings occurred, the noises and presence of other sleepers reassured and reduced anxiety-induced sleeplessness. Medieval travel tales show how rooted these communal sleep obligations were. One 15th century merchant called private sleeping unnatural and disquieting to the mind. Inn regulations across Europe required tourists to share beds with strangers of the same gender until the early modern period, demonstrating how common shared sleep vulnerability was deemed. The intimacy of communal sleep areas encouraged unusual social bonds. Medieval stories emphasize pre-sleep discussions for resolving conflicts and improving relationships. Before bed, a 14th century family manual encourages settling disputes because harmony before rest brings better health to all. This incorporation of dispute resolution into sleep habits provided regular relationship healing that standalone sleep arrangements rarely do. Medieval sleep's communality improved safety. Before modern locks and security measures, numerous sleepers were protected by collective vigilance. Medieval households generally placed younger, Lighter sleepers, usually apprentices or younger servants near doorways, establishing a natural surveillance system. Household accounts recommend having different grades of sleepers with different awakening thresholds across the sleeping area. Social levelling was also achieved through sleep vulnerability. Daytime activities were hierarchical, but sleep momentarily lowered status. Snoring, shifting postures, and the universal weakness of unconsciousness made even high-status people seem more real to their subordinates, according to historical reports. This periodic reminder of shared humanity softened medieval social hierarchies. The communal sleep environment helped vulnerable populations more than our private sleep arrangements. Shared sleeping arrangements helped new mothers care for their babies at night. Village records and household narratives show that nursing mothers slept near other women who could help with evening feedings and child calming. Instead of being separated, older people were included in home sleeping arrangements, allowing the collective to adapt their natural sleep habits. Community sleep normalized nightly distress, which was important for psychological wellness. Nightmares and anxiousness were immediately relieved. Medical writings from the time prescribe a trusted sleeping companion's voice to comfort people awakening from terrible dreams, which is easier in shared sleep places than in our secluded bedrooms. Sleep historians now recognize the shift from communal to privatized sleeping, which began among the wealthy in the late medieval period, but didn't reach most communities until much later. This shift had mixed effects on human psychology. While privatizing sleep increased individual control, it eliminated many of the security and social benefits of communal sleep. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Due to historical changes in sleep interactions, medieval Europeans' excellent sleep quality slowly declined. Understanding this decline helps us apply medieval sleep advice today. Late medieval European towns installed public mechanical clocks, changing sleep patterns. Early watches didn't affect sleep, but they did change the attention from environmental cues to time. Town records from the 15th century show the gradual adoption of clock time instead of sunrise and sunset as daily reference points, the first step toward divorcing human timetables from natural light cycles. Archaeology shows this window design change. Later medieval homes prioritized privacy and heat retention over natural light, although early medieval bedrooms contained windows that let in morning light. This architectural change devalues sleep-natural light alignment, which is increasingly critical for circadian rhythms. Industrialization and artificial lighting most affected medieval sleep. Although early 19th century gas illumination extended productive hours into the evening, industry schedules demanded standardized waking times unaffected by seasonal light. Early industrial society documents reveal plant owners fighting inefficient sleep patterns. In 1883, a factory manual warned against workers' persistent habit of night waking between sleep phases due to industrial schedules eliminating biphasic sleep. Sleep conditions changed. The 18th and 19th centuries saw single-family residences and individual beds replace medieval communal slumber. The architectural change increased solitude but removed shared sleep's social security and closeness. Medical records from this transitional era show rising claims of sleep difficulties due to unusual solitude at night from the new sleeping arrangements. Changes in labour habits eroded medieval notions of sleep as a transition. Natural cycles and moderate activity shifts characterised pre-industrial work. Industrial time discipline destroyed the natural wind-down time of medieval sleep patterns. Industrial and office timetables created guillotine waking, sharp, alarm-driven transitions. Many found sleep uncomfortable during this change. Early mass production homogenized sleeping surfaces without regard for comfort. Yet medieval people of all classes had devised sophisticated bedding systems that met bodily demands. Historical records indicate that workshop dwellings had crude beds, unlike medieval peasants. Over centuries, sleep comfort technologies would improve. These changes lead to consolidated sleep culture, the idea that normal sleep is a single, unbroken period rather than the centuries-old biphasic pattern. Medical texts of the late 19th century pathologized nocturnal waking as a disorder. This medical reinterpretation replaced medieval sleep wisdom with modern norms. This historical transformation goes beyond discomfort. Medieval sleep practice was physically and psychologically advantageous, according to modern studies. With unprecedented rates of insomnia, sleep-disordered breathing, and circadian rhythm issues, sleep professionals call the global sleep crisis caused by suppression of natural sleep patterns. The loss of medieval sleep's midnight waking period is notable. A normal sleep break was essential biologically and psychologically. Neurological research found this interval had brainwave patterns that supported creativity and emotional processing. Industrial and post-industrial sleep practices eliminated this cognitive state by requiring continuous sleep. Medieval slumber societies offered psychological stability that modern ones lack. Modern sleep experts have established that trusted people reduce sleep delay and stress hormones. Modern sleep arrangements eliminate these benefits, creating anxiety-related sleep disruptions. Even in medieval times, seasonal sleep duration fluctuations were biologically good. Pre-industrial civilizations and historical sources show that medieval people slept longer in winter due to natural melatonin synthesis. Modern sleep schedules ignore seasonal changes, creating winter circadian misalignment. Medieval and pre-industrial sleep traditions are being rediscovered despite these losses. Sleep medicine now admits that medieval sleep practice was sophisticated and biologically sound, so we should revisit it. New sleep transition. Understanding is the best rehabilitation. After centuries of alarm clocks disrupting sleep, sleep professionals emphasize pre-sleep wind-down, reclaiming the medieval idea of sleep as a transitional activity. Modern sleep hygiene follows medieval practices of gradually reducing light exposure, quieter evening activities, and systematic pre-sleep routines. Modern technology harms and helps sleep. Screen usage influences melatonin production, yet apps and devices measure sleep and support circadian cycles. There are programs that regulate lighting throughout the day to approximate natural light progression, and alarm systems that pinpoint optimal awakening points throughout sleep cycles to recreate medieval sleep patterns. Architecture honours sleep wisdom. After decades of decreasing natural light in bedrooms, modern sleep-focused architecture prioritizes eastern exposure for morning wake-ups, reverting to medieval design. Some creative neighbourhoods are investigating communal sleep solutions for uneasy sleepers. Researchers and sleep experts studied medieval segmented sleep. Biphasic sleep patterns like first and second sleep improve sleep, mood, and cognition in long-term studies. Sleep clinics increasingly recommend this routine for insomniacs who believe their sleep disorder is their body re-establishing its natural cycle. Medieval sleep surroundings were rediscovered. Modern designers emphasize natural materials, temperature regulation, and personalized support similar to those used in medieval bedding systems, following years dominated by artificial sleep environments. Adjustable firmness mattresses and weighted blankets are inadvertent homages to medieval sleepers' custom bedding. Medieval sleep still affects psychology and spirituality. Sleep experts recommend medieval home evening contemplation style mindfulness. Increasing interest in dream work and creative dream engagement rediscovers medieval ideas of dreams as valuable sources of knowledge and creativity. The rising recognition that sleep is a cultural habit motivated by societal values and goals is positive. Medieval people valued sleep quality and built social norms to protect it, unlike modern production cultures. The slow sleep movement promotes workplace and societal practices that respect natural sleep patterns. A key paradigm change is realizing that societal institutions mismatch human nature and create numerous sleep disorders. Modern companies are experimenting with flexible timetables that match natural chronotypes and seasonal changes, like medieval civilizations did. Workers were organized around seasonal light shifts and human energy cycles. These strategies apply medieval wisdom to modern conditions. Medieval sleep reminds current sleepers that many human sleep features are neither infinitely adaptable nor flawless to copy. Human nature operates best when aligned with rhythms our medieval ancestors intuitively recognized and honored. Despite great pressure to conform to industrial and post-industrial sleep demands, medieval sleep teaches us to examine whose pre-industrial sleep expertise remains physically and psychologically helpful, not to reject comfort or technical progress. Current knowledge and rediscovered old customs may help us create sleep patterns that match evolutionary and current needs. Researchers say medieval people didn't understand the neurochemistry of sleep. but they recognized its patterns and respected its requirements in ways we're only now beginning to appreciate. That appreciation can solve our sleep crisis without drugs or technology by restoring decades of pre-industrial sleep practice. Medieval sleep advice is more than just history. It offers ways to sleep better and honour our natural heritage. As research validates medieval sleep patterns and practices, we may find that rediscovering our ancestors' centuries-old knowledge of natural sleep is the best sleep advancement. From the vantage of old Macedonia, where elders gathered beneath olive trees to swap hushed lore, the story of Hercules emerged in sparks of disbelief. They whispered about a force that blurred the boundaries between the mortal and divine realms. This child, born in modest Tiryns, possessed an unsettling gift. Feats of strength performed so calmly that some wondered if the gods had quietly laid a blessing or a curse at his feet. Tiryns was a farming community framed by rocky hills and cloud-strewn skies, a place defined by the routine labour and rigid social caution. The boy's first display of uncanny power was witnessed by a shepherd. With a single tug, he reined in an ox known to drag grown men like ragdolls. It wasn't the show of force itself that troubled onlookers. It was the eerie silence with which he did it, as though testing a boundary rather than revelling in might. Soon, neighbours recalled other oddities, doors unhinged by a careless push, footprints left in stone, and animals that yielded to his hand without resistance. Though some saw him as Tiryns' protector in training, others felt uneasy. Mortals were fragile beings. Gifts of such magnitude often drew divine ire. Hercules, for his part, behaved like any curious youth, combing riverbanks for turtles or carving shapes into the soft rock. Yet beneath each childlike pastime lurked an awareness of difference. He sensed that the world around him fit like a shirt one size too small, familiar but constricting. A single miscalculation could fracture relationships or destroy trust. As he neared 15, rumours of unnatural predators swept across the farmland. Shepherds muttered of wolves the size of ponies, with eyes lit by feral intelligence. The local militia dared not test the truth of those claims, leaving the fields in a state of hush. Hercules, compelled by equal parts curiosity and duty, gathered a simple spear and ventured into the pine forests alone. For 3 nights, the darkness swallowed him. On the 4th dawn, he reappeared at the village edge, clothes torn, blood running down his arms. Yet he carried no trophy, only the quiet certainty that the threat was gone. Word of his deed spread through travellers' wagons and along shepherds' routes, echoing into lands beyond. It was said that the monstrous wolves vanished as swiftly as they had come. In the villagers' eyes, such might have signalled a guardian, or even a chosen instrument of the gods. Soon they built humble altars to honour him. They offered tiny bowls of grain and small cups of wine as offerings to the boy who had ensured their nights. Hercules accepted none of it openly. He would pause at those altars, gaze at them in faint puzzlement, then slip away. Inside him, a tug of longing clashed with the weight of expectation. He cherished the farmland's rhythms, morning light over tilled earth, the lull of cicadas in the summer. Yet each casual greeting now carried a jolt of awe, and every dirt path he roamed felt narrower, as though funneling him towards some vast unseen road. Occasionally, he stole into the hills to commune with nature's raw pulse, pressing his broad hands against boulders as though listening for whispered secrets of stone. Tiryns was never the seat of sophistication. Unlike Athens or Thebes, it lacked gilded temples and philosophical gatherings. In a way, the simplicity of Tiryns allowed Hercules to flourish without being overwhelmed by rumours. People accepted him, half wary, half hopeful, because they needed him. He held back storms that might devour them in a single gulp. He soon learned of a summons from King Eurystheus of Mycenae, a monarch who demanded fealty and recognised the usefulness of a mortal wielding near-divine might. Friends warned him of palace politics. Even the local priest, stooped with age, cautioned that power-hungry rulers often feed on legends until there's little left of the legend itself. However, Hercules sensed an unspoken reminder that a simple shepherd's life would never be his. Gathering sparse belongings, he took one last look at the farmland, the lopsided fences, the distant bleating of goats that once filled his childhood mornings. Then, as dawn's first gleam touched the horizon, he set out for Mycenae. Those who witnessed his departure claimed a hush fell upon Tiryns, like the land itself held its breath, waiting. The path he walked would lead to triumph and sorrow, forging a destiny both luminous and shattering. In his heart, Hercules hoped to find a way back to quiet fields someday, but deep down, he suspected the gods had other plans entirely. The road to Mycenae stretched through rolling plains dotted with olive groves and jagged hillsides. Hercules travelled quietly, observing the land more than pondering the future. Yet he couldn't ignore the murmur that followed him, a hum of anticipation carried by traders, roadside shepherds, and vagrant bards. Upon arrival at the fortified city, he faced a spectacle: drummers at the gates, banners hoisted high, and crowds craning to see if a rumour exceeded reality. King Eurystheus' palace gleamed atop a rise of white stone. Once inside, Hercules found himself before a ruler whose thin lips twitched at each mention of his name. Despite grandiose surroundings, Eurystheus exuded an air of self-importance, undermined by a hint of anxiety. In the hushed court, courtiers eyed Hercules with an odd mix of curiosity and caution. They had heard the rumours of unstoppable strength. Now they assessed the man himself, broad-shouldered, wind-beaten, eyes calm as still water. Eurystheus wasted no time. "Word of your deeds has travelled far," he said, feigning warmth. "To prove your loyalty, you shall fulfil labours for the glory of Mycenae. And the gods, of course." Applause followed from courtiers, though it felt forced. Hercules bowed, not out of fear, but recognising that refusal would brand him an enemy of a kingdom that seemed both powerful and petty. Besides, he sensed destiny's nudge again, that intangible force hinting these labours might shape his future. His first assignment, the Nemean lion. Villagers near Nemea spoke of a cat the size of a warhorse, its fur impervious to spears or arrows. Eurystheus demanded its pelt as proof. Setting out with minimal supplies, Hercules ventured into a region shadowed by tall grasses and jagged rock. On the second day, he spotted massive paw prints pressed into the soil. Following them, he entered a dank cavern overhung by dripping vines. The lion emerged, its coat shimmering like steel. Arrows snapped against its hide, confirming the rumours. They grappled, the beast roaring with unnatural ferocity while Hercules wrestled in silence, locking powerful arms around the creature's neck. At last, he wrenched it downward, ending its life with a blow that reverberated in his bones. No victory cry escaped his lips, only relief. He skinned the lion with its claws and then draped the pelt over his shoulder. When he returned, Eurystheus balked at the sight of that massive trophy. Commanding the city gates shut, he insisted Hercules remain outside, Gettysburg displaying future conquests from a distance. Thus began a curious ritual. Each time Hercules completed a labour, the king would peer down from the safety of high walls, making excuses to avoid direct contact. The champion, calm in compliance, never argued. He found no pride in forcing an audience. Fulfilling duty was enough. Shortly after, he faced the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with 9 heads that regrew if cut. Hercules approached the swamp of Lerna, its murky waters stinking of rot. He attacked, but each severed head sprouted 2 more, only with the help of his nephew Aurelius, who cauterized each stump with torchlight. Did Hercules triumph? Lifting the central head, still hissing in death, he returned to Mycenae. The king, peering over parapets, dismissed the victory. "You had help," he sneered. Yet the people watching from afar marvelled. Labourers mounted. The Cyrenaian hind, sacred to Artemis, tested his finesse. He chased it for a year across forests and streams before cornering the golden-antlered creature. Rather than slay it, he merely captured and displayed it, then set it free, earning grudging respect from the goddess. He subdued the Erymanthian boar, bringing it back alive. After each feat, Eurystheus found reasons to belittle it. Still, word spread, forging Hercules' name into a legend that outgrew even the king's attempts to contain it. Hercules tasked with cleaning the Augean stables, an impossible mass of filth left for decades. Diverted 2 rivers in a single day, washing away the grime and exposing the stable's owner, Augeas, for his dishonesty. Along the way, the hero recognised these tasks weren't simply chores from a cowardly king, they served as rites of passage. Each labour illuminated facets of responsibility, cunning, and mercy. Yet Hercules also sensed a growing gulf between himself and normal life. Day by day, the realm saw him less as a man and more as a living weapon. Behind the feats and rumours loomed an unspoken shadow. Stories hinted he was atoning for a private tragedy caused by a divine curse. He carried that burden silently, forging ahead on a path paved by others' demands. In fulfilling each new labour, Hercules grew ever more certain that his real battle lay within, a test to see whether monstrous foes or guilt from a past soaked in blood would claim him first. Over time, Eurystheus' list of labours seemed an endless well of peril. Some missions exuded a sense of malice, as if the king aimed to eliminate Hercules by challenging him to confront real-life nightmares. Yet it wasn't the magnitude of tasks that hollowed Hercules' spirit. It was the sense that each success fueled the king's resentment. Mycenae now revered a champion who strode in only to drop proof of another victory before vanishing again. At dawn one day, a messenger gasping for breath approached Hercules outside the city walls. A threat lurked by Lake Stymphalus, where ravenous birds terrorized farmers. Their iron-like feathers cut flesh, and the beating of their wings filled the sky with a menacing clang. Stymphalian birds were rumoured to be spawn of an ancient curse, feasting on anyone who strayed near the marsh. Eurystheus' decree was terse: exterminate them. Travelling to the lake, Hercules found the marshland choked with tall reeds and stagnant water. At dusk, he glimpsed shadowy shapes perched in twisted trees. Arrows alone wouldn't suffice. For every creature he felled, others scattered into the gloom. Recalling an old tale, he fashioned bronze clappers, forging a racket so loud it startled the flock skyward. As they took flight, he shot them down systematically. Their carcasses drifted into reeds, painting the swamp red under the waning sun. The few that escaped took the legend of this unstoppable archer with them. More labour followed. Fetching the Cretan bull, a massive beast rumoured to breathe fire, brought him face to face with an animal maddened by captivity. Rather than slay it, he subdued it and brought it to Mycenae, only to watch Eurystheus cower behind the gate. Later, capturing the mares of Diomedes required wrestling savage horses bred for violence. Some say Hercules fed Diomedes to his mares in a moment of grim poetic justice, ending their thirst for human flesh. Yet it was an act that left Hercules uneasy. Dispatching a tyrant solved one evil, but the memory haunted him. What lines separated righteous punishment from barbarity? In these wanderings, he discovered people who welcomed him as a living legend, yet recognised his underlying melancholy. Children peered around corners, hoping to see the giant who wrestled monsters. Old men offered wine, praising him as champion of the downtrodden. Occasionally, Hercules paused to help build a wall or fix a broken roof, acts of normalcy that anchored him to everyday life. But the moment always came when a new labour call or a rumour of a monstrous threat demanded his presence. At night, he grappled with nightmares. The unwritten story behind his forced servitude gnawed at him, a rumour that he'd once been driven crazed by Hera's wrath, causing him to commit unspeakable deeds against those he loved. Although few dared mention it aloud, the weight of that guilt never left his eyes. Even the unstoppable Hercules could not outrun sorrow that sprang from within. Eventually, Eurystheus delivered yet another test, to steal the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the warrior women known as Amazons. In a land beyond the Aegean, Hercules came upon a culture of disciplined fighters who lived independent of typical patriarchal laws. Initially, Hippolyta welcomed dialogue, impressed by rumours of a hero who balanced power with compassion. She considered granting him the girdle as a diplomatic gesture. But Hera, ever meddlesome, spread deceit among the Amazons, whispering that Hercules planned to abduct their queen. In the ensuing chaos, swords clashed, alliances shattered, and Hippolyta fell. Dying, she handed the girdle to Hercules, her expression etched with betrayal and sorrow. He departed with the prize, cursing the gods who twisted every peaceful solution into conflict. This pattern of tragedy bled across each mission. The more he accomplished, the less solace he found. The blame was easily laid at Eurystheus' feet, but Hercules understood that the seeds of discord came from the gods themselves, and from his heart, burdened by regrets. No monstrous hydra or invulnerable lion caused him as much pain as the memories he couldn't erase. Each labour, though celebrated by others, felt like an extension of penance. Still Hercules pressed on. Partially out of duty and partially from an instinct that stopping might let darker forces run rampant. He was no politician, no orator, but people believed in him, and in their belief, he found a reason to shoulder his tortured past. So he continued, forging alliances with honest souls, meeting cunning foes in remote lands, and slaying nightmares so ordinary folk could rest at night. Through scorching deserts and perilous seas, Hercules roamed like a wandering guardian. His reputation derived more from his deeds than his words. Even so, a question circled endlessly in his mind. Would saving the world ever wash away the blood on his conscience, or was he doomed to carry his haunted legacy until the end? As the labours approached their conclusion, Hercules observed a change in the political landscape. Mycenae's commoners adored him, weaving new songs about his might, but the courts seethed with jealousy. King Eurystheus, cornered by his decree, pressed onward with increasingly brazen demands. He ordered Hercules to journey to the far edges of the known world. Some suspected the king hoped the hero would never return, sparing him the embarrassment of living in another man's shadow. A test soon arrived in the form of the cattle of Geryon, the creature Geryon, rumoured to have 3 bodies fused into one, reigned over a sun-scorched land beyond the pillars marking the westernmost boundary of mortal travel. The prize, a herd of crimson cattle prized by gods and kings alike. Hercules set off, crossing mountain passes, scorching deserts, and nameless seas. He famously split a landmass to create a strait, some said in a moment of frustration, others as a statement of power, raising what would later be called the Pillars of Hercules. He eventually arrived at Geryon's domain, where a monstrous hound guarded the cattle. Battling Geryon demanded strategy, for each torso wielded a different weapon. Hercules exploited the confusion, striking while the giant struggled to coordinate his 3 minds. With Geryon slain, he herded the cattle through hostile territories, clashing with thieves and hostile kings along the way. His triumphant return to Mycenae, driving those surreal red-hided animals, caused a stir of both admiration and dread. Yet Eurystheus welcomed him only from a safe distance. Soldiers corralled the cattle, sacrificing many on Eurystheus's orders. The more the king tried to belittle Hercules' efforts, the more ordinary citizens hailed the hero as a saviour of the realm. Privately, Hercules remained unmoved by their cheers. Each new conquest carried echoes of moral conflict, as if he were a blade used by manipulative hands. Another monumental feat involved the golden apples of the Hesperides, guarded by a serpent coiled in a hidden orchard. Tales said the apples conferred immortality, though most mortals never reached the far-flung garden. Hercules travelled for months, uncertain if such a place truly existed. Eventually he encountered Atlas, the titan condemned to hold the sky on his shoulders. Seizing an opportunity, Hercules offered to take that cosmic burden temporarily if Atlas would fetch the apples. Atlas retrieved them, but then tried to abandon Hercules, hoping to free himself from eternal torment. Through a cunning ploy, Hercules tricked Atlas into reclaiming the heavens, walking off with the fabled fruit. When he presented the golden apples to Eurystheus, the king had no idea what to do with them. Legend says Athena herself intervened, returning the apples to their rightful place. In that moment, Hercules glimpsed the gods' casual involvement. They toyed with mortal affairs, granting fleeting favours or curses, shaping destinies as one might shuffle coins. He realised that each labour was less about Eurystheus's commands and more about the gods' inscrutable agenda and his path of atonement. Only one task remained: descending into the underworld to capture Cerberus, the 3-headed hound of Hades. This final labour surpassed mortal limits, for no living soul dared approach that dismal realm without invitation. Hercules ventured down the dark corridors of the earth, guided by wailing spirits and the unrelenting pull of cosmic gloom. Before the throne of Hades, he offered to wrestle Cerberus barehanded if permitted to bring the beast to the surface. The god of the dead consented, more amused than alarmed. Their struggle was fierce. Each of Cerberus's heads snapped and snarled, snake-like tails lashing in fury. Yet the hero subdued the beast, hauling it above ground to Mycenae's gates. When Eurystheus saw the snarling hound of death, he hid, trembling behind his walls. Hercules, mission done, gently returned Cerberus to Hades. With all labours completed, Hercules stood outside Mycenae's walls, eyes on the fortress that had dominated his life. he expected neither thanks nor release, for he understood his service wasn't to Eurystheus but to something deeper. Turning from the city, he felt both emptiness and freedom. He had conquered beasts and braved terrors unknown to mortal men. Now, the question loomed, could he conquer the shadows that clung to his heart? He walked away, the crowds uncertain whether to weep at his departure or celebrate their king's deliverance from jealousy. Quietly, Hercules carried with him the echoes of every monstrous roar, every anguished cry, forging a destiny severed from royal commands but still bound by the god's inscrutable design. Released from Eurystheus's demands, Hercules drifted. Some claimed he roamed until he found a remote valley, building a modest home beside a sparkling brook. There, he tried to cultivate olives and vine crops, as though seeking normalcy. Villagers in the vicinity grew accustomed to spotting a giant figure mending fences or hauling timber. For the first time, he blended into daily life, if only briefly. Yet tranquility proved elusive. Strangers arrived, testing the legend. Some wanted to measure strength against the famed demigod, brandishing swords or arrogant boasts. Others offered alliances steeped in hidden agendas. Hercules repelled them, but each confrontation frayed the delicate peace. Rumours circulated about a new champion who might best him, and with each rumour came another challenger. Tiring of this drama, Hercules took to the road, relinquishing the valley to preserve its calm. He wandered from city to city, forging a reputation as a roving problem solver. In Attica, he drove away raiders who preyed on vulnerable farms. In Aetolia, he mediated disputes among tribal leaders too proud to seek peace themselves. Some towns offered him gold or titles, but he refused, yearning for something intangible that mortal wealth couldn't provide. Whispers of his identity preceded him. Children recited his labours as bedtime stories. Local bars named beverages after him, and travelling minstrels twisted details for dramatic flair. Along the way, Hercules encountered Deianira, a woman said to possess both keen intellect and resolute compassion. She saw through the aura of legend, urging him to confront the guilt that shadowed him. Her strength of spirit matched his physical might, and their bond blossomed into love. For a while, he believed he might carve out a life of shared purpose, perhaps leading a small settlement or teaching others to defend themselves without tyranny. They married, weaving fresh hopes into days that felt gentler, yet the old cycles returned. One evening, while travelling together, they encountered the centaur Nessus at a river crossing. Nessus offered to ferry Deianira across the water, but partway he revealed his intent to abduct her. Hercules, swift to act, let an arrow fly, its tip laced with hydra poison. The wounded centaur collapsed, blood soaking the shore. In his final breaths, he whispered deceit to Deianira. Should she ever fear losing Hercules' love, a garment stained with his blood would bind him to her. Moved by desperation, she gathered some of that blood, too distraught to see the trap. Life continued. Hercules continued to be a wandering force, with Deianira either by his side or anxiously waiting at home. Over time, she worried about rumours of his infidelity. Travelling the world exposed him to temptations, and his legend drew admirers of every stripe. In a moment of fragile insecurity, she recalled Nessus's final words. She treated a robe with the centaur's blood, believing it a charm that would secure Hercules' devotion. When Hercules donned it, the old poison ignited like living fire, adhering to his flesh. He tore at the fabric, but the agony only worsened, ripping his skin away. Realizing the horrifying betrayal, he raged in confusion, not knowing the entire truth of why the robe burned him alive. Faced with the insurmountable pain, he sensed no earthly remedy could quell it. Deianira, horrified by what she had caused, either fled or took her life. Accounts differ. Hercules, in his torment, built a funeral pyre on Mount Weta. Step by tortured step, he climbed, each footfall echoing the weights he'd carried all his life. Guilt, duty, heartbreak. He stretched himself upon the wood, begging for an end to his suffering. Flames were lit, devouring mortal flesh that once battled monsters and kings. Smoke curled toward the sky, bearing the essence of a hero who had saved entire realms yet failed to escape divine cunning and human frailty. Some say that in those final moments, Zeus intervened, lifting his son's immortal spirit to Olympus. Others claim Hercules simply became ash, the price of mixing superhuman deeds with all-too-human vulnerabilities. Wherever the truth lies, the legendary champion's last mortal breath vanished in fulfilling of the destiny shaped by both triumph and agony. Even the wind seemed to pause in reverence, as though acknowledging that no beast or king had ever broken him as completely as love and betrayal. Hercules' end on Mount Weta thundered through the Greek world like a mournful lament. Those who'd admired him as a liberator stood in stunned silence, while others who had envied him spoke in hushed voices were at the cruel caprice of fate. Priests in local temples offered contradictory explanations. Some insisted his spirit rose to the heavens, others deemed it just another tragic demise, albeit of an extraordinary mortal. In the weeks that followed, altars across the Aegean bore solemn offerings in his memory, drips of wine, handfuls of grain, even small wood carvings depicting a lion's pelt or a hefty club. Ordinary folk struggled to reconcile the downfall of a figure who had bested lions, hydras, and giants. How could such a champion succumb to something as simple, yet devastating, as poisoned fabric? For many, it confirmed that no one, not even a demigod, was immune to the brutal interplay of divine grudges and human failings. At Mycenae, King Eurystheus' court reportedly watched the news unfold with uneasy satisfaction. Though the king had long resented Hercules, learning of his agonizing death offered no genuine relief, only a hollow sense that the realm's most potent shield was gone. Some whispered that if a champion like Hercules could be vanquished, perhaps the gods would turn a harsher eye on lesser mortals. Fear lingered in the corridors of their power, as though Hercules' fiery end had shifted the cosmic balance in unpredictable ways. Stories multiplied, as tales do. Certain bards favoured the uplifting version. Zeus, recognizing his son's heroism, welcomed him among the immortals. They spun visions of Hercules seated on Olympus, sipping ambrosia in the presence of swirling constellations. Others told the bleaker side, that the flames consumed not just his body, but every vestige of his once glorious spirit, scattering him into oblivion. Across the seas, foreign scribes embellished details, turning him into a half-legendary king in lands he never visited, or crediting him with feats he never performed. Amid these tales, Deianira's part in the tragedy sparked endless debate. Some portrayed her as a naive victim of Nessus's deception. Others painted her as a jealous spouse who rashly destroyed what she claimed to love. Still others insisted the real blame lay with the gods. To many listeners, it hardly mattered. Heartbreak had been the final monster Hercules couldn't defeat. Curiously, in small villages scattered near the sites of his labours, Hercules' memory retained a more grounded quality. In these pockets, older farmers recalled how he once repaired a broken dike or rescued a lost child in the midst of a colossal quest. Children heard bedtime stories of a giant who was kind enough to share bread with travellers in need. Here, the heroic feats remained awe-inspiring, but so did the everyday decency he displayed. Over time, that dichotomy, colossal strength paired with unfeigned humility, became the tapestry of his legend. Rulers from other city-states, seeing the potency of Hercules' name, erected shrines dedicated to him as a protective spirit. They wanted travellers to believe their territory enjoyed the hero's blessing. In some cities, small festivals arose, featuring contests of strength reminiscent of his fabled deeds. However, a whisper of caution permeated every public commemoration. Hercules had conquered monstrous beasts and overcome impossible tasks, yet a subtle sting from the mortal realm had undone him. Might alone could not outmaneuver fate or quell the complexities of love. For those who once knew him personally, warriors like Aurelius or local chiefs grateful for his help, his absence left an ache beyond description. They recalled the quiet convictions that guided him, the guilt that shadowed his eyes after each impossible feat. His final torment seemed a cosmic injustice, yet also a stark reminder that the line between divine and human was never clean. Hercules had walked that line throughout his life, wrestling monstrous forms on behalf of the powerless, while an invisible war of deities raged overhead. Over decades, recollections softened. Younger generations heard only the grand arcs, the Nemean lion, the Hydra, the unstoppable hero. Details of heartbreak and moral doubt vanished in the retellings, replaced by carved statues brandishing clubs or wearing lion skins. Yet in rare corners of Greece the full story was preserved by those who had reason to remember. A titan among men who was neither wholly god nor entirely mortal, undone at last by the same vulnerabilities he had once tried to transcend. Thus, Hercules' flame burned on in the minds of those who found resonance in his struggles, even long after the funeral pyre's embers cooled to ash. Time and distance transformed Hercules from a man into a myth. Greek cities grew, allied and warred. New heroes rose and fell. In the retelling of old stories, his name emerged as a beacon of impossible feats. Philosophers invoked him as a parable, some praising perseverance, others warning against arrogance. In remote villages, older generations passed down more intimate accounts. How a colossal figure once mended a roof before chasing off marauders, or how he accepted a bowl of wine on a cold night without flaunting his stature. As the classical era gave way to Roman ascendancy, Hercules evolved into a Roman emblem. Soldiers prayed to Hercules Invictus, equating him with conquest and unrelenting will. Statues proliferated, from grand marble works in the Forum to tiny household shrines. Emperors, hungry for legitimacy, wrapped themselves in the demigod's imagery, hoping some shred of that timeless prowess might cloak their human frailties. However, the bragging about strength often overshadowed the deeper nuances of Hercules' trials. Centuries later, medieval scholars wrestled with pagan legacy, attempting to blend ancient myths into Christian frameworks. Hercules became a cautionary figure, powerful yet undone by sin and trickery. In the Renaissance, artists seized upon his heroic silhouette. Palaces displayed frescoes of him wrestling lions or heaving mountainsides, highlighting the human form in dynamic glory. Playwrights toyed with his persona, sometimes as tragic hero, sometimes as comedic foil, each era reinterpreting him anew. Despite these cultural metamorphoses, echoes of his true complexity endured. In certain monastic libraries, meticulous scribes noted lesser-known episodes. The moral agony behind his labours, the heartbreak that ended his mortal story, and the persistent question of whether he ever truly found peace. For some, he embodied the tragedy of a life shaped by the divine lineage yet rooted in mortal limitations. For others, he served as a beacon of aspiration, proof that mortal will could confront even the gods' designs and sometimes triumph. Beyond texts and statuary, Hercules lived on in the intangible realm of folk memory. Fishermen off distant coasts recited short prayers to him before braving storms, as if the old guardian might still shield them from the sea's wrath. Caravans crossing desert routes invoked his name for safe passage. Parents, uncertain how to quiet a restless child at night, spun lullabies of a gentle giant who once fought off wolves so families could sleep in safety. These understated tributes carried forward the essence of a hero who, despite divine drama, always answered mortal need. For a contemporary observer, perhaps in the middle decades of life, Hercules' tale resonates on several levels. There's the unbridled strength of youth, those unstoppable surges of ambition or optimism. Then there's the gradual intrusion of responsibility, regret, and heartbreak. Middle age can bring reflection, how even the strongest among us wrestle with past mistakes, unfulfilled desires, and the weight of moral compromise. Hercules, with his unstoppable arms and vulnerable heart, mirrors that universal dilemma. Overall, it's the dualities that define him. Saviour and destroyer, victor and victim, demigod and man. He soared above mortal confines, yet remained shackled by the god's whims and his own remorse. Scholars today still debate the meaning of his final act. Was the funeral pyre a mere surrender to agony, or a deliberate transcendence of mortal bounds? Did the smoke carry him to Olympus, or was it a symbolic final note to the ballad of an exhausted hero? Some epilogues insist he found a measure of immortality, a seat among the pantheon, a cosmic nod to the labours he performed in the service of humanity and divine prerogative. Others claim his spirit roams the mortal realm, occasionally glimpsed in moments of dire need. Most accept that the ultimate truth, like so many ancient tales, remains wrapped in shifting layers of interpretation. And so Hercules remains, a fixture in the collective psyche. He stands for more than might alone. He stands for the cost of greatness, the fleeting nature of redemption, and the fragile boundary that separates gods from men. Whether chiselled in marble or accounted in a village tavern, his legend endures. He is the champion forever, forging new legends, even centuries after his final breath. In that sense, Hercules lives on wherever human hearts still strive, endure, and grapple with the powers, divine or earthly, that shape our destinies. Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour, so in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They dart in, fire their cannons, and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare, and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground, and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how. The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better, they were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritising profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries: private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers and administrators, who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, it was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs, and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous no taxation without representation wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world, just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed, but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilising mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The First Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing, which tells you something about how badly things were going, that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling. Coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonised peoples, a civilizing mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans, and others who were beginning to organise and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realise that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. Trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service, malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilising mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilising every possible resource, including the empires, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war, but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end, and a case study in how decolonisation could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating 2 new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule. albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonisation would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonisation accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself, which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it. The rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around. The Battle of Gettysburg began on the morning of July 1st, 1863. It was a warm summer day, the kind where the golden light of dawn touched the fields and forests with a serene glow. But the tranquility of the Pennsylvania countryside would soon be shattered by the thunder of battle. This clash was not merely another skirmish in the long and bloody conflict of the Civil War. It was a turning point, a moment where the fate of the Union and the Confederacy hung precariously in the balance. General Robert E. Lee, commanding the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, had set his sights on a bold invasion of the North. His army, emboldened by a string of victories, marched into Pennsylvania with the hope of striking a decisive blow that would force the Union to sue for peace. Lee's strategy was not just about military conquest. It was about shaking the Northern resolve, bringing the war to Union soil, and perhaps swaying foreign powers to recognize the Confederacy. On the Union side, General George G. Meade had recently taken command of the Army of the Potomac. His task was daunting: to stop Lee's advance and protect the Union's heartland. The soldiers under his command were weary from years of conflict, but their resolve to defend their homeland and preserve the Union burned brightly. The two armies converged near the small town of Gettysburg, a place of rolling hills, fertile farmland, and winding roads. It was an unlikely setting for one of the most significant battles in American history. On the first day, the fighting began west of the town as Confederate forces encountered Union cavalry. The clash was fierce and chaotic, with both sides scrambling to gain the upper hand. By day's end, the Confederates had pushed Union forces back through the town and onto the high ground to the south, securing an early advantage. The second day of the battle dawned with tension thick in the air. The Union Army had established a strong defensive position along a series of hills and ridges known as Cemetery Hill, Culp's Hill, and Little Round Top. Lee, confident in his army's strength, launched a series of attacks to break the Union lines. The fighting on July 2nd was intense and bloody. At Little Round Top, Union Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain and the 20th Maine Regiment made a heroic stand to defend the hill's southern flank. Outnumbered and nearly out of ammunition, Chamberlain ordered a desperate bayonet charge that drove the Confederates back and secured the Union's position. It was a moment of extraordinary courage, one that would later be remembered as a turning point in the battle. Elsewhere, the fields of wheat and peach orchards became killing grounds, their beauty scarred by the carnage of war. The air was thick with smoke and the cries of the wounded. Soldiers on both sides fought with ferocious determination, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever. By the end of the day, the Union lines had held, but at a terrible cost. The third and final day of the battle, July 3rd, brought the infamous assault known as Pickett's Charge. Lee, believing that a concentrated attack on the Union center could break their lines, ordered 12,500 Confederate soldiers to march across open fields under heavy Union artillery fire. The sight of that charge was both awe-inspiring and harrowing. The Confederate soldiers advanced in tight ranks, their banners waving, their determination unyielding. But the Union defenders, entrenched on Cemetery Ridge, unleashed a devastating barrage of cannon and musket fire. The fields became a scene of chaos as men fell by the hundreds. Despite their bravery, the Confederate soldiers could not overcome the Union's defences. The charge was repelled, and the fields were littered with the fallen. As the sun set on July 3rd, the Battle of Gettysburg came to an end. Lee, realizing that his army could not sustain another assault, began the long retreat back to Virginia. The Union Army, though battered and exhausted, had won a decisive victory. It was a moment of relief and triumph for the North, a turning point that shifted the momentum of the war. The cost of the battle was staggering. Over 50,000 soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing. The fields of Gettysburg, once peaceful and lush, were now marked by the scars of war. Families in both the North and the South mourned the loss of loved ones, their lives forever changed by the conflict. In the months that followed, Gettysburg became a symbol of sacrifice and resilience. On November 19th, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address at the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery. His words, though brief, captured the essence of what the battle had come to represent. He spoke of a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. He reminded the audience that the soldiers who had fought and died at Gettysburg had done so to ensure that freedom and democracy would endure. The Battle of Gettysburg remains one of the most studied and remembered events in American history. It was a moment of profound struggle and sacrifice, a reminder of the costs of war and the resilience of the human spirit. The bravery of the soldiers on both sides, their dedication to their causes, and the impact of their actions continue to echo through time. As you drift into sleep, let the story of Gettysburg fill your mind with a sense of reverence and reflection. Imagine the stillness of the fields after the battle, the quiet wind carrying the memory of those who fought and fell. Feel the weight of their sacrifice, but also the hope that their struggle helped to shape a better future. The aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg left an indelible mark, not only on the landscape of Pennsylvania, but also on the hearts and minds of the American people. The quiet town that had seen a horrific convergence of armies now bore the weight of countless graves, hastily dug for the fallen soldiers. The once lush fields, orchards, and rolling hills were now etched with scars of war, trenches, shattered fences, and abandoned artillery. In the days immediately following the battle, the townspeople of Gettysburg rose to meet the grim reality of what had unfolded. Civilians who had sought shelter during the 3 days of fighting now ventured out to help the wounded and dying. Homes, barns, and churches were transformed into makeshift hospitals. Women, men, and even children worked tirelessly to bring comfort to soldiers, regardless of the uniforms they wore. The lines of battle blurred in the face of shared humanity. Doctors and nurses were overwhelmed by the sheer number of wounded. Medical supplies were scarce, and the knowledge of sanitation was rudimentary at best. Despite the primitive conditions, countless acts of compassion unfolded as townspeople did what they could to save lives or bring solace to those whose time was short. As the Confederate army retreated southward, General Lee bore the burden of his army's defeat. The invasion of the North had failed, and the high hopes of a quick victory and a potential peace agreement were dashed. For Lee, Gettysburg marked a turning point, a moment when the tide of the war began to turn decisively against the Confederacy. The loss of so many men and the inability to break Union resolve were blows from which his forces would never fully recover. For the Union, the victory at Gettysburg was a critical morale boost. General Meade, despite some criticism for not pursuing Lee's retreating army more aggressively, had achieved what many thought impossible. The Army of the Potomac had stood firm against Lee's forces, proving that the Union could hold its ground and turn the tide of the war. The significance of Gettysburg reached far beyond the battlefield. It became a symbol of the broader struggle, the fight to preserve the Union and the principles upon which it was founded. In the months following the battle, efforts began to ensure that the sacrifices made there would not be forgotten. One of the most poignant moments came on November 19, 1863, with the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery at Gettysburg. President Abraham Lincoln was invited to deliver a few remarks, following a lengthy oration by Edward Everett, a renowned speaker of the time. Lincoln's address, though brief, would become one of the most enduring speeches in American history. Standing on the blood-soaked fields of Gettysburg, Lincoln spoke not only to honour the dead, but to remind the living of the greater cause for which they had fought. His words, beginning with the now iconic phrase, 7 years ago, framed the battle within the context of the nation's founding ideals. He reminded the audience that the soldiers had given their lives so that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Lincoln's Gettysburg address was met with a mixed reception at the time, with some viewing it as too brief and simplistic. However, history would elevate his words to the status of a national treasure. The address encapsulated the purpose of the war and the vision of a nation united not by force, but by shared values and ideals. The legacy of the Battle of Gettysburg continued to shape the course of the Civil War. While the conflict raged on for nearly 2 more years, Gettysburg marked a critical turning point. It showed that the Union could resist the might of the Confederacy, and that the resolve of its people would not be broken. The war's conclusion in 1865 brought an end to the fighting, but left the nation grappling with the wounds it had inflicted upon itself. The fields of Gettysburg became a place of reflection and remembrance, a site where the cost of division was laid bare. Over the years, Gettysburg transformed from a battlefield to a place of education and pilgrimage. Monuments and markers were erected to honour the soldiers who had fought and died there, preserving their memory for future generations. Visitors from across the country and around the world came to walk the hallowed ground, to reflect on the sacrifices made, and to ponder the lessons of history. Today, Gettysburg stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring struggle for freedom and equality. It reminds us of the fragility of unity and the strength required to preserve it. The lessons of Gettysburg echo through time, challenging us to remember that the cost of division is far greater than the effort required to come together. As you rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg remind you of the courage and sacrifice of those who came before us. Imagine the quiet fields at dawn, the soft rustle of the wind, and the stillness that now blankets a place once filled with chaos. Let the strength of their resolve bring you a sense of peace, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your heart. The legacy of Gettysburg extends far beyond the battlefield itself. It remains a cornerstone of American history, not only as the site of a pivotal clash during the Civil War, but also as a symbol of the nation's enduring struggle to reconcile its ideals with its realities. The battlefields and memorials at Gettysburg now stand as a reminder of the courage, sacrifice and humanity displayed by those who fought there, as well as the immense costs of division and conflict. In the years following the Civil War, Gettysburg became a focus for national healing. Veterans from both the Union and the Confederacy returned to the site to honour their comrades and reflect on the events that had shaped their lives. These reunions, particularly those held on significant anniversaries of the battle, fostered a sense of reconciliation and shared purpose. Despite the lingering wounds of war, these gatherings underscored a shared humanity that transcended the divisions of the past. One of the most moving examples of this came during the 50th anniversary of the battle in 1913. Veterans from both sides, now old men, came together to remember their shared history. The event culminated in a symbolic handshake across the stone wall at the site of Pickett's charge, a powerful gesture that reflected the desire for unity and peace. These reunions were not without their complexities, but they marked an important step in the nation's journey toward healing and understanding. Over time, Gettysburg evolved into a place of education and reflection. The Gettysburg National Military Park, established in the late 19th century and further developed in the 20th, preserves the battlefield and its many monuments, ensuring that future generations can walk the same paths and learn the same lessons. The park's museum and visitor centre provide context and insight into the events of the battle, offering a deeper understanding of its significance and the people who shaped it. The Gettysburg Address, too, continues to resonate as a defining moment in American history. Lincoln's words, spoken with such clarity and purpose, serve as a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. They challenge us to honour the sacrifices of those who fought by striving to create a more just and equitable society. Today, Gettysburg stands as a living testament to the enduring importance of history. It draws visitors from across the globe who come to honour the past, reflect on the present and consider the future. The battlefield, with its rolling hills, stone walls and quiet woods, invites contemplation. Walking its paths, one cannot help but feel a connection to the stories of those who stood there, to the bravery and determination that defined them, and to the lessons they left behind. The Battle of Gettysburg teaches us that even in the darkest times, there is hope for redemption, for reconciliation, and for a brighter tomorrow. It reminds us of the costs of division and the strength required to build unity. It challenges us to live up to the ideals of liberty and equality, to honour the sacrifices of those who came before us by working to create a better world. As you settle into rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg fill your heart with a sense of reflection and gratitude. Picture the fields bathed in the soft light of the setting sun, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the quiet peace that now blankets the land. Let the echoes of courage and sacrifice guide your thoughts, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your dreams. The story of Gettysburg is not only about the battle itself, but also about the enduring lessons it offers. It is a story of courage under fire, of ordinary people facing extraordinary challenges, and of a nation striving to find its way through the darkness of conflict. Gettysburg reminds us that history is not just a series of dates and events, but a tapestry of human experience, woven with threads of sacrifice, resilience, and hope. As we reflect on Gettysburg, we are reminded of the power of unity and the dangers of division. The Civil War, of which Gettysburg was a turning point, was born out of deep-seated disagreements and unresolved tensions. The soldiers who fought at Gettysburg came from different walks of life, different regions and different perspectives, but they shared a common humanity. Their bravery and sacrifice speak to the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of unimaginable hardship. In the years following the battle, the memory of Gettysburg became a source of inspiration for those working to rebuild and reconcile a fractured nation. The scars of war ran deep, but so too did the determination to heal. Gettysburg became a symbol of what could be achieved when people came together to confront their shared challenges and embrace their common humanity. The stories of the individuals who fought at Gettysburg add depth and texture to the history of the battle. From generals like Robert E. Lee and George Meade, whose decisions shaped the course of the conflict, to the rank-and-file soldiers who carried out those orders with bravery and resolve, each story adds a layer of understanding to the larger narrative. These men, from both the Union and Confederate armies, faced unimaginable adversity with courage and dignity. One of the most enduring legacies of Gettysburg is its role in shaping the collective memory of the Civil War. The battlefield, now a serene and solemn place, serves as a reminder of the costs of war and the value of peace. Monuments and markers dot the landscape, each telling a story of the men who fought and the sacrifices they made. Visitors to Gettysburg are often struck by the quiet beauty of the place, a stark contrast to the violence that once engulfed it. The Gettysburg Address, delivered by President Lincoln just months after the battle, continues to resonate as a call to action and a statement of purpose. Lincoln's words remind us of the importance of dedication, of recommitting ourselves to the principles of freedom and equality. His speech, though brief, captures the essence of what Gettysburg represents, not just a battle, but a turning point in the ongoing struggle to create a more perfect union. Today, Gettysburg remains a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand the complexities of the past and draw inspiration for the future. The stories of those who fought there, the lessons of unity and perseverance, and the enduring call to honour their sacrifices continue to guide us. Gettysburg is not just a place on a map, it is a symbol of resilience, a reminder of what we can achieve when we come together to face our challenges. As you drift off to sleep tonight, let the story of Gettysburg wrap around you like a warm blanket of reflection and peace. Imagine the stillness of the battlefield at dawn, the quiet hum of nature reclaiming a place once filled with chaos. Let the courage and sacrifice of those who stood there inspire you, reminding you that even in the darkest times there is light to be found. Thank you for spending this time with us on History and Sleep. May the story of Gettysburg bring you a sense of calm, perspective and hope. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with peace, understanding, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Sweet dreams.